know what I'm getting into.
Yes.
Yeah. And nothing can stop me.
No.
'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say, where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell you good night, 'cause I'll find no better one. give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Ladies and gentlemen, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me tonight. It is so good to be back in the Barbershop on Black Men Unfiltered Network. We're about to get it in tonight. Another great conversation with another bunch of great men. Listen, if you guys want to join the conversation, please join the conversation by hitting the like button, hit the subscribe button, look at the top of the chat, and you'll see the link for the show tonight. If you are a man and you have something you want to say, come and join us on the panel tonight. Please have your camera on. We want to see your face in the place. All right, we appreciate that. Let me go to the chat real quick because I definitely want to look in the chat and see who we have in the sanctuary tonight. We got Embrace the Grace in the building tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Embrace the Grace. We got Harmonize in the building tonight. We got Lena S in the building tonight. We got HW in the building tonight. Let's see here. We got Marriage, Politics, and Sports in the building tonight. All right. And we got Milani in the building tonight. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. When you come in, hit the like button, subscribe button. Also, get in the comment section. Let us know what you think about the show. Any questions you may have or anything you want to add to the show, please add it in the comments. Ladies and gentlemen who can't make it up, please do so. All right. I appreciate each and every one of you. Tonight, before we start, I know there's a huge elephant in the world, in the digital world right now, digital media world. I got called today. And I was already sent the video. If you guys have already seen the video of Diddy and Cassie at the hotel, put a 1 in the chat. If you've seen the video of Diddy and Cassie, put a 1 in the chat. We can all be on the same page. And I spoke to one of my parishioners today. I got a call and she said, "You better hold that black son of a bitch accountable. You talk about everything else. You should have a show and hold P. Diddy accountable." I saw the video, and I do believe that was, man, that was tough. That was hard. That was hard to watch. I was an angry man and a woman. And yeah, he beat the shit out of her, basically. And so I'm not going to uphold him in the wrong. I'm not going to be on Diddy's side. However, guys, you put what you think in the chat. I definitely want to hear what you guys think. You know, Diddy has been exposed. But you know, I mean, I don't know what the young lady wanted me to say. First, I got a message, and the message said, "I don't give a fuck about what you think, what you thinking, what you got going on. Black Men Unfiltered Network always saying something, always got something to say. But y'all don't hold me accountable." And I said, "Listen, Well, to be honest with you, what goes on in the celebrity world goes on in the celebrity. Now we talk about it. I mean, did he beat our ass? Okay, I think it was it was very excessive. What he did to her. So I think it was wrong. Yes, it was wrong. All right. The problem that I have is that we don't, and I said this to the young lady on the phone. The problem that I have is that we don't have the same energy for men who suffer the same instances. Let me give you an example. In Mississippi, there was a guy and his wife. They got into an argument. The guy said, "Listen, I have to go to work. I don't want to argue, and so I'm going to leave." She started putting her hands on him. He said, "Stop, I'm leaving. I'm leaving." He turned to go to his car. She got upset that he turned his back and avoided confrontation. She went, got the gun, and she shot him in the back of the head twice. Now, I didn't see any smoke for that. I didn't get any messages. I didn't get anything. But it's just the same typical thing. It has to be, we're the women today have been losing so much in these worlds today. We have women who said women are better. Then they go get with women. And then that was a disaster with B. Taylor and the Queen Maker. Then we hear women say white men are better. Then they go to white men. And then in the news, they show a white man that cut a black girl up on their first date, cut her up into pieces and spread her body parts all around the county. Then they said being alone, and then you show women who are dying, or you see Tia Mowry who is now wanting her husband back, or you see women that say single life is the best life, and you see them now fighting back for their husbands and wanting their husbands back. So they got to win today. They needed this win. It was in a big way. And I think they were waiting on this because as soon as it happened, my phone was blowing up. You women, you better hold it accountable. But I did say something. I did see something, and I'm going to say something. I did see when we start talking about Diddy, YouTube start talking about Diddy, the world start talking about Diddy, his music spiked 33%. More downloads of his music, Spotify, so on and so forth. He's being talked about. That means he's going to be paid off copyright infringement. A lot of people are going to copyright things, are going to use his music against him, all type of stuff. He's going to get paid. Today, negative media is good media if you're trying to fill your pockets. Now, I will say, I'm going to bring the guys up, but I will say the video that we saw today was in 2016 when he beat the shit out of her. It was bad. 2016. But in 2017, she was on the yacht with a $300,000 purse. 2018, she was in the club with him kissing and jumping on his back and having a good time. 2019, she was spotted in Spain, shopping in Spain by herself on Diddy's plane and spent a lot of money. 2020, and then when she left Diddy, she found another guy and got married and said, you know what? You don't have that lifestyle Diddy had. So let me bring up what he did in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, get a settlement so we can have something to fall back on. That's just my thoughts. Guys, what do you think in the comments? Let's go to the comments for a second. Amanai says, you can't hold someone accountable. You can address the wrong and hope the person takes action to correct, which is them taking accountability. Lena S says, she knew what she was getting into, but couldn't take it any longer. Now, Lena, thank you for saying that. Now, I will say this as well. She chose the lifestyle over her safety. Because if that happened in 2016, I guarantee you it happened in 2015. Right? 2017, 18. But you stayed and kept getting your ass beat, getting those $300,000 purses, $1 million bracelets, yacht trips with your homegirls, all girls trips on Diddy's yachts. You stayed there for the money. So you chose the money and the lifestyle over your safety. Thank you, Lena. Milani says she should have made a video herself. Almanaz agrees. Exactly. All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Almanaz says facts yet. I just had someone try to come for me in my live earlier because I had this. I said the same thing. Absolutely. All right, let me bring the guys up. Tonight, I have in the building so far, I want to say shout out to the people who suffered that big storm here in Texas. A lot of people are out of power here. One of our guys, Trigger Mike, sent me pictures of his yard and what that huge storm in Houston, 4 hours up the road from me. Houston, how it ripped the trees out of the ground and there's debris everywhere, and his house, and him and his family's doing fine, of course. But prayers out to him and prayers out to the people who lost, and praying that they regain everything that they lost plus one. And shout out to all the office buildings. It hit downtown first. It swept through downtown. It looked like a damn tornado, but it wasn't. It was like hurricane strength winds just swooped through and tore everything up. So, but I appreciate it. You guys for being here. Let me go ahead and bring the guys up. The first person I want to bring up, you guys know him as the Continent. Ex-stripper, ex-philanthropist, ex-preacher, bishop, because he's been preaching lately, and I appreciate him for being a preaching man lately. I've been proud of him. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Put your damn hands together for our pain in the building today. All right. Next, I have up my brother from another mother. He is the father figure. He is the uncle. He is the balance. He is the calm voice. He is not bitter. He's not mean, but he says what he means. Give it up for the president of the Bees of Black Men Unfiltered Network. Mr. Bennett is in the damn building tonight.
It's good, gentlemen. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Good to be here tonight.
All right, and then shout out to a lot of people that's supposed to be here tonight under storms. Thank you so much, Edward, for keeping us in mind. Shout out to our boy Lost in Translation. They have severe weather in Alabama. So, man, prayers to you, man. Stay safe, my brother. If you're listening, I love you. Just stay undercover, man. Those tornado watches are bad. There's storms hitting all over them. It's going up through Alabama, up through Georgia. It's ripping coming up. That rip tides coming. That rip is coming right up through Florida. The cool air and that warm air starting to fight each other. You know what happens after that? Tornadoes, man. It's just bad. So shout out to everybody, man. We love you guys. Fellas, if you're here for the first time, please hit the like button, subscribe button. If you want to join the panel tonight and be a part of the conversation, the link is at the top of the comments. So go up to the top of the comments and hit the link, all right? I'll be dropping it throughout the show. Let me check the temperature of my guys on the panel here tonight. Mr. Bennett, how are you tonight, sir?
Doing well. Did some yard work out there, just trying to get my yard in order. So a little beat up a little bit, but thank God for the health to do it. So good to be here.
Man, absolutely, Mr. Bennett. Thank you, brother, for being here. Our pain.
You muted, sir. Arpain, you muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, okay. I have a couple of mics over here. Anyway, yeah, man, I'm cool. Everything's good. Can't complain. The weather so far is all right. So New Jersey's cool.
All right, man. Thank you for being here, brother. All right, man. I'm just keeping up with this weather, man. I'm looking at 4 screens here, right? Because a lot of our people that's supposed to be with us here tonight are suffering from storms. I got messages from everybody. Yeah. And thank you, Edward. Keep us in line, Edward, because Edward's in that storm. So Edward, just keep us updated, man. I hope that you are doing great, man. Keep your family safe. And prayers out to everybody, man. If you're listening to this, if this can keep you entertained while you bunker down and hunker down, man, we're happy to be here for you guys. And we're praying with you guys and standing with you guys tonight. All right. I want to play a video first. And what I want to do is I want to put Mr. Bennett and Arpain on the screen here. Now, y'all still gonna hear me, but I'm okay. Now, y'all can still hear me. Put a thumbs up if you can still hear me.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Bennett, and you guys have wisdom, right? Mr. Bennett, more over than Arpain. Well, no, I'm gonna say no, over Arpain because Arpain didn't really start preaching lately. You know, I'm so proud of Arpain. I just want to give him a hug. I love him. But Arpain, I want to show you guys a video, and I want you guys to give me what you think of the video. I want you guys to tell me what you think. All right, I'm gonna do something a little unorthodox here. So I'm gonna play the first video. On Mother's Day, the pastor Jamal Bryant of one of the biggest churches in Georgia, all right, he said this about on Mother's Day to his members. Let's take a look. Here we go.
Judge your mother too quickly or write her off too fast. You don't know the other side of her testimony of what she had to shield you from just in order for you to have a household. She was not trying to block your father. She was trying to keep you from an abuser and an alcoholic. Y'all ain't saying nothing to me. She didn't know all of the right things to do, but she did the best that she could with what she had. And you ought to be thankful unto God that you didn't come out half bad. Y'all ain't saying nothing. You ought to thank God for a praying mother, even when she didn't have all the degrees, didn't have the best English, didn't say everything right, but she had a heart for your survival. And you gonna sit in here bougie with an attitude talking about you ain't talking to her? You must be crazy. Get out of here and get your mama on the phone and thank her for her sacrifice.
All right, guys. This was for Mother's Day. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts?
It's kind of tough because it's pretty subjective to the experience of the individual. So if there were circumstances where someone had to go through that and, they had to incur, those particular situations, if the father wasn't around or if the father was abusive or what have you, and she did, as he was saying, the best he could. I think there definitely needs to be, I think it coming together. I mean, she needs to certainly explain, or there needs to be some truth told in terms of that particular situation. But then there's going to be those cases where you only hear one side. And so a lot of times you don't get to hear the father's side in that particular situation. So, I'm not one, and, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the week. I don't think I want to go into this tonight because I don't think it's necessarily appropriate. But we talked about just men in general, how a lot of times our relationships with our mothers haven't always been the best for a variety of reasons that may or may not have been their fault. But a lot of times we're not given the space to express ourselves or to talk about some of that hurt that we might have had. And so, but the culture is such is that essentially mom is untouchable when it comes to, us being able to look back and talk about some of the things that done to us. So I definitely think there needs to be a forum for men who've had those tough experiences with the mom, again, in part because, again, she didn't know what she was doing, or flat out she was wrong. And I think, in order for there to be true healing, for people to be to move on, you need to be able to have that honest conversation. But if Jamal is essentially saying, and most of this is pandering, I mean, you can, clearly, just based on the audience that was there, a lot of it is certainly, I think, in some part pandering. But I'm not going to deny that some women have certainly gone through some bad experiences with the fathers of their children. We can talk about, well, you chose them, and you could talk about, the things that, that were done. But at the end of the day, there's still going to be those who have been negatively impacted by that. And I think that needs to be recognized and not just brushed over. I think until you allow the men, and I guess he was talking about the boys, unless you're going to allow these men to really talk about how that affected them, whether or not they intended to or not, I don't think there could really be true healing or reconciliation that takes place. So I think it's too simplistic to say, well, just, you need to get on the phone and call your mom and thank her for what have you. Now, if, hurt people. And if she was hurt for whatever reason, you had to incur some of that hurt. That shouldn't be just pushed off in that particular situation. So yeah, definitely a lot more nuance than what Pastor Brian is suggesting. But I do think there's a forum, because I know guys in these spaces who've had it, pretty rough with their moms, especially when they grow up later on and find out that their dad wasn't necessarily the bad guy. And, how many times have we seen where, we had Kirk Franklin, you showed a video where, he got the DNA test and that wasn't his dad that whole time. And how many times that happens. So, yeah, I think that, everyone needs to be accountable in this situation, including the mothers. And I'm not going to put mothers necessarily on a pedestal where they cannot be touched or criticized or rebuked for their for the many ways that they may have abused their children. Again, recognizing that they might have had some things they had to deal with themselves, but again, they're still going to be victims. Again, hurt people, and we need to acknowledge that.
All right, you can jump right on in there, Mr. Payne. What are your thoughts?
Well, listen, I mean, I don't know how he preaches on other than Mother's Day. I mean, he's certainly he was pandering, and but some of his message was appropriate for Mother's Day to bolster them up. But I would imagine he's that kind of preacher, period. Because of course his money comes from a lot of women. So I mean, I don't know how you can have a real nuanced discussion from the pulpit to cover all bases. So I don't know what percentage of women actually had to save their kids from their father, but we know that there was some. So you could take a slither of truth and make it into a sermon, and that's what he did. So, I don't know what kind of pastor he is other than that, because if it was other than Mother's Day, and he was still touting that same message, then we know where he's coming from. So I'm not going to give him a pass, but we know what he was doing. But the door was open because you want to say something to women that's nice on Mother's Day. And that's what he was doing. And he's going to get a little bit of extra money in the pot, So, but we all know that the statistics are a wide prism with mothers and their kids. The number one abuser of kids are women. Parents, their mothers are the kids. That kind of stuff. But nobody talks about that. But it's true. So, I mean, listen, we can make a mountain out of the molehill, but the problem with the black church these days is that they can't they have to pander to make money, because that's what keeps their doors open. And the people who pay are the ones who are going to get the service that they want, and that's what's invaded the church. And it's unfortunate. And there's only a few pastors that don't succumb to that. Your Geno Jennings, and things of that nature. There's a few others, but, I don't expect much from pastors these days. I like my pastor, but he had a sermon talking about, and I'm not hard over on this, but he had a from the pulpit, he said he accepts female preachers. He made it a point to say that, because I know there's a battle in the Baptist church, I guess, about that.
Did you challenge him on it?
No, I didn't challenge him on it because I'm not really that hard over on it. I think I don't, whether it's wrong or not. I mean, that's not my battle. I mean, I pick and choose my battles. That's not one of them. Okay. That's not what. The truth of the matter is, every Sunday I listen to Geno Jennings. So that's not my.
My wife. I'm gonna reach out to Geno and see if he'll come do a show with us.
Yeah.
He wouldn't. In fact, he would ban your network because, according to his guidelines, this show in this format goes against his church's guidelines. So he would not be a fan of the BMU network.
Yeah, yes, that's probably a fact. But so I don't have much to say. I just think the dude is doing what he's doing to keep his doors open. They're pandering to the women. There was a certain age group of women there, and he just punching the ticket, man. Is it right? Well, he took a slither of truth and he made it into a whole sermon, and that's pretty much what he did.
Well, again, thank you guys for being here tonight. We'll replay that video in a moment. However, if you guys want to come and join the conversation, please do so. We would love to have you on the panel. If you go to the top of the screen, you will see the link is all the way at the top of the comments. So go all the way to the top, and take a look. It's in a book, Reading Rainbow. All right. So again, I want to show you guys this. I want to show you guys again. I knew you would catch it, Mr. Arpain. All right. So this right here is the link. It's at the top. It's also in the chat. If you want to join us in the conversation, guys, please come up. I'm going to play the video one more time. JT is in the back. He'll be up in just a second. Be good to see him, and congratulations to him, his baby girl graduating college. What an amazing, amazing accomplishment. So shout out to my brother as well. All right, here we go. Play the video one more time.
Judge your mother too quickly or write her off too fast. You don't know the other side of her testimony of what she had to shield you from just in order for you to have a household. She was not trying to block your father. She was trying to keep you from an abuser and an alcoholic. Y'all ain't saying nothing to me.
And now I want to stop it right there. Why is it that if your mother is blocking your father, it's only because he's an abuser or an alcoholic? Why could the mother be blocking the father because the father's moved on to a better woman? Or he's moved on to better, bigger things in his life? Why does it have to be something negative? Mr. Benny, you want to comment on that?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's again, that's the extreme that I think everybody can get on.
Right.
But the reality is that a lot of fathers are blocked for other reasons. You don't make enough.
Right.
You're not attentive enough. You're not, pick it is. I mean, again, women file for the majority of the divorces and the breakups. And things get messy a lot of times, again, when there's a new woman in the picture. So we've all seen that. So, he took the extreme cases that he would get the most on, but it definitely paints a picture that all these men are abusers and whatnot, and the reality is it's not. So again, I think the fact that he paints a narrative, which then scratched my head when people talk about, they don't agree with female pastors. How many pastoral clips have you played of men who just go off the rails? So that's what I'm saying. To me, it doesn't matter if you're a male or female. Is it true or is it not? And if it's true, I can rock with you. And the only way you'll know that's true is if you're reading for yourself. So I think that to me, that's just another illustration. Everyone just gets indignant if you see a female up there, but will they tell the truth? But clearly in this case, he's going to do what, as Brother Payne said, he's going to do what keeps the coffers filled. So yeah, I just don't like the narrative that all these black men are just abusing their women. They're not. In fact, if we really be honest, I mean, a lot of these men are the ones who are getting abused physically, verbally, all that stuff. But again, we can't talk about that in certain places. So yeah, I just think it's no, I don't think he's like I said, there are cases. But I'm saying, but the presentation is such where it's like he wants to, the picture's being painted that you have all these abusive men out there. And it's just not true. We all know this. They say 51% of men are unmarried and childless. So it's not the majority of men. And then we have, and 80% of the women that are filing the divorces, they're not all because all these men are being abusive. So again, I just don't like the narrative that's being painted. Yes, I mean, relationships can be complex, and certainly relationships can can end. The thing he's referring to is what's in the best interest of the children, and keeping a child away from his father, especially when that hasn't happened. How does that be beneficial? But of course, I'm not going to disagree if, in fact, the father is being abusive to the wife and the children. Yeah, you need to get out of that situation and keep your kids possibly from that situation until that man can get help with that situation. I don't think that's nothing that anyone will disagree with. But don't paint a narrative that is misleading, painting this image of black men, this color purpling, as we used to call it, of black men. And I just don't agree. That's something we need to be promoting. But I certainly respect people who go through it, no doubt.
All right. Arpin, you want to say something before I
Yeah,
continue?
I mean, real quick, man. Can you imagine him getting up there and saying, "You old fat bitches, man. Your husband's just left you, man." So he went for something younger, more fresh. He's not gonna preach that shit for the pulpit. So he had, like I said, he's pandering, and he took the opportunity to fill those coffers on Mother's Day. Tell them something nice that they want to hear, because whether it's true or not, women call almost everything abuse these days, and but we have no shortage of evidence where women purposely leave, alienate the kids from their fathers so they don't have to follow any direction. They get on ego trips, and they could do it all alone as long as they get that money from subsidies and from the man. Why put up with somebody else? I could do it myself. So there's a certain comfort.
And yeah. Now, again, E-Man saying he's speaking to the congregation. I don't think he's speaking to the world. Again, that's problematic. So you mean your whole church, as big as your church is, probably got thousands of members. The majority of the women in there are coming from abusive men. That'd be a tough. That's a tough audience to tough church to maintain. And he's not just speaking to the church. He's live streaming. All these guys got channels and chat, so you never, and when you get to his status, you're never just speaking to your local church. The message is always going to the outside. So again, I just don't think that whether he's speaking locally or to the world, the word is getting out, and I don't think this stuff is not. No one leaked this. All right, this is certainly a lot. Most of this content for these mega preachers is for public consumption. So again, I don't like that. I don't agree with that either.
Right. And I see my brother JT came in the building. I can't see him though. I think he even froze up over there.
No, he's got his avatar.
I can't get in home, man, and I can't get on camera, man. I am messed up. I'm under the weather, bro.
Oh no.
I'm under the weather, man. But I couldn't wait. I couldn't miss another barbershop, bro. So I missed y'all, man.
No,
yeah, man, congratulations, man.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Hey, we've been calling it out all week, bro. Man, I know you're a proud papa, bro. So I want to finish this, and I want to get your thoughts on it. But Arpin, you was about to go?
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me go ahead and play the rest of it. Here we go.
She didn't know all of the right things to do, but she did the best that she could with what she had. And you ought to be thankful unto God that you didn't come out half bad. Y'all ain't saying nothing. You ought to thank God for a praying mother, even when she didn't have all the degrees, didn't have the best English, didn't say everything right, but she had a heart for your survival. And you gonna sit in here bougie with an attitude talking about you ain't talking to her? You must be crazy. Get out of here and get your mama on the phone and thank her for her sacrifice.
All right, JT, what are your thoughts?
I don't like that narrative he painted about the father. I can't stand that part right there. And then if he was speaking to someone specifically, I would understand it. But man, come on. Do you know how many of these young kids that have suffered because of the ideal of their moms putting other men over them, the mom being in between them and them siblings? You know what I'm saying? Now, this is what I do agree with. There should be mercy, right? There should be mercy. But you can't sit there and act like a lot of these mothers were out here trying the best that they could. Most of these babies were oops babies. Most of these, the way that these women have been out here, I just don't agree with that narrative to the point where this had to have been on Mother's Day. This had to be on Mother's Day.
Yes,
I would have, respected it more if the man would have just used it to a point where he had a sermon where it came down to having mercy, not that picture he just painted right there, because a lot of women did not keep their kids from abusive men. In fact, there's a lot of young women, I'm telling you right now, with myself. I've been probably involved, family members, friends, and I'm talking about all women, right? At least 80%. And I think I'm lowballing it, had to deal with being abused by a family member. I'm talking about sexually abused, touched, etc. And guess who was right there? Mama. So what he was saying with that, that's absolutely not right. I get it when you get the people in the moment and you get them, and he was talking to a specific person or whatever it was. But come on, man. I hate when they use like Mother's Day to sit back and paint all these mothers as if they all are the Virgin Mary and they love their child. Come on, man. That's what I didn't like about that whole thing. At all. I didn't like it at all. That's pandering, if you ask me. I'm gonna land it there, man. What's so funny, RP? You're muted, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah. So my
I
bad.
take it up. I was looking at Alyssa's comments. She's like all or nothing, man. She wants to fight. You bring your ass up here. Well, how about doing that?
Yeah,
I ain't got enough energy.
Yeah, she should be feeling better now. I know she was a little underwell. I hope she's feeling better. But
I hope she's feeling. She is feeling better. That's what it seemed like to me. She typed in
She's going out swinging, man. Go
just
on.
to the top of the chat and go ahead and get in here so we can take you to school, okay? Because what he should he's not being specific at all. I think that he's pandering.
Yeah.
He's literally pandering to the women in his church because he knows women give more, women bring more resources, and why would you not pander?
And black man, this is another thing too. When a lot of these women have attitudes with their mama, it's always some deep underlying shit, ain't it? It ain't the fact that they just don't like their mama because she was so strict on them and she kept them. No, a lot of times if they get down to the nitty gritty with it, it's going to be something that the mom had contributed to or did. And then once the kids start saying stuff to her, she want to twiddle her thumbs or don't even want to talk about it. Do y'all know how many women out here that's hurting right now because something in their past happened, a mother had something to do with it, and when they came and talked to their mama, the mama said, I don't want to hear it. I don't care nothing about what you're talking about. It's a lie what you're saying. Don't bring that stuff up. It was so long ago. I done had to deal with so many young women and older women that tried to confront their mom, and the mom didn't want to deal with them. I don't see women that just have an attitude with their mama and their mama did everything that she could. You got, when they're young or whatever, and because they didn't get something the mother, that's different. But what he was talking about, no, that was like a lifetime worth of fucking, I'm not talking to you. You ain't never did nothing to me, did nothing for me and stuff like that. So right. he was definitely pandering, man. Most definitely he was.
And that's the thing again. We have to stop this. And I got to get unfiltered for a minute because I'm passionate about this. We have to stop pandering. When is the truth going to be good enough?
Yeah.
Half of those mothers in that church are manipulating the government, are stealing from the government, getting food stamps, manipulating paperwork. If we want to start throwing stones, let's do that. How many women are there are abusing their children?
Yeah.
How many of those women in there are leaving their 3-year-olds and 5-year-olds at home and going to the club while their kids sleep in their bed and anything could happen? How many of those women are promiscuous, bringing different men in out the house, and those men could be predators around their kids? Matter of fact, Anissa, I just pressure you to go and Google how many women allow these men in the house and how many of those kids are being molested by the men they choose. But I'm just a guy. Before we move on, I want to get over here to this. We have a super chat, and I want to, and we'll get back to you guys. Either Man Williams, you're welcome to come up here. It's let me hear along. Hold on. Either man Williams, I'm gonna open the barbershop up to the ladies too. Come drop your kids off, ladies, in the barbershop and have a seat and have a conversation. Embrace the grace. Come on up here. Anissa, come on up here. Either man Williams, come on up here and get on this panel, because I think the conversation will get better if you were here. So come on over here and let's have the conversation. But we do have a super chat in the building. Let's see. Harmonize, $2. Thank you, Harmonize. She says, why are folks listening to Satan in a suit? Shaking my head. All right, let me give you a little something. Here we go.
Then step this way, step that way, then step this way, step that way. Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Then step this way, step that way.
All right, thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. All right, let's see here. Let's go back to the chat here. If they was talking in this chat, they getting it in this chat now. All right, shout out to my other sister from another mister. Take heed to the message. Her daughter went to prom for the first time tonight. She was looking beautiful, lovely, and she's over there handling prom duties. And so shout out to Take Heed to the Message. She said her and her husband is so I talked to her today on the phone. She said her and her husband are so excited for her daughter tonight. She's excited as well. So shout out to her. I appreciate her and everything that she does. Appreciate that. All right. So Either Man Williams says, let's get to what they're saying over here. Anissa says, no, I'm not going to only highlight the negatives about women. All right. She is the president. She said he never said a majority. He just used an example. If your mom did the best she could with what she had, you should be thankful. Wait a minute. Wait.
That's not what he said.
That's definitely not what he said.
That's not what he said.
That's not what he said. Matter of fact, we're gonna play it again. Here we go.
Your mother too quickly or write her off too fast. You don't know the other side of her testimony of what she had to shield you from just in order for you to have a household. She was not trying to block your father. She was trying to keep you from an abuser and an alcoholic. Y'all ain't saying nothing to me. She didn't know all of the right things to do, but she did the best that she could with what she had. And you ought to be thankful unto God that you didn't come out half bad. Y'all ain't saying nothing. You ought to thank God for a praying mother, even when she didn't have all the degrees, didn't have the best English, didn't say everything right, but she had a heart for your survival, and you gonna sit in here bougie.
Pander. All I heard was pander.
It wasn't, like I said, it wasn't a lie. It was a narrative.
Right.
He didn't say, if he would have said, I know some of you have gone through, I know some of your mothers didn't treat you right or whatever, I understand that. He didn't say that. He painted a narrative like this is just going on all the time.
And Mr. Bennett, you know for sure, when you in church, when you're in church, a lot of times a pastor will say, I don't know who I'm talking to tonight.
Exactly. Yeah.
But this message is for you, right?
Right.
He painted them
this
all
message,
and put
this
them
message, right. This message isn't for everybody.
Right.
But in my spirit, that this is for somebody. So again, if it supermarket approach, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. I get that.
Yep.
But I didn't hear any qualification in that statement.
You know what he should have did, Mr. Bennett? What he should have done. See, this is why not God. I'm gonna say God. This is why people wouldn't be ready for me in no pulpit. Because what he just did, he should have added a little to that. What he should have said, when your mother shielded you from your father, who was an alcoholic and an abuser, even when your mother was a whore, even when your mother didn't know who your father was, she was in the club fucking those different men every Friday night. She was still your mother. She's still a whore. That's your mother.
Okay, you have like three people in the congregation left.
How many women out here will tell their children that they have deadbeat dads? But watch me now, stay with me. How many will tell they have deadbeat dads because they don't even know who the dad is?
Right.
A one night stand was your daddy, but now all of a sudden you paint a bad narrative in your kids' eyes that they're bad, that men are bad, all because you had ineligible pussy.
Goddamn.
We got Trey Ferg in the building tonight, ladies and
What's
gentlemen.
going on, man?
So Trey, I don't know. I know you just got through doing horizontal exercises over there in the bedroom. However, did you get a chance to see the video, Trey? Okay, you muted. I want to hear your thoughts on it. And embrace the grace, E-Man, all y'all, come on, Anissa, put your wig on and get up here.
I'm gonna start calling Trey Snack Daddy. He always eating when he on somebody's panel. What's up, Trey?
He trying to get his Anissa says so stupid. But no, what okay, so why is it stupid? And Mr. says so stupid. Why is it stupid when you should call out everything? You shouldn't say just because your daddy was an abuser. You should say, no, even when your mother was irresponsible with her pussy, that's what you should have said. Even though your mother was irresponsible with her pussy, she still raised you. Without your father, because your father was a one-night stand.
Word.
Talk to me. No, Lord, listen, if he come in here tonight, listen, y'all, we got somebody in the back. Y'all already know who he is. He got the microphone from Mount Sinai.
Yeah. Oh, God.
We're going to kick his ass back over Mount Sinai.
He better turn his life down when he get up here.
I'm going to wait till you get his camera right. Camera, I don't know. E-Man, you coming on camera tonight, brother?
I got to come back. I think I got to swap out.
Okay. Oh, okay. Whoa, balls. Oh my God, he's like a retired laundromat worker. Listen, what's going on, my brother?
What's happening?
Yeah, boy, you done froze like the men in church on that Sunday when that sermon was going on. Go out and come back in. But Anissa, you know what, Anissa? I love you, Anissa. I really do love you, Anissa. I really, really do. You are an amazing person. You're a connoisseur of wine. But God damn, you out of line. Listen, bars. Listen, I'm trying to. So you know what, Anissa? He said some of y'all had sorry moms. Some of us had great mothers. Listen, you absolutely correct. Some of these women, like Mr. said earlier, some women were great mothers, but some of those women were great mothers because you only saw them be great mothers. Some of those women would go outside in the car, act like they left the church fan in the car, suck Deacon Johnson dick, get $25, come back in and kiss you on the face right before you go to bed. The fuck out of here.
Yeah, Anissa, but you saying everything and nothing at the same time with that statement.
No, I'm not lying.
Yeah, you saying everything and nothing at the same time with that statement. We're not talking about everybody. We're talking about the narrative that.
Let me know when you're ready, E-Man. Just throw your hands up. Throw your thumb up. I know you're swapping out your camera.
We're talking about the narrative that pastor has set. That's what we are speaking to. Of course, we know that there are some good ones and some bad ones. That's not a conversation.
And I don't even know why we have to separate that. It's good and bad and everything. Why we have to even separate that? What I'm saying is there are some women out there in that audience right there that are horrible mothers. And you're speaking truth. You're speaking inconsistencies to women who may not even be doing the job. They're only there on Sunday because they give away money on Mother's Day. See, at my church, okay, they give Mother's Day money away. So they'll pay for dinner, massages, they give away gift cards, all types of stuff. Oh my God. When you get to the church, they got white and pink roses made in an arch that you walk under, and they pull all the kids in and they taking pictures of all these single moms with their kids. And they taking these pictures, they give them the pictures, and they give the women flowers. The oldest woman in the church get $500. The youngest woman in the church get $100. The woman that's a new mother, even though she's a single mother, not married, all right, they give her a gift card to go eat. They give another woman a gift card to this. On Father's Day, they say, all fathers stand up. You have studs standing up, women standing up saying, I play both roles. But I'm ready this year because last year I didn't go. Mr. Bennett told us to stop running and start to face it. And so I'm going to take his advice this year, and I'm gonna shut this bitch down. I may go viral.
You got the Manny Freshes in church.
I may go viral this Father's Day. I'm going to go to church and sit there out. Guarantee if a woman stand up, it's going down. They're gonna call security. Hey,
Black Man, do you have a do you have like a 4K camera or a what they call it, a GoPro or something like that?
Yeah,
Shit, you better take that shit just in case.
I will. Because I think it's unfair, right? Because on Mother's Day, I didn't see no, and that's the thing. On Mother's Day, I didn't see no sisters standing up to my, hey,
Yeah.
I'm a mama too.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Lena. She said, at BMU, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Oh my God, that touched my spirit. Woo. If I didn't have all these tears set up for Nissa when I started laughing and crying after we get off her ass, I would have gave you one. But listen, we got Kermit the Frog in here tonight. I mean, Scorched Earth in here tonight, and I just want to, welcome you to the show, my brother. You look like you're at a hotel again, hoeing around. You still pimping, big pimping. Hold on, just a second. Hold your thought. I know. Let them hoes get out the room before they come on camera. Now, I can't go to jail for what you doing over there, Trey Ferd.
What's up, BMU?
There you go. You saw the video. What do you think about this pandering 4K in 4K? Go ahead.
Well, first of all, let me say hello to everybody up on the panel, all the BMU brothers, man.
What's going on, bro?
Appreciate y'all, man. It's Friday, the video, from what Brother Bennett said, Brother Arpane said, you can mix both of those up together, throw it in a ball, and it'll still be the same. It just amazes me how the message, regardless of what angle, it's villainizing the black man without him even being present. Been quite a few, especially, and again, I go back to a certain point of time. Single mothers coming out of the 70s, they were pretty, they were fine. They had 6 boys, all of them 6 foot, all of them, 5 of them probably graduated college, joined the military. One of them probably was in the streets, but he still came out okay. And the fact that here we are today is just sad, because women will come out of their pocket. They'll come out of their pocket if you give them a good word, a good feel-good story. They'll peel that money. They'll bring you, that was probably 20,000, 25 G's that day, because it looked like it was a packed church. But man, we understand, and I hope brothers understand even faster, we are the true descendants of God himself. Jesus is your relative.
Well, Trey Ferd, let me give you an idea of mega church money.
Yeah.
Joel Osteen says they do $150,000 a service. So they have
Joel Osteen.
Yeah.
Has $150,000.
This is my Bible. This is God. There once was a man in a boat traveling. God came to him and told him, "You are the man of God."
But Brother BMU, on the chitlin circuit, where the black folk preachers are, it ain't even about the people. It's about just getting the money, for real. The black church can do a great deal to change the dynamic of the movement, but it's about give the women a feel-good story. And that's why I say, brothers, when you hear stuff and start seeing this for what it is, you start moving accordingly.
Men can't even ask questions, Trey Ferd.
Don't even ask questions. Do what you want to do.
Even if we ask a question, we get ridiculed. Today, I got ridiculed by Anissa. Me and Anissa was talking on the phone today. Anissa was cussing at me like I was a 13-year-old kid in the 4th grade who stole candy.
I know that ain't true. I can't believe that.
Oh yes. And Anissa said, "God damn it, you niggas need to hold them niggas accountable." I said, well, she said, "You seen Diddy. You wrong. Hold that motherfucker accountable." I said, well, Anissa, I said, I don't know. This is what I said. I said, I don't know what happened in their room before he chased out of their room and grabbed her like that. I can't believe what you just said to me. Listen, I just asked the question. How do we know what happened in the room before he chased her down the hallway? What if she hit him in the head?
Come on, BMU. You know what, though? That's funny, man. I can see her react to that.
Oh yeah, she went in on my ass. Okay, so we do have Tyler Perry's daddy here tonight. You saw the video. What are your thoughts, Mr. Perry?
Is he frozen again?
Tyler Perry daddy.
Oh, that's not my name. Put some respect on my name, sir.
Scorched Earth Perry. What's going on?
Thank you. No, ain't no Scorched Earth Perry. How you doing, bro? You need to knock that mess off, man. I don't know who you think you're talking to, man. You must have forgot who I am.
Man, I slap people on Friday nights.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead,
What
brother.
happened?
Go ahead.
To the question at hand, that's why I don't entertain of even taking myself to church on Mother's Day or Easter/Resurrection Sunday, because half them people be up there showboating, number one, and all of them lying, trying to tell you about a life you supposed to live when they ain't living it themselves. They ain't nothing more than pimps in the pulpit, every last one of them.
Hold on a second. Anissa says that implies she deserved to get hit and kicked. It does not. Because if they went to court, the defense attorney is going to ask those questions. Can you
Well,
please?
my question is about that, BMU. Why is it that she waited so long just to sit up there and gain $30 million, and now all of a sudden the tapes come out?
We're going to get into that in a second. We're going to get into listen, because in 2016 this incident happened. 2017 she was on a yacht with a $350,000 bag. 2018 she was seen in Paris getting off his private jet without him, with our homegirls having a girls' weekend, spending all kind of money. In 2018, 2019 they were on vacation again. On 2019 he bought her Bugatti for her birthday. Right? So in 2016, when you got dragged down the hallway, you did not leave the man. You chose the lifestyle over your safety.
The R. Kelly effect, sir.
Yeah, who do we need to really talk about here? Okay, so again, I want to get to the next video because I have a few for you guys tonight. I really want to get through this with you guys. Thank you for Jamal Bryant coming up here and pandering. We appreciate the panderhood. But I want to go to another preacher that talked with some sense. And let's see what he had to say. Here we go.
When he really opens up,
oh shit!
Don't you use what he said when he was open to prove a point when you want to win an argument. You will never hear the full story from us ever again. And we'll start say stuff like this. How are you? Good. I ain't good, but I just ain't telling you. Women, let me tell you something. Men are not emotionless. We have deep emotions. We just don't know how to express them. And let me tell you, if you make us feel unsafe, you'll never hear from us again. If I tell you something in a moment of vulnerability and you use it against me in an argument, you can forget me talking to you forever. And you keep talking about he quiet, he shut down, he's in his man cave, he won't open up, because when he did open up, you shut the door on him.
All right, gentlemen. I want to start with let's see here. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts on what the young man had to say?
I agree with a lot of what he said. Certainly, as far as when a man is shows his heart and you abuse it, either to use it later in an argument or to share that with people who don't need to be knowing his business, even if it's your people who are close to you. That all that stuff should be private when a guy shows you his heart. So again, if it's a real man, he's only going to give you one opportunity to do that. A guy, he may go back to the well if that's all he can get and just deal with it. But you got one chance at that, and if it's used against him, as he said, it may not be open again. The only thing I might have had a problem with is that it's not that men are not emotional. We just don't know how to express ourselves sometimes. I don't know if that's necessarily true either. I think we just express differently than maybe the way women do it. We may not be with the balls and the tears and the, with the emotion, but we can oftentimes articulate what's on our mind. Or if it is going to be hard for us, it's not going to be any harder for us than it is going to be for a woman if you're truly going to be honest. So that's the only thing that kind of messed me up a little bit. No, I think we can express if we're in a place of safety where we can actually talk. The thing is, you may not like what we have to say, and are you willing to deal with the truth that we're going to give to you? Just going back to the prior topic, I may have a lot to say about you, Mom, about what you did and how that affected me. Are you ready for that conversation, or do I have to couch it in such a way that it'll land lightly, but I may come with the raw truth of how I'm feeling about it, but a lot of people aren't ready for that. So part of the expression is is it's not necessarily what you're saying. It definitely is about how you say it, especially when you're dealing with your woman. There have been many times like I'm a classic cave dweller. So when that Men Are from Mars and Women from Venus book came out, he described me to a T. I would rather go into a cave and not talk, oftentimes for days, if not a couple of weeks. Early in my marriage, I would go like 2 weeks. I would barely talk to my wife because the fear was I never wanted to say something in my anger still if I wasn't in a position where I could articulate what I say without going there. Because if I said it, then I don't think I could ever take it back. And so I wanted to make sure that I was in a proper position to be able to express myself and lay out what I wanted to say in a way that you would be able to digest without adding more fuel to the fire or the situation. So I think that is where I think a lot of men spend their time, is trying to put it in a way that, again, advances the argument. But no, I think a man is more than capable of expressing his emotions. The issue is, can you take it when we do so?
And that goes to the subject of tonight. Look at the title of the show tonight. You want the truth, but can you handle the truth? I think that, Mr. Benny, you're spot on. I think it's hard even with the Kirk Franklin situation, as we talked about earlier, it's hard for Kirk to sit there and deal with his mom, continuing to say, denying that man is his father, because she didn't want to suffer the embarrassment that she was babysitting and being a predator to his father. Kirk Franklin's mother was babysitting this kid and having sex with him and got pregnant with Kirk. You don't want that to get out. Well, ma'am, it's out. They've done a DNA test. And you sat there in front of Kirk and just continued to say, that's not true. That's not your daddy. And he said, Mama, we'll do another DNA test. They did another one in front of her. She was there, present. Test results the same. She said, I still don't believe it. It's set up. Y'all got something going on. Ma'am, it's over. You were having sex with a 15-year-old kid when you were 20. It's okay. It's out now. But
why she not locked up?
Oh, no, she's not going. Come on now. You know better than that. Come on now.
Just a question.
But at the same time, she had this kid, or this man, disliking the man he thought was his father, all the way until the man died.
And he went to therapy to build a relationship and to connect with this man who was never his father.
She knew what you were doing.
I mean,
but hold up, BMU, the other man that died knew that he wasn't the man's father and never said anything.
Absolutely.
Black David, your mic messed up, Black David. I don't know what's wrong with you. You sound like a robot.
Absolutely, Scorch.
Yeah, you say something else? Say something else?
I said the other man that died, he knew the whole time. He protected the mother too, because he knew that Kirk wasn't his too, but he played along with it all the way up until his deathbed.
He did. That's called pussy whooped. Simp.
Can I speak on the video, fellas? I mean,
yeah, go ahead, Trey.
Can you hear me now?
Listen,
yeah, you good.
I love to see younger guys sort of find themselves. I love to see that, especially when they can express it. And, you know, we all are men and we all express differently, you know, and from any walk of life, we express our emotions differently. I think, you know, a man that's confident, he's going to just be able to think about it a little bit, then maybe come back later and speak about it, you know, because he want to make the best decision. But, you know, in some capacities, you know, a lot of the hurt is coming from the mothers. And, you know, it's just the behavior. A lot of this stuff is just learned. You know, I like when younger men find themselves early, you know, late 30s, early 40s, because there's a lot of young men that are still holding on to that pain and refuse to even say, you know what, let me change the dynamics of my own life, take accountability for your own life. Because, you know, we've all had to take accountability regardless of what experience we had as young folk before 18. We can't control that. That's just God giving you grace and let you move through it. I don't worry about grace from other people. I worry about grace from God. I want to respect everybody, but, you know, especially young people, man, you know, listen, he's giving y'all words and you just got to be able to just speak about it in the moment. Somebody slap you, you should be able to slam them on their head. They can't control what level you come back. And when it comes to your parents, it's different. It's a different story. Y'all been around your mothers all your life. Y'all seen it, y'all heard it. Y'all heard people talk about your mamas. Probably seen your father at the corner store, but your mama or somebody done told you don't talk to him. And he probably tried to talk to you. You're going to be a man one day too. And when you find that realization, man, you can't worry about no woman. She disrespects you in any kind of way. Walk away, get away. Don't move in with her ever. Live by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Don't move in if she ain't down with the marriage. And when you go over, make sure it smell like potpourri. If it smell like corn chips and feet, that ain't nothing you want to deal with, bro.
I know that's right. And
So
let me say
be
this.
honest with what you want, fellas. And as far as your emotions, talk to people that don't know you so you can get some unbiased advice. You can't tell the people that you've been around and they shooting down all your ideas and talking about, hey man, I want to do this. Man, don't do that. Don't leave. No, go talk to somebody who you know is in that space. Because they're gonna give you unsolicited, unbiased advice. They're gonna give you the best opportunity, the best advice. Somebody that know you, man, why you want to do that? Then they go back and tell the person that you was talking about. That's a fool's move.
Yep, absolutely.
Now I want to respect you.
Yeah,
That's
I
all
want to
I
say
got.
this to Travel One. She said men are to grow and figure life out and not look for coddling. Do black men understand this? Now I'm gonna address this. We're gonna get back to the video. Okay, I'm gonna address this real quick. We'll get back to the video. I'm gonna address it real quick. We'll get back to the video. Listen, men do not require coddling, but you were created for a reason. Women were created for a reason. And I'm under the understanding, Mr. Bennett, you can digitally slap me in the back of the head if I'm wrong here, but I am under the the influence of the Bible, which says women were created to be a man's help. I think it's what it says. Maybe I'm biblically ignorant tonight. So if the women were created for a man's help, and a man that wants to come and lay something at his wife's feet, I think the wife should embrace. Mm-hmm. Damn, I'm taking on characteristics of my panelists. I just said, They ain't nobody but take heed.
Here's the problem.
I just think that men are supposed to lay it down at the feet. If you're with a woman that you can't talk to and you can't lay your burdens down by the riverside with your woman, you need to just move on. Just don't be with her. Goddamn. But Black David, go ahead very quickly, Black David, because I said I was going to address and we're going to move on with the video, nigga. You in school, they kick you out of class, didn't they?
I want to make it real quick.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I'm going to make it real quickly. The problem is, a lot of females are not built to be women or lady, so they need to check the hell up. That's just simple.
Oh, damn. That was really nice.
Like that.
Black David, you on one tonight.
They have the female or the hoe.
Damn.
I'm taking a bare knuckle.
Oh, damn. Wow. What you said, bare skin. What'd you say? Pause. Listen.
Since she came up with a comment, I had to come out with mine.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
man, but don't know how to grow up, right? Female need to know how to be a woman or lady. They cannot, they just shut the hell up. Period.
Damn, Black David, I don't want to.
Can we keep moving?
I like it. Yeah. Alex P. King said women were not created. Watch this. To help mate. It's a misinterpretation. And most importantly, humans evolved, not created by mythical figure. Okay.
So you tell me the female was created by ape?
No. Hold on, Alex. If you want to come up, the link is at the top of the chat, my brother. We'd love to have you on, man. Good to see you. Everybody has their own opinion. I will say this: if women were not created to be our help, and they were created to be our equal, then what happened with Diddy and Cassie was just another guy losing a fight. I do want to say this. I want to move on to JT. JT, what are your thoughts about the video?
Female were taken from the river of a monkey.
Yeah, come on, JT. What are your thoughts?
So, yeah, that was probably the only thing I had to Mr. Bennett was that the fact that he was saying that we don't know how to express ourselves. That's not true. It's pretty much, it goes into the point where he was saying that us being that man that once you tell all our business, that we confide into you and you have everybody looking at us crazy, That's one of the reasons why we won't give you everything, right? We won't give a woman each and everything in detail. That's just not how we are. Most men are really direct. Some men are not direct, so they have to explain it. Some men are long-winded. And when we start expressing ourselves, man, we have to deal with a lot of pushback, especially when it comes down to women. So we end up learning that, listen, I'm either going to be direct, because I believe in still expressing yourself, right? But I look at it as being a lot more direct when you're talking, especially when you're talking to women. Now, when you're talking to your kids, you learn another way. You may have to explain it to them. You know, they like to call it lecturing. This is the thing. You ain't never had nobody saying, I was lectured by my mom. It was always being lectured by your dad. Why? Because as we get older, we start to come up, and a lot of us end up having a what do they call it? A lexicon, right? We understand how to express ourselves a little more in a simplistic way as we get older. But being a young man, it's a whole lot of things. It could be fear. It could be, you ever seen someone that's young and you tell them, come on, this is your time to express yourself. And they say, it don't matter anyway. Right. And it takes a minute. And then you have to get them. A lot of times that's what happened with men until they get older and they understand that being direct is the part of, being that man and learning how to be direct, especially when it's with a woman that you love, when it's with your children and things like that. We're supposed to learn from that. But a lot of times from what he was talking about is that a lot of women don't understand. They step in their own damn way when it come down to their man. When that man confided you, that's between you and him, not for you to throw up everything in his face. And that's where a lot of women mess up at, man. I end it there.
Yeah, the fact that he had to say that means that it's prevalent.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, the fact that he even said it was prevalent. I mean, I have nothing new. Mr. Bennett hit most of the points. Yeah, men know how to express themselves. Women don't like the way men express themselves because we don't express ourselves like women. I mean, they want us. I mean, I just saw a video of a lady saying, after she has taken as much penis as she possibly can, she's in her 30s now. And she says, I want an emotional man. I want a man that, is soft and, and he can lean on me and I can talk. I said, man, you want a woman. You want to be you're a lesbian.
Yep.
I mean, you don't want no man, And so, like I said, I think a lot of times women don't know what the hell they want. When it comes to men, the one thing this YouTube, TikTok, all that just proved to me that women don't understand men at all. That not really. Not men for like real relationships. And that's where they have a problem with, because they want us to be like women. If you see how all the people, I'm gonna land here, you see how all the people are coming out against my man, the kicker from Kansas City, and most of his detractors are men. Men. I mean, I hear men. I mean, it's. I said, man, let me just land it there, man. Men are so disappointing. We ain't coming back from that, man. There's more men that have feminine ideas and think like women than we can possibly know.
Hell yeah.
Well, appreciate that. And I agree with you. When the kicker says that women naturally should be at home and all that other stuff, he was right on. And if I was him, I would get on the microphone, put on my Super Bowl ring, and say, "Fuck all y'all," because this is how I feel. And men need to start standing on business. Stop backing off business. Stand on business. If that's what you mean, goddamn, mean what you say. If you feel like women is naturally supposed to, they feel like they want to be at home and all that, whatever you said, back it up with what you believe in your scripture. We don't accuse the little hat people for what they went through. We don't sit up here and criticize them. They say what they want to say. They're heard. They're respected. Well, that man is speaking from what he feel in the Bible. He's a very Christian type person. But I saw the owner of the team came out today, the daughter or the wife or somebody, the owner of the team, came out today defending him, saying, "Oh no, I agree with him." So now it's going to be real bad. Now.
Let me just say one more thing on this thing. I have a cousin. We go back and forth. She's like a real feminist, liberal leaning kind of stuff, and I like going back and forth with her. So she was calling him misogynist and all that. I said, listen, what did he say that was so bad? I said, listen, I know you're an educated woman, but she got 3 children and a husband. I said, I have yet to hear a woman who loves her kids say, I want another degree and another director for my boss, and that's more important than my children. I have never heard a woman who loves their kids ever say that. You can, so she stopped arguing with me on that one.
You know what? I'll say this, and we're gonna continue on with everybody else. Go ahead and get your gun ready. Who hadn't gone yet? Well, think about it. We'll talk about it in a second. But I did see a video of a lady that went viral today, on camera saying, "Please, somebody come help me. I'm raising these kids by myself. I don't want these kids no more. If y'all don't come get them, I'm gonna drop them off somewhere."
I saw that.
You saw it?
I saw the lady. They came and picked up like people different ones. CPS or whatever came and picked up all her 7 kids, and she was celebrating how happy she was, smoking weed and everything.
But guess what? Guess what though? Ain't nobody gonna be on here talking about that, Mr. Payne. I guarantee you. I bet Anissa ain't gonna say nothing about that. She's the president. She's the president of these women. I guarantee of the sisterhood. I guarantee you. She gonna talk about Diddy, but she ain't gonna talk about that lady that said she finna drop her kids off in the middle of nowhere because she don't want to raise them no more.
Okay.
So let's get to who is this and popped up here. Oh yeah, we got Alex in the building tonight. What's going on, my guy? What's going on, my guy?
Great.
How you doing?
All right, so
good to see you, man.
Yeah, I want to just jump through these. I just want to jump through these videos as I can, and then we'll get everybody's not everybody. We'll just jump to different people for different perspectives.
You gotta make sure my video is working on Monday. That's all I care about.
Yeah, I got you, brother. I got you.
Okay, thank you.
I got you. See, you know what? I can appreciate you, Mr. Payne and Mr. Bennett, y'all and JT. Y'all had them shows rocking and socking and ready to go. I looked down on Saturday night. I said, "Damn, Mr. Bennett, seen this stuff for this show on Monday already." So I appreciate that. Get it in there. Appreciate that. I'm gonna play this video right here because this is what we run into when there's no structure.
Me, period. We're gonna be partners. I also.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me get the lady back up here.
A man's not gonna lead me, period. We're gonna be partners. I also don't want a man that's trying to dominate, control, tell me what to do, not listen to my opinion or my thoughts or consider what I have to say. I want somebody who's going to be a partner.
This is what I'm saying. With your thinking, you actually disqualify yourself from meeting masculine men because just you using words like partnership and things like that. What you speak, you thought before you spoke it, right? So what is a partnership? A partnership is different from a companionship. A partnership is different from a marriage. That's why you left your marriage, because you wanted a partnership. Because what you think, you are going to speak. And when you speak, you are going to act on those things too. So the fact that you think that a relationship is a partnership is the fact that you left your husband.
You muted, bro. You muted.
Oh, Mr. Ben is shaking his head, so I know he's. Yeah. I want to jump. I'm gonna jump to Mr. Bennett. I'm gonna jump to Grant because I know he's gonna have probably a different viewpoint of Mr. Bennett.
Damn,
go ahead.
Lay it on us, Grant. Go ahead, man.
Mr. Bennett, you can go first.
Oh, okay. No, just he kind of to me put the big joker down. He said, "Well, you left your husband," so he definitely put her business out there on the street. Yeah, I mean, I think that what she is asking for or demanding, that may be difficult. You know, again, if you're talking about a masculine man who's looking for a companion, someone to be on his page, but she's talking about he needs to be on her page, and she's trying to dictate the terms of the relationship. I'm not saying she can't have what she wants. in terms of a man who would partner up with her. I mean, she's an attractive woman, but a lot of guys I know certainly wouldn't go for someone like that. One, the fact that she left. So again, unless it was, physically abusive or something that was just untenable or what have you, you're not going to score a lot of points with men who are looking for women who are on their page or who are on their program, and you're trying to dictate the terms of the program. So good luck, but don't be surprised if you don't have a lot of people in your inbox who only want your body, but they're not looking to necessarily walk down the aisle and wife you. So is there somebody who would take you up on an offer? There's always going to be somebody that does that, but you'll probably leave them too at some point when you get tired of them.
I know that's right. Grant, do you have something you want to respond to the? Go ahead and rebut Mr. Bennett, or respond to the video first, whichever one you want to go first.
I think Mr. Bennett said it correctly. I mean, I think there's a clear disconnect between what I think some women think are sort of what they prefer, correct, and just realities. And you can be deranged, correct, about realities. And I do think some people have spent a considerable amount of their time believing nonsense. And once you attempt to articulate it as an adult, although you've been having conversations, as an adolescent and into your early 20s, you're almost sitting and talking to the same people. So it becomes an echo chamber. And that echo chamber just becomes dumber and dumber, correct? And so as you get to the end, and so you end up having a normal conversation, you could say things like, I'm a bad boss, but that is not a thing, correct? That's not how you talk to someone, if you're trying to have an engaging conversation. I have nothing personal against this young lady. I don't know her, so I'm not going to make any character, assassinations. But I do think if any woman or man, don't really matter, is viewing her methodology the way she's thinking as reasonable or healthy, I would highly recommend you get other sources of how to be a much more effective communicator. I just think that there are, I may disagree with significant portions of things that have been said on this stream up to this moment. That doesn't mean I don't have a reasonable sense of what's rational when it comes to communicating.
Okay, appreciate that, brother. Let's go up here to Eddie Murphy, uncle. Clement, what are your thoughts?
Basically, I'll say this. I think it's too many men that's still walking around trying to be nice to a lot of these women instead of just saying what it is that they need to say in the way that the only women seem that they can be able to understand. I feel there's too many men out here still singing that Tupac song, even though you're a crack fiend, mama, you still be my black queen, mama. Instead of doing what Ludacris said, use a hoe. Oh, shit! Right there. That's all I got to say about it.
I know that's right. R-Pain. You muted, brother.
You muted, sir.
I can move two places. Listen, we keep coming back to this partnership. Do you want a partner or a husband? Like, just like just last Monday, we had the stream. Women want partners, men want wives, and even Monday we're going to touch upon it when I show you this lady's looking for love, and her terminology and the things that she says she qualifies for. You could tell she doesn't understand the difference in what kind of relationship she wants. And I said, because she's conflicted in what kind of quote unquote mate that she wants, I think she's not drawing the right people to her. And that's just what this lady said. This whole notion from the modern woman, and to tell you the truth, especially black women and white women are saying it too, but they get this from the alphabet community. Because the alphabet community used to call, their mates partners when they couldn't get married. Right. So it's just a terminology that just now is being transformed into what we call marriages. And I think it falls short because it's transactional. There's no spiritual component to it. And it doesn't You know, if you don't look at it as a subset of what you need to do to actually attain and meet your covenant and your vows, then you're just looking at a transactional relationship, and you do this, I do this, and when you fall short, mister, I'm gone. You know, so I think that's where it's at. You know, so I tell guys, you got to really listen to your woman, because she calling you a partner and introducing you as her partner. She don't love you, not the way she should.
All right, and now I see his ghetto point in the back. If you could turn your camera on for me, his ghetto point will make back.
You muted, bro. You muted. Black man.
Okay. Yeah.
He's going in and out, it seems like.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, you got it.
Hold on, let's try again. All right, there he is. What's going on, my brother?
What's up,
Hello to everybody.
No,
What's going on?
Good evening.
To the chat.
All right. All right, so I want to continue on with the conversation on the video, of course. You know, just I'll give you mine and then let you guys go ahead and pull this thing out. I think that woman right there deserves nothing. I think she should be sitting at the table watching everybody else be happy. Because she has the wrong attitude already. Ain't no man gonna leave me. But if somebody starts shooting in the mall, she gonna run behind the first man. She gonna run behind the first male police officer. When her tire get flat, she gonna call the first man to come change it. She's not gonna change it. She's not coming. All right. Anytime she need protection, provision, anything like that, it's gonna be before a man. She probably work at a job under a man's authority. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Black David, stop. Are you checking out the camera?
No, I'm trying to stop. What you could have said, you should have packed her off to the butchmaker. She would handle it.
Yeah, it is what it is.
She's over with. That shit. She ousted herself out. So
she does.
And that's what I say. Pack her off to the butchmaker. She would handle it.
Yeah.
This type of videos, they don't fit the narrative. You got a young guy interviewing an older woman. Yes, she can say that to him like that. But if that guy 6'6" walk up in there and she know it, all that talk she doing just go by the wayside. If the guy that walks in there that she wants, all that'll go by the wayside, because women know that their clock is ticking. They know it. And listen, this is just a new phenomenon, because you ain't really seen this play out. You ain't see grandmama and them try to dialogue in a small circle. They outlived the husbands. They was outliving the husbands. Now, this crack era generation, y'all don't like each other. That's the problem. You 40 and under, y'all don't like each other. Y'all argue too goddamn much. But y'all still fucking, and y'all nasty fucking too. Y'all got to get that shit together. But y'all just, listen, she can say that. She probably done did everything, but a brother, you can say that shit too. Why even give him your seed, give him your time? Because it's beautiful everywhere. What are you looking for? So yeah, she can say that to a 32-year-old, but to a 45-year-old that got his shit together, she ain't gonna say none of that.
Big Brother Trey, I've watched that content before. She divorced her husband because she want to be under her husband, even though he was making a lot of money.
Well, shout out to the feminist movement. That's the greatest propaganda in American history.
No, but to be fair,
it's the greatest trump card forever. It's even in softening up the brothers. Come on, man. It ain't even a fucking
She
big
was married.
With
She
tight
divorced her husband.
Complain that split up. Pause just a second. I want to say this. There's a guy at my job, right? He's a manager, and he came in and he said, "Hey, y'all," he's married. He said, "Hey guys, I want to show you girls something." And the girls was like, "Oh, what you got?" Because he acts like a fucking feminine. He's feminine. He's effeminate. It's just shit. He is. And he come in and he said, "Well, my daughter says her when she grow up, she wants to be a nail technician and she wants to go to school for it and da 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 da." And she did my nails. What do you guys think?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
And I'm fucking, and I'm like this. I'm just staring. I'm just sitting in the office just looking at him.
he's somebody's partner. That's what he is.
Like, why would you? Man,
He's a lesbian.
I love my daughter with
Guys
everything.
like that be the ones sleeping with all the women. He coming up with that feminine abattoir.
No, Trey. Nope, Trey. That worked back, Trey, that worked back in the day. That don't work now. Trey, that worked back in the day. They don't work now. They suck. These men are sucking dick.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ.
Listen to me. Listen, there's no way I'm going to come into the office and say, my daughter painted my nails. My daughter know not to even come to me with no shit like that. You got a mama in there, you got sisters in there. I'm gonna teach my daughter right then and there. I'm a man. You're not painting my nails and putting no makeup on me. Now go in and talk. Go talk to her boy. I got pissed off. Go in there and talk to your mama. He come to work, y'all. The boy had the little pearl things on his nails and everything. What's really happening here?
Boy, I bite your damn
Have you guys ever seen? I'm just curious. Have you guys ever seen a mom do that with their daughters? I've never seen it.
Are you saying as far as like get their nails done by their daughters?
Yeah, I'm saying like play the makeup thing. Like it's like a thing now. Like even the Rock did it. Dwayne Johnson, he did it with his daughters, right? But I've never seen a mother, get with the girls and let me put the makeup on mama and let me do that with mama's face or whatever. It's like I've never seen it.
So
his finishing movie is The Rock Bottom. So
yeah, but I have seen it, Mr. Bennett. But this is the thing. I seen it when the mama was trying to hang out with the grown daughters, right? So she'd have them to do her nails and do all that. But
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you got 5 and 6.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was about to say. That's the only time I've only seen it was when she was trying to be in their world at that time. You are absolutely right.
But no, especially no black woman is going to let 5 and 6-year-old kids put lipstick all over their mouths or stuff like that, or mess up. You ain't messing. I pay too much for this hair. You ain't messing up my hair. You're not doing any of that. But then they want the guys to. They want the guys to do it. So I'm just saying. I just find that.
But Mr. Bennett, would you say that's mainly a straw man argument? I mean, there's no evidence that is happening at such a wide like scale, correct? Like.
No, I don't think it necessarily happens at a wide scale. What I'm saying is in the trends I've seen when these things were done. I've seen in TV commercials. I've seen it, like I said, got celebrities like Dwayne Johnson, Facebook. You know, these guys who have children, they'll let the daughters put makeup and eyelash and all that kind of stuff on them. But again, I've never seen a woman in that space do it. I'm not saying it's widespread, but I'm just curious about the message that it sends. I mean, it used to be back in the day. I thought women played makeup. You get up, you learn how to do your own hair. I mean, just that whole process of
tea parties and all of that
was something that you did. But it's like the narrative that's trying to be painted is that this is, I guess, something wholesome for a father to share with his children, not whatever happened to reading time or book time or take them fishing or take them whatever. No, we're going to have makeup time. That's relatively new to me. And I'm saying if this is supposed to be good for the kids, then who cares if it's the man who does it or if the women who does it, especially if it's the women who are the ones who are going to be wearing the makeup and doing the hair and whatnot. So why not, if you're the mom or the auntie or the big sister or whatever, isn't there space to do it then? But why does the images, why does the father have to do it? But I agree with you. I don't think it's a widespread thing that's going on, but that's the image that's being sold.
And so my question, my follow-up question, like, what do you think is like? So what do you think is the problem when it does happen? So what, like, is it like? Is there a social ill that comes out of it? I mean, I try to figure out sort of how do you land
feminizing men when you're doing that.
Well, let's agree for one thing. If that is the thing that's sort of undermining masculinity, I mean, do you really have it? Correct. Number one. Number two, if you are the father and you can't mitigate it yourself, how good are you at even communicating? I think when we say these things, correct, ultimately we're saying that masculinity, however it's defined, and I think everyone has a different vantage point of what that looks like, correct? But it often sounds weak in the face of claiming it's strong, and that any sort of minor thing that comes along that doesn't fit within your construct, correct?
It's definitely a construct. I would certainly agree with you. It is definitely it is a long held construct. But again, like I said, the question I asked, let's say if it's good, Okay, I'll just go with the argument. If this is a good thing, your masculinity isn't going to be challenged by you doing it. I asked the question. I've never seen a mother do that with their daughters. Or I'm asking the question, is it done? Because I've never seen it. And I've grown up. I have grew up with women. I have daughters myself. It was never a thing where they can't say, Daddy, can we put makeup on you? I probably would not have agreed to that. That's just not my thing to do. So, but I'm just saying, but that is a narrative that's been painted in the last few years. If we want to say there's no harm, no foul, it's just kids playing or whatnot, fine. I won't go to the end that this is the end of masculinity. I'm not gonna go off the cliff with it. But I'm simply asking why not? But that's why I'm just asking, why aren't more mothers involved in the process of in fact, use it as a way to teach your daughters how to apply makeup.
Mr. Bennett, before you go, but isn't that a precursor to the guys who go to Hollywood and they want to have this press of putting black men in dresses?
No,
what's the difference?
But that's been a trope for over 60.
I think
Men have always been in dresses in Hollywood, so I don't know if that's a precursor. That's always before Flip Wilson. There was all kinds of comedians who did it, so I don't know. I don't want to
let me ask you a different one then. Are all constructs bad? I mean, if it's a construct, is it all bad? Can there be some negative ones and some positive ones? What are we talking?
Constructs are neutral.
And after this, we're gonna get his ghetto in here because he hasn't gone yet. He's been waiting patiently.
Yeah, I wouldn't say not all constructs are bad. No, and I think certainly, but I certainly acknowledge in recent years the constructs have been challenged. Now, whether or not that's for good or for bad, that is what we're debating. That's why we're in these spaces. Yeah. But I think really it's not so much the changing because constructs have always changed. I think the rate of change versus a society or culture's ability to adapt those changes, I think that has been what's been accelerated. In the last 50 years, or really the last 30 years, there have been a lot of constructs that have been introduced faster than society has been. I think most of general society, generally, okay, I know religious people or whatnot, generally it's like, okay, I think we can say that, okay, gay people, you want to get married, gay marriage or whatever. Okay. I think we can breathe on that, right? There were some conservatives who said, okay, I think it was like 70% 70 out of 100 Republicans say, okay, fine, you can have it. But just as you get that, now there's the identity and it's like a bunch of things being thrown on, I think, faster than a society's ability to absorb it all. Think how long it took to us to get to this point. And so, but again, so the conversations it's not just one conversation, it's multiple conversations happening at one time. And I think a lot of us are trying to wrap our heads around this rate of change that has happened in recent years.
Here's Ghetto. How are you doing tonight, my brother?
I'm well. Can you guys hear me? What's going on?
Yes,
Absolutely, sir. Man. All right, talk to me.
Well, I just wanted to join in on the amazing panel. I heard a lot of great ideas being exchanged, and hope I could add to it a little bit here and there. I did have a question for Grant though, and also I would love if Alex would pull up like as you invited him to, because his comment earlier was very interesting as well.
Alex and Grant is the same person.
Oh, are you? I'm so sorry, sir. I had no idea. So Alex, quick question, brother. I would love if you could, I don't know if you saw in the chat, share the correct interpretation of the help me passage that you said was incorrectly interpreted.
So you were talking about the rib and Jesus or God creating the helpmate scripture.
Yeah, you said that was the incorrect interpretation, right? So I would love for you to share the correct interpretation.
Yeah, correct. There is no so if you take the original Jewish text, obviously most of it's the Greek. I'm not going to get too into it, but it isn't a one-to-one, correct? That didn't exist at the time.
What do you mean?
But the bigger point, well, I would say I'll just sort of crystallize it in this case. What's more likely that a nomadic tribe of people made up a story about their creation in the Mesopotamia area that somewhat looked like all the other religions in the area, and so that's what it looks like. I think at the end of the day, we could all agree.
What are you talking about?
we can all agree that the creation story is rather not true, correct? It gets all of the science wrong. And then it has
What do
a
you
second.
mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? So,
Well,
so
it brings
because you
second.
don't actually have an interpretation of this, now you're trying to have some other conversation and conflate
No, he's
stuff.
telling me he doesn't
No,
believe in
actually, no,
Genesis.
I was making the point I was making about.
No. You said that this was an inaccurate interpretation.
It
So
is.
I want you to give us the correct interpretation.
Yes. So the correct interpretation is not a helpmate. It's just meant a person who's
So
next to you.
what's the correct interpretation?
It's someone who's next to you. It's just a side.
That's what it
person
says.
side.
That's what it. That's what's the wording used in Hebrew?
Oh, I would have to go look it up, but it means person to the side. It does not mean helpmate. You can go look it up yourself.
I actually have it open right now in Strong's Concordance.
Yeah.
So it's not the word azer.
That's fine.
I actually have it open right now in Strong's Concordance. It's not the word azer,
okay,
which means one who helps you.
Okay.
So that's not a help me.
No, not in the sense.
So what is the difference between somebody who's assigned to help you and a help me? Go ahead.
Well, let's first pin in.
No. Don't do all that song and dance with me, brother. I'm real slow. I was like a D student in college. So you gotta like get real kindergarten with me. Like, forgive me, man. Like, I'm dumb. Like, I can't do none of the big words that you want to bamboozle and run amok and lead us astray with. I need you to be real plain with me, brother.
Oh, okay. So what I was going to go back to is, I'm sure you have whatever thing you have open. Congratulations. However, helpmate in the way the context of how it's used today, correct? That women are just there to sort of saddle behind men. It's not the translation. That is just not what it means.
That's not what it said. What are you saying?
Helpmate, correct?
Help meet, not mate. Help meet.
Correct.
It's
It is
help
not
meet.
meant for that person to be there just waiting on another person. That is not the.
So what is the definition of waiting and help? You keep trying to conflate stuff. Why can't you just say you really don't know what you're talking about?
Okay. Well, we can agree. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No. I want you to say that because you made the comment that it was a incorrect.
It is an incorrect interpret. It is an incorrect
How?
interpret.
What information do you have to substantiate that, or are we just supposed to believe you?
Well, you can just believe me or not.
What information do you have to substantiate your position, brother? Come on, you said you using a lot of big words. Talk to me with some of that big word, man.
Okay, that's a good. So if I use
no, it's not cool for you to make a huge statement like that and say, "Well, I don't need to actually prove it to you." But nah, you need to prove that, brother.
Okay. So are you gonna? Oh, thanks, Ricky. So I know that the process of is kind of how you go about it, which is fine. But you can read up on it. I'm not going to spend my time with you talking over me, and that's fine. But if that's what if you want to believe that the Bible is, oh, now you are. That's cute, correct? But I think the point I was making, and I was trying to hopefully make the point again, that it is not about help, that the woman is not meant to sort of be there and waiting, correct? To sort of being strung along with a man. That is not
strung along. Good Lord.
Yeah, that's not how it goes. So,
hey, so he's
Sir,
ghetto.
are you familiar with the fact that it is a sin to add to or take away from the Bible?
It's a sin to what?
Add to or take away from the words of the Bible.
Okay. Well, I
don't think it applies to him.
It doesn't apply to him.
He does. What? He's not a believer, so I don't know if you're gonna. I don't know if you're gonna
the
get
book
an
says
answer to
whether
that
you
question.
believe or not, you will suffer. So it actually kind of does apply to him.
No, I'm saying you're asking him for an answer to a question on something that he does not.
No, I'm asking him to give me the Hebrew interpretation because he seems like a scholar who has studied this. There's a lot of Gnostics and people who are non-believers who have studied the books far more than people who go to church on Sunday. So I'm asking this man as a learned man who says he studies some things to give me his interpretation. I'm not asking him about religious belief at all. Give me what the book says.
Going back to what you were just talking about, correct?
Go in the damn towel.
Okay. So you're claiming that this belief system, correct? What you just said is that you can't change it.
What belief system, brother?
Well, you said you can't change the Bible. It's a sin. You
No,
just
I
said
said I said it's sinful to add or take away from the words. Were you not aware of that?
so. So what I just stated, you agree that that's what you just said, correct? Just want to
No,
make
that's not what I said. I
okay.
just
So
repeated what I said.
it's sinful to make changes to the Bible?
We can go there. We can agree on that. That's sure.
Okay. But so you're saying the word of God is infallible, and there's never been any changes, and there's been no humans who've ever engaged, and there all the things that are in it are clear, and there are no misinterpretations.
Anybody who actually reads the book and does the history knows that these things have not been misinterpreted. I actually have a ton of books on this. I could go bring the National Geographic, the Bible through time. I could bring Time Life magazine, the Bible through the years. I have a lot of
Yeah. So
well researched documents on
so
this
like
stuff.
when
So just to answer your question, no, the Old Testament was translated directly from ancient Greek and ancient Aramaic, and the New Testament was translated directly from just Greek. So there is no misinterpretation. Every time they want to make a New English version, a King James version, an authorized King James version, a New Life version, they go back to the original text and they make a new translation for the people for that book from the direct text. They don't sit here and give you a third, fourth, fifth generation interpretation. That is not what happens.
Okay. I mean,
but a lot of people have ran with that, and it's usually people who don't actually do any studying who go around saying that.
Yeah, because when God creates the light, He then says, "Oh, there's light. I need to create a sun." I mean, to even think that this
What?
is useful.
What are you talking about?
My point being is, it's unscientific, correct?
It's
that clearly the humans who wrote it were.
What is unscientific about it?
What you're talking about? It does, and then
you're just saying words. Give specificity about your statement, sir. Come on, brother.
So I'm being specific about the text. And I don't know why we're getting this deep into it. The point.
We're getting deep into the thing you made a comment on. This is crazy.
Well, hold on.
You weren't expecting to be challenged on your point, and so now you're scatterbrained and you're like, come on, man. Like, just say what you want to say.
Okay. So I did say what I was going to say, and that doesn't seem to appease you. So I think,
sir, you made a very clear statement that was a misinterpretation.
Yes, it is.
Women were not created to be helpmate. It's a misinterpretation, and most importantly, humans evolved, not created by a mythical figure. This is your exact quote. Yes.
Yeah.
So how can we be going so deep on something you stated?
Okay. Because you brought it up, correct?
Black man unfiltered. How can I bring up something he put in the chat? He brought it up. This is crazy. And then he's up here talking about what the elders is doing wrong.
I know. What's crazy?
What is this?
What's crazy is that you honestly think, correct, that ultimately someone.
Tell me what I think. Tell me what I think, because I haven't stated what I think yet. I brought up Strong's Concordance, and I asked you to substantiate your position with some type of interpretation, and you haven't yet. I didn't tell you what I think.
You gotta let him speak, though. Let him speak.
I haven't let him speak. No problem, brother. I'm sorry.
I mean, let him say something.
Yeah,
I
think this is. So I think we've sort of gone off the rails. Correct. Listen, if this seems you seem very passionate about this one piece, correct?
No, sir. This is a huge piece because we have. I don't know if you noticed. We have a very small. We have a very low marriage rate in our community. I don't know if you noticed. This is actually a huge thing because we're talking about the defining of roles that would create healthy relationships. So if you're saying this is a small piece, then sir, you're not even here to help the community. So like, what is this? You're just like some counterintelligence agent?
No, well, I think one can have different opinions, correct? I think that's the whole
point. But I'm not asking your opinion. I'm asking you to give me the interpretation since you said this one is inaccurate.
Hey, Ghetto point of view. Can I ask him a question? Yes,
question? Sir. Yes, sir. I yield the mic.
Grant, one of the things that I think was a problem that you assumed that we looked at that passage and thought that we thought the woman was a helpmeet and like, hey, Eve, hey, Jane, just pass me a wrench. That's not what that shit means.
Okay.
We know it doesn't mean that. when he says he wanted to have a helpmeet for he didn't say Adam, he said man. He didn't say a man, he said man, the man. So the point really is that the helpmeet is the woman has a substantial part to play in advancing whatever the plan might be. And if she's not there, the plan and even the man might be diminished. That's what that means. It doesn't mean companion. It doesn't mean somebody like, hey, pass me a wrench. I need to put this tightening on the nut. So I'm saying that's my interpretation of it. So the point is, so you assume that we just wanted to belittle the woman and just be there to change diapers and shit. That's not true. That's not the meaning of what that means. So it has a more, I guess, spiritual meaning and what the woman was there for, because he said it wasn't good for man to be alone. So hey, let me have a woman. Now you don't believe in the mythical thing of Adam and Eve. That's your real problem, right? And I think that's, well, I shouldn't say problem, but that's the real belief. You don't even believe in that whole mythical story. Is that true or not?
No, I don't.
Okay. See, that's the root of the whole conversation, because you don't believe in that. So everything else that comes from that, what was the fruit of the poison tree or something, So I can see why this conversation was just going, but I don't look at helpmeet in the Bible, meaning that the woman is just there to do the man's bidding. That's the incorrect interpretation, even in the Christian parlance. Now,
No,
some people might misuse it.
No, it's not.
But go ahead, Ghetto. You think that's what it means?
That's exactly what it means. Come on, sir.
No. Okay. So if you think it just means the woman.
Ephesians 5, sir, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself for her. Ephesians 5:26, to sanctify her by blessing her with the washing of the water and the word, so that he may be present to the church as himself is glorious, not to stain a wrinkle or any such blemish, but holy and blameless.
Okay.
So, First Peter. I mean, this is all over the Bible, New and Old Testament. Are we saying that? First Peter 3:1, in the same way, wives, be subject to your own husbands.
Okay.
Are we saying this is not what it says?
No, I'm saying that's what it says, but that doesn't mean that her help is just like, hey, pass me a wrench.
But if you're a mechanic and you run an auto shop and she's standing right there, she shouldn't pass you the wrench.
Meaningful help, and there's this help that's
not meaningful help. If you are a mechanic,
listen, you ain't listening to me. There's there's levels to help, right? You could have a 5-year-old trying to help you, but that help is not beneficial. The help that she's ordained to give to you has to be beneficial help, or why do you have it?
If you're a mechanic and you run a mechanic shop, how is passing your wrench not beneficial, brother Finn?
Say that again.
If you are a mechanic and you run an auto body shop and you say, pass me a wrench, how is that not beneficial help? Ain't that the work you use to put food on the table she eats from?
Yeah, but I don't need to have a helpmeet woman to do that. I can just have an apprentice do that. Somebody else, right?
No, I agree. Looking at you glowingly in your work, you gonna say, baby, hey, let me move around you to get to that tool set, or can you pass me that wrench right there?
I'm not really arguing with you because I understand where you're coming from, but I'm just saying I think that the meaning has spiritual part to it. Is not just for her to be your butt buddy and just to be helping you to change diapers and shit like that. I think it's more than that.
I would wholeheartedly argue it's more than that, than changing diapers. But to say that she's not supposed to follow your authority,
I didn't say
that's
that.
where you missed. Now you straight said that. You said she's not there to listen to your authority.
Can I jump in? Two things can be true at the same time. I think what both of y'all saying is true. But here's the thing: that's just words. Because if you're a man and you're speaking the way you're speaking as a woman should follow, I also say as a man, you shouldn't even have to say all that to get a woman to move in that capacity. Amen. If you are that man,
teach.
It's just unfortunate. A lot of us we sort of think it out through our mind, but we don't practice that movement, because being that man ain't about the woman. It's about you. It's about you and how you move through your life. Jesus was a carpenter. Learn some fucking skill trades by the time you're 25.
Teach.
Jesus walked around helping and trying to motivate, do the same thing to people in your life.
He helped the
and
people
then the women will follow. The hell with what, she will do that. And you just have to be true and honest. And if she doesn't, guess what? Jesus was also a nomad. He also walked around. So get to moving. Don't stay there too long. Be in your godly image and stay focused on him. Jesus was your cousin.
Right.
And
You know what? Let me
act as him and connect to God.
Let me sprinkle a bit of seasoning on the gumbo for a second here, because even when you talk about the Jesus narrative, Jesus was in his hometown doing all those great things, and they didn't even want him there.
Right.
They didn't even want him in his own. He had to go somewhere else because they didn't even want him around. But I will say the narrative of trying to discuss this thing. I grew up in the dirty South in Louisiana, and the wives were everything that the scriptures say they was. And if they were married, they stuck with their husbands. They did everything for their husbands with their husbands. I sat and just watched these things. I just did, and it was just amazing to watch. The mistake that I think I made is thinking that when I got older, that the women would follow suit. They did not. And we can have this narrative of now. Back then, Trey, I agree with you. 20 years ago, you could walk in a room. You didn't have to say you were a masculine man. You didn't have to say nothing. They just followed you. But now, when you walk in the room and you're a masculine man and you're a leader, you're a threat.
Teach.
You see the difference? So when you walk in the room now, she's saying, "Oh, this nigga ain't finna come get my job. Oh, he can't do my job better than me. Oh, husband, no husband. I'm not sitting at the house because I want to challenge my husband. I want to compete with my husband in the workplace." That's why when you say most women staying at home, they're house mothers, that's a lie. Because if you look at the workforce, I think the number, JT, you had a show about it. I'm trying to remember the number you said. I think you said over 50% of women are in the workplace. Is that correct, JT?
Yeah, it was like 60-some percent.
60% of women are in the workforce.
Yeah.
So, but hey, I'm just a guy. I'm just talking. But yeah, I appreciate the back and forth, the dialogue between you guys. It was, just good to sit here and watch you guys. This is the barbershop. This happens. And so I appreciate it. And now I do want to bring something else up because I really want to hear what you have to say, his ghetto point on what I'm about to show you. Then you tell me what you think. Let's see here. Let me grab it and put it in here real quick. Oh, pause. Let me see. Here it is.
Because you be doing too much. Don't direct men on how to do better, be better, look better, walk better, make decisions in their life, do nothing. When you find yourself about to do that, well, why didn't you? Not gonna do that. Men don't need you to move them. They know how to move.
I'm learning.
Yes.
I'm learning that.
Do nothing because you be doing too much.
Damn.
Here's ghetto. We'll start with you, brother. What are your thoughts on that?
I think we need more sisters like that to be honest with our sisters. And I know nobody's going to agree with that. It's not the politically correct thing to say. That's fine. I will walk with this cross alone on my back and feel free to throw rocks and stones and whip and lash and gnaw your teeth. That's cool. But listen, if we do not start encouraging sisters who will be honest with their sisters, then we are lost cause. We are lost cause. We keep talking about, oh, we don't want the brothers to have to sit here and be so harsh with the sisters, even though we're supposed to be the ones leading our community, right? That's like what the sisters like to. Peace, embrace the grace. See you. They like to throw that at us all the time when we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, right? And we literally give them the ammunition to say those things when we are not ready to tell them what they need to be, what they need to do, to tell them how they need to dress, to tell them how they need to act, to tell them exactly when it's appropriate for them to be out on the streets by themselves, alone or not. Like, if we're really not ready to do that, we don't deserve to run any community. You can roll your eyes, grand all you want, brother. Brothers like you are not really going to be in my army when I'm ready to say the community, so I'm not concerned about you, sir. It's all good. You light-skinned brothers, you know what I'm saying? Some of y'all, Y'all be worried about your nails and stuff too much,
Man, watch
man.
your mouth, man. 'Cause some of you dark skinned brothers do that shit too.
I agree. But
Don't be
like
coming up
Kanye
with
said, we got to make sure some of you light skinned brothers never, ever, ever come back in style, man, because it's just too much. It's just too
I ain't
much.
ever been out of style. What
I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. But listen, it is all jokes aside, this mindset is a problem. If we're gonna say women, we ready to be the leaders of our community, then that comes with a lot. That comes with people not liking you. That comes with people talking behind your back and not appreciating you. They gonna love you when you're gone though. When you've put in that discipline, when you've created that structure that they can then continue to flourish with after you physically are no longer here. Sir, they're gonna build a statue in your name. They're gonna put your urn on the top of the mantle. Sir, we supposed to be worried about legacy, and we're supposed to be building up our legacies. If we so concerned about self and self-aggrandizement and self-pleasure and making sure we don't stress ourselves out so we can live that extra 80 or 90th year, sir, we are a disservice to everybody around us. We a waste of space. What are we breathing for? Malcolm said, no, I'm sorry, it was Martin that said, right? If we haven't found something to die for, why do we even live?
That's correct.
So, sir, if you haven't found things you are willing to aggressively die for in this world, you're just wasting time. And if your community is not one of the things you're willing to die for, to the point where people that share your reflection will hate you so much they want to take your life away because you correcting them, because you chastising them, because you trying to bring them forth, then, sir, you're just wasting time. Like how old you got to get before you stop?
Damn. Woo. Brother Grant, you're up next. What are your thoughts?
I think it's, these are always great conversations. I mean, obviously, I think, I do think there's a point in which, you want to have a strong community, correct? I think that's always the goal. I think anyone who's reasonable can look out on the landscape and see, there's a ton of problems, and I think it's good to be sober about them and attempt to solve them in a way that maximizes human thriving. I do think often we can go down a rabbit hole of entertaining that maybe we as an individual has the answer, but I do think part of what makes a society thrive and correct, we can look out in the world and see that there are communities that are thriving. So you have to ask yourself, what is the template that they're using in order to thrive?
A lot of them using the template of the Bible, but we like to play like that's not the truth in our community. But go ahead, sir, because everybody want to be witch doctors now. But you got it.
Yeah, so I think it takes a little bit of humility to understand that there are many different ways of looking at things, correct? And I think there are things in which, again, I'm all for saying if you have a particular belief set, I will stand for your ability to sort of do it or engage in it, correct? I think that's an important part of it. But I don't think we should be compulsory in what we want others to do. Like others shouldn't have to come along with another person's beliefs. Outside of sort of shared sort of, we don't want to harm each other.
You seem like a very scholarly individual, so I'm sure you pay attention to the social climates and the cultural climates in other countries outside of this one, correct?
I think so.
To some degree, yes, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
So what is the religious I don't even know what the correct word would be. Forgive me. I'm not that guy. What's I guess the homogenization, the religious homogeneity of other countries versus ours? I'd argue that most of the other countries who are doing much better than ours have a more uniform cultural experience, and that is also reflected in their religion.
Yeah, so there are a lot of it appears to be sort of homogeneous countries that have that. But again, when you look at the countries that are homogeneous, they all vary, correct? But also, let's take countries that are highly atheistic, Scandinavian countries. The vast majority of their population are atheists, and they're the most thriving countries in the world.
That would be a homogenous way of looking at the world, isn't it?
No, they're homogenous in the sense
You
that
just said their overall collective is this one thing. So because their overall collective shares that ideal, they are allowed to move together in more unison.
yeah. So I think I was misunderstood your question. I think
No, I think you understood it very clearly, but you're just trying to skirt. It's cool though.
I think my statement was that they were homogenous. I don't think I said.
Nah, that's not what you said at first. That's not what you said at first. You had to be pushed there. But it's okay, brother. I got you.
Okay. Well, Scandinavian countries are homogenous. That's a known fact. So I'll repeat it. Scandinavian countries are homogenous, and they tend to be they are atheistic, correct? And so you can say, in essence, they have sort of formulated an idea around that. And you can find many different countries that have.
And does that uniformity allow them more success in family raising, finances, in industry, level of crime? Do they have a more uniform, harmonized society because of their uniformed overall collective idea? It might not be 100%, but let's give it the numbers of maybe 60 to 75.
I would imagine so. I mean, I think it would make sense that they have some shared identity, just like Americans, even though we perceive race, which is obviously a construct, we do share, correct? We do share something with all Americans, correct? Even if there is this perceived fissure between these groups, because we live in the same country, we share the idea of freedom, etc. So that would be a shared concept.
You're playing games because you just said that we're not homogenous and we can't do that. Now you're trying to say that we do share things. But if we did share those things in the same degree that those other countries do, we would have the same levels of success. It would be quantifiable.
No, my earlier statement, by the way, I never said that we weren't homogenous. Number one. Number two.
You just said that there would be no way for all of us to link and sync under the same type of religious beliefs, and you would respect my beliefs, but you know that can't be for everybody. That was literally what you were just saying.
Well, that's a little bit different, correct? Correct. If you imagine countries that do have atheists, correct, like Scandinavian countries, they're Christians there, correct? They're Muslims.
Sir,
So
what is the overall? Sir, you playing games. You know you driving the car down the road, and you know you doing it. And I love you though, brother. Listen, man, you know you doing it though. Deal with the point that's being made because they have a collective shared idea that allows them to be more successful as a collective. True or false?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that position.
You do disagree. This is crazy.
So back to what I was saying. Anyway, at the end of the day, you have to have a sensible shared identity, correct?
And because we don't have that here, we're in chaos.
Well, every country has gone through chaos, correct?
Stop it, man. This is crazy.
Hang on, Ghetto, respectfully, bro. Let him finish his point. Really. I mean,
sir,
let him
you
finish.
hear what he's doing though. He's not even being genuine with his point.
And I think you can have a floor to rebut. But I think
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
other guys want to go on this panel as well. Let him make his point, and then we can revisit if need be. I'm just saying, brother. I think you're doing a little too much on that.
Mr. Bennett, calm yourself down, man. Don't start all that heavy breathing over there. I love you too, man. You in Jersey, man. Don't start like you can't pull up in an Uber, brother. Come on, man. We can pull up in an Uber and talk this out over drinks, man. I don't know what's all of this extra hostility for.
There's no hostility at all. I'm just saying, throughout this conversation, I mean, R-Pain called it out as well. He's been trying to articulate. You don't have to agree with it, but
I gave up the mic. They asked me to get back on the mic, and now I'm doing too much. This is crazy. I'll yield the floor once again.
What is that? What you showing us, CBN? What the hell is that?
It's elephant sperm.
That's what it is.
Don't start right now.
Go
This is carrot, ginger, and tomato.
No, it's not. That's right. Rhinoceros piss. That's what it is.
I want to pause just for a second because I did see something that really made me think about that, Black David, when you were showing the elephant sperm. The other day there was a couple in Africa, and they were hunting lions, and what they didn't know is that they killed the head of the pride. So they shot him, and they were out with the guys, the tourist guys or whatever, and they were taking pictures over the dead body of the lion. Now they were about to take the lion and put the lion on the back of the damn Jeep, but they wanted to take pictures over it. What they didn't know, in the brush, were the brothers of that lion. And they were just waiting. And so after they snapped the picture, all you heard in the background was, and after that, you saw 1 lion, 2 lion, 3 lion, 4, and all you heard was the woman. You seen the lion jump across the damn camera.
Yeah.
And you heard the woman scream, and that was a wrap. And then you heard her husband say, "No," and he was gone. They killed both of them. And one of the tourist guys.
You know what's the craziest part about it?
Only one made it out.
Yeah. The craziest part about it is if you've ever seen a lion before they kill you, they grab you. They grab you between your shoulders and between the shoulders and the neck. They got to be the most painful shit in the world, and they drag your ass before they go ahead and claw you. Damn, man, that shit is crazy. I saw the same video, man.
Now, hear the joke. That's an African. Hear the joke at the African. That's in the Sahara.
Black David, we're not going to get into African worship tonight.
Why you bring him home, man? Why you bring him home?
Here's the problem. You saying that we do all the things. My people are herbalists. You don't eat meat for all this voodoo nonsense. You don't do that. That's one thing. Second thing, the second tribe has under control. I'm trying to explain to you guys. That's why they tear up those terrorists. Because for one, there's a certain group of people, when a lion see them, they run for the hill. They know who they are. Just to let you know.
I swear to God, Black man, you and David is brothers. That shit was funny as hell. Black David, don't start with this goddamn African shit.
Vegetables.
That's my brother.
You like herbalists.
That's my guy. That's my guy.
Don't throw me on the bus, man. Please.
But I just wanted to pause for that real quick. But I will also say this too. I want you to see this because I think that you guys are going to like this. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, somebody just sent me a cash app. Thank you so much for the $5 cash app from Elevated Mind Healer.
Oh, that's my girl. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sending that. Let me give you a little something. His ghetto. I want to introduce you to somebody. He's the bishop and pastor over here of the Black Man Unfiltered Network.
Just turn up.
And I want to for this $5 cash app, I have to let you see who this is. His name is Bishop Goodjoint. And here we go.
I don't give a fuck.
That was tough. I like that.
You can also get his sleeper from Big and Tall Pastor and Deacon Wear.
I was trying to convince Mr. Bennett to for him and I'm gonna fly out to Jersey. We're gonna go to his church together. And go. Mr. Bennett, are you gonna go with me?
Oh, I'm there every Sunday, so yeah.
No, it's the Good Joints Church. To hit that path.
Go to his? Nah, I'll pass. I'll pass.
I can hear Black man in the back. When you gonna do the dance? Bishop, do the
dance. All right, listen. So I got another video for you guys. And I'm gonna play it here. I got two more. I'm gonna play them back to back because I think they both go into it with each other. So listen to this.
Woman is strong in the heart of a man. I hear this a lot, like, man, you'll hear me talk about wives respecting and following the leadership of their husbands. People say, yeah, but I'll respect him when he's respectable. Listen, you cannot disrespect a man into respectability. Give him a crown and then he becomes a king. So our job is to speak into him what God sees in him, and then he becomes that.
Exactly. Belittling him.
All right. And then we have this one.
Who's been nitpicked and nagged on
and critiqued and criticized and attacked into respectability. If you withhold your respect until he's acted in such a way as you deem to be respectable, you will damn him to failure. Many of you wives have husbands who aren't respectable, in part because you've failed to help them in such a way so that they become respectable. You're still defensive in your mind, and that's okay. You wrestle between you and God on this matter. But hear me when I say, when you look at his weakness and go, yeah, but, you look at a weakness and then you critique and attack him in that weakness, when maybe that's a weakness that God called you to make up for with your helpmanship, so that his weakness that God called you to meet and complete, instead of doing your job, you attack him for his weakness, and then you damn your marriage to failure. You're like, I'm not getting that. I'll say it another way.
All right, this time we'll start. Yeah, this time, Mr. Bennett. I always start with Mr. Bennett because I want to start it off with the balance. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's being said. I think it's the way you go up. When, the first woman, I was a little off by when she said that woman's not there to correct her husband or to help him be better. No, I think you're there to do that. I think that's part of what being a helpmeet is. How you go about that, though, is the issue. And I think the guys towards the end, the last two videos, I think they talk more about how that takes place. The first thing it starts with is with respect. Now, we talked about this a little bit on the last show, where the argument was, well, you have to earn, is respect earned or respect is given? I think you have to, respect is given. You give respect in order to be respected. So I think that it starts there with women. Respect your husband and help him in ways that do not diminish him. That's an art. That's a skill. It's when to say certain things. It's how to say certain things. And then it's when not to say certain things. That's not something that you're necessarily born with. That's something you have to be taught on what to do. And do you have a heart to submit yourself to be taught that? But basically, it just boils down to how to properly communicate and how to build relationships. And that happens in any institution, team or what have you. You have to know how to do that. So the ones who want their husbands to be this, but you're not going to, like the guy said, you're not going to disrespect them into respect or disrespect them into being accountable or what have you. You have to do the work of building. But again, I think it's as much of an art as it is just a task of, rub his back when he's tired or something. I don't think you can get that necessarily out of a book. It has to be practiced. It's going to be trial and error, but ultimately is your heart bent towards wanting to be what he needs you to be in order for him to be his best. So really it starts with a sense of humility and respect. And then you can certainly grow in that, because I don't expect necessarily women to know that from jump going in.
Mr. Bennett, I want you to address something very quickly. I want to pause the show parenthetically here to address this motherfucker. Okay, Easy Money Jones.
Shout out to Easy.
He's always a fly at the barbecue. He always a fly at the barbecue. And here he is. He says, help him in ways that doesn't diminish him. That's way too subjective. That sounds like a man who dodges accountability.
And that's coming from a partner.
Yeah, that's a partner. Yeah, remember he said he's a partner. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Well, look, to me, it's almost like in coaching. Now, again, there's an old school coaching. There's a Bobby Knight type of coaching. And then there's the coaching that really where you understand who you're dealing with and you do what's needed to get the best out of your players. Not every player responds to getting cussed out. And you, at the same time, you can't always pat someone on the back when you need to encourage them to do more. Again, it's a skill, but there's that old school, it's my way. You're going to be that dictator. You do it my way, or you don't play, or look, I took it, playing basketball, coach called us every name in the book or whatever. Some players responded to it. Some guys laughed at it. Some guys didn't respond to it. But I think certainly in today's game, the way it's going now, I think coaches are a lot more, again, it's about understanding your people and what makes them tick and then what motivates them to want to be their best. So I don't think this is a one size fits all. You need to, I think being a spouse, period, your primary job is to learn your spouse, learn them, understand them, what makes them move, what ticks them off, what encourages them, all that, and then having that information, you then encourage them to be their best. So it's not one over the other. It's whatever works in a positive direction, that the person is not resentful of what you're saying, but you're getting the best out of them. Again, but most people don't want to do. If marriage is work, which I don't necessarily like to say, if it is work, that's where the work is. It's humbling yourself to understand another person and then act accordingly.
Cool, Mr. Bennett. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. Anybody else want to address?
Yeah, I do. Real quick. See, I agree with. See that I like the way you articulated that, Mr. Bennett, because it's in a sense that every man who has a wife that respects him, the way she helps him, it wouldn't be necessarily one size fits all. You have to be fashioned to the guy that you're with. That's what I believe. So that's what I think that what you described is the true essence of a helpmeet for a man. And even, that's the way I like that. That's a good interpretation as far as I'm concerned. Now, listen, and here's another thing. Whether you believe, Grant, in the passage in the Bible or not, those are good, even secular way to live by those words with your woman or your wife. So that's how I look at it. So we don't even have to get bogged down in all the other spirituality stuff if you don't believe in it. But I think every man could have a woman that's geared toward him that way and vice versa. Anyway,
you know what I think? I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna let y'all cook. I'm gonna just say this real quick, and y'all can go at it. I think that we're living in a time, and I told this to my brother, and he's like, damn, I see it differently now. I think that the mistake that we're making in relationships is that people are doing for their spouse what they feel is best for their spouse instead of what's doing what the spouse wants to. Let me give you an example. Mr. Bennett, if Mr. Bennett goes to his wife and says, hey, I like my shoulders rubbed, and because I'm on these weights and I just love a deep tissue massage. And your wife comes in and she gives you a lower back massage because that's what she's comfortable with. I think that's what we're running into. I think a lot of people are doing what they want to do instead of doing what they can do for their spouse. And
you know why, black man?
There's a lot of division.
You just said a mouthful, sir.
Yeah. But you know why? Because people don't look at relationships as an institution that does not help. It does not save you. See, people think that relationships save you. They don't. They're here to reveal all of the bullshit that you've already acquired in your head. And it's for you to work it out. It's kind of like for you to be able to customize so you can build. It is a foundation where you can help build the community. When you're having people talking about building a community, one of the things we always talk about, it starts with the woman and it starts with the man. When you have these women that will sit back and they talk the way that a lot of these other women, I can motivate him and I can get him to do this and I can get him to do that. That's where they go wrong. You got to figure it out, right? That's basically what a relationship actually is, what a marriage is. You got to figure this shit out as you go. One of the things it is that it's a university that you never, ever, ever graduate from. The only way that you can get out of it is what? To drop out or to die. That's the only two ways.
Exactly. And you have to abandon, watch it, listen to me, stay with me now. You have to abandon selfishness and embrace servitude.
Yes.
And selfishness is, instead of me rubbing his shoulders, which I know that's what he wants, but I ain't comfortable with upper body. I want to massage his back, his lower back. I'm gonna do what the hell I want to do. I know, Mr. Bennett. I know Mr. Bennett. I know my baby likes his forehead kissed and his lips kissed before he goes to work, but I'm gonna kiss his elbow today because I'm comfortable kissing the elbow.
I don't do upper back.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
allergic to
do upper
it.
back. I want to do, and I think that's what it is. I think a lot of men are just. I think a lot of brothers, men ain't leaving. Majority of the, like Mr. Bennett said earlier, the majority of divorces are filed by women. Men are not going anywhere. They just put up with it. A lot of men are. Let me say this. I hate to be the bearer of this news. A lot of men have fired their wives and just let them keep working. It's because of trust issues. It's because they are not being fulfilled, and men just they stop being human beings and they become iRobots. And I would get up every day, go hit the clock, work, come home, pay the bills, pay the mortgage, do the same thing again the next day, because I know what I'm giving to this family and to this woman is not going to be reciprocated. And if I say something about it, it's a problem. It's an excuse. I saw a woman on TikTok today. The reason I don't have sex with you like that no more because I had your child. He said he's 15. Oh, you guys.
That coochie done had snapback and everything already. What we talking about?
He's 15.
Girl, if you don't ride this baloney pony, girl, it's over with.
The other side of town. Since wife number one not going to do what you're going to do, he got secret wife number two doing her job in a much better way on the other coast of town. So y'all can keep that bullshit up. So to
Like, man, why does African brother always come over here to America with these bullshit ass?
No, I'm talking about the town south. I'm sorry. Isn't that some of your favorite football players talk about how their father with a Rolling Stone? Got a family right here. Got
They don't even know what a fucking Rolling Stone is. I hate that. I hate to hear any young person says my father was a fucking Rolling Stone. That shit. I hate that the damn song even came out. God damn, I hate that. The man that sung the song don't even like the fucking song.
So my father was one of them.
Rolling Stone. God damn.
You know,
I hate that. Ferg, you know what I'm talking about. Payne, you know what I'm talking about. You hear somebody that's 22 years old tell me, my father was a Rolling Stone. Girl, if you don't shut the fuck up.
You know what? And I'll say this too. I don't want to get too far off of the baseball mound here, but I did hear a young lady say today, they were talking about the whole Diddy thing today at work. And I was going to bring this up earlier tonight because I wanted to ask you guys' opinion about it. But the young lady said, one lady brought up, she said, just like R. Kelly, yes, put Diddy ass in jail, put him in the cell with R. Kelly, and they can make music behind bars. And she said, I said, okay, well, you know, man.
Go diamond though.
I say, ma'am, I said, that's kind of crazy. And she said, yeah, because R. Kelly went to jail for them little kids. I said, he did not. He got arrested and sentenced for racketeering. It had nothing to do with anything about sexual relations with a child. It was racketeering. That's the only thing they could get him on. They said, we got to get him on this. But one of the things that I said, she said, you know what? A young lady said this, guys. A young lady said this to the older women. She said, a lot of you women are in y'all 50s and 60s who have mothers who are busting it wide open at 14 years old, married and having kids. But y'all the first ones to demonize R. Kelly.
A lot of those women are the ones busting it open.
Damn. I'll just sit back like this.
It wasn't just their mother. It's been the last 30 years. It's been the last 35 years. It's been 2 or 3 generations of women who have had children young, but that's not the bad part. They focus solely on themselves. They sort of dismiss the black man altogether. And they focus on themselves. They even dismiss the kids because all of these social norms of young black men, they're fading away. They're actually going into reverse. It used to be a time where young man hung with young man and we did boy stuff. We climbed a tree. We fucking jumped off the garage. We learned how to ride the bike. There was no adult around. There was no mother around. And if the father wasn't around, it really wasn't 9 times out of 10, it really wasn't his fault. The mother understood how they hooked up. They was fucking before the club and she got pregnant. They wasn't in a relationship, but they won't tell this. They won't tell this. And that'll save a whole lot of these young men. Like, look, because boys understand that even for themselves as you grow into a man when it comes to a woman. Just be honest with the young man early. The women, a lot of these older women get out here and tell these young girls, girl, go out and have your fun. Translation, go ride the carousel. And what the older women do, they'll go right back and circle right behind these young girls and get those guys that they telling the young girls to avoid. Now these young girls are going out here spending 20 years of retirement plan, just out here playing the field and thinking that they can circle back. Because remember, our numbers of marriage have gone down near 50% of what they originally were. So it's just 75% of people just out here fucking. Ain't need no relationships. Then they trying to exit out some of the brothers and say you can be soft out here in the world. You can actually have men tickling your cheeks if you want to and be a man. That shit don't work for poor black folk. It only goes towards the poor black people coming out of the hood, the disemboweled. No, brothers, you are way more than that shit. If a woman doesn't give it to you and you young, man, go become Superman for yourself. And when you circle back around, don't even listen to them. Keep moving. And the woman that's made for you, she'll find you. And she gonna be all that you want her to be. She gonna be your fucking helpmate, your helpmeet. Because that's what she gonna do. She gonna understand that shit. And you ain't got to say nothing. And if she don't, it's beautiful queens all over.
Yeah, now, Trey, you know what makes me feel awkward right now? That the fact that Easy Money, about 20 minutes ago, he said he was lying in bed. Now,
on his stomach.
Now he said he lying on his stomach eating strawberries and Cheetos. And now he's still doing that with his feet raised and his feet tied in a bow tie, swinging his fucking feet.
With his pinky in the air. With his pinky in the air.
My face in front of him and coming. I feel some type of way. Okay, look, and he's admitting it. This is getting weird. He said, "I'm still in bed." My God.
TMI. Goddamn. Please don't reach for the lotion tonight. Listen, I am. Easy Money is he has a lot to say. He said black men are the least married and the most divorced. They're the most divorced because a large percentage of the women divorce them based on. I wish we could look at the numbers and look at the things these women are divorcing these men for. It is outrageous what women can divorce a man for. However, I think that those men who got divorced from those women, I think they'll move on to find women who really love them, sometimes in another demographic of women. Let's just be real. You saw the NFL draft, Easy Money. Do I have to say more? And so you saw it. You saw it. He said, "I sleep." Why were you telling us your position right now? This is weird. Stop.
Just
Stop. Just. Where's Umar, man? You need Umar, man. You can stop it.
Yeah, Mr. Benny.
You can stop it.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Yeah. Hey, hold on. Pause. Sidebar. And then we jump right back in. Sidebar. Did y'all see Dr. Umar do the video the other day when he was in the Miami airport?
No, I didn't see that.
I didn't see it.
Oh, when he was out there looking at them women.
Man, I want you guys to understand that we got to stand tall. We got to stand strong. And a lady passed by. He said,
that nigga said, what the?
And then when he looked, he said, "My Lord have mercy." He said, "God, black men, we got to stay strong." He was on live, bro.
At this point, he's trolling.
Oh my God, he was live.
He was in the airport. Yeah, that was. Yeah.
Oh, that girl walked by and took his soul from him. He said, "Guys," he said, "Boy, I'm in Miami airport. Guys, we got to, black brothers, we got to stay strong." But I want to give you
heads up. I see everyone was saying something about Japan. That is not true. Because
okay, we don't. Hold on. We don't live in Japan.
They want to pay black men. That's not legit.
You know what? Let me say this. Easy Money, I love him to death. I do. The reason that black men are the most divorced, I think a lot of those men are happy. I think they're moving on. I think they're happy that they got divorced and they got out of a situation that they put themselves in. I think they're the least married because they didn't woke the fuck up. They woke up. What men are looking at marriage right now is it's like they're signing a deal with no guaranteed money. If I can use a sports analogy here, they're signing the deal with no guaranteed money. Yes, I get all this stuff on the contract. Wow. And then right in the middle of the contract, the team cuts you. And you leave with nothing. That's how men are looking at marriage now, because guess what? Those women are not willing to work with you anymore. Women know if you make a mistake, I can cut your ass deep in that courtroom and take everything for the time I gave you. And men are not, some men are fearful. Some men just say, hell no. Or some men, like the NFL draft, will sit there with their snow bunnies. They'll sit there with their snow bunnies. And Umar has something to say about that.
Go find your flat Pillsbury biscuit pink pudding pop. Go get your flat-assed Pillsbury dough biscuit pink Pop-Tart and get your ass up off my live.
Red fish, blue fish. That's what it seemed
Dr.
like.
Umar, yeah, it was a white lady in his chat that said something to him, and he called her a flat ass pink Pop-Tart.
Yeah, he was, and he thought about it, and it's the opposite of what he really thinks about him. That's the craziest part about it.
Yeah. So let me ask y'all this. Let me get back to the videos. So Grant, you saw the videos. What were your thoughts?
You know, I want to say Mr. Bennett actually was really succinct in his take on it. But I think the most important, beyond what Mr. Bennett said, is I think he expressed exactly how you should communicate. And I think the reason you get into these problems are we have to be much more communicative. There has to be ways in which if you're not getting something from someone, you can't expect them to know something that you're not telling them. And that takes maturity, correct? Like when your kid, correct, what they'll do is they'll start throwing a temper tantrum. They expect you to know that they want something, correct? And so you spend time teaching them to articulate or be communicative. And I do think we need to make sure that it's a double-sided thing, correct? And I see everyone's throwing around the things like black men aren't divorced or are divorced and black women aren't. I mean, the reality is there's black people on either side of this equation. I don't think we have to continue with this sort of adversarial process. At the end of the day, the damage is already done. We're sitting in the middle of a fire and we're all doing the Spider-Man meme where we're all pointing at each other and it's also collapsing around us and the embers are going. And I do think, you know, I may disagree with some of the framing, but I think directionally, I think they're trying to make a point around if you disagree with what your spouse is doing, correct, then you should be able to be constructive in your disagreement, correct? Anytime you demean someone, it's harmful, whether it's you to your wife or your wife to you as a husband. I think it's just normative behavior. It makes your kids see it, correct? And in BMU, you made the point about the mothers of the past, they were doing all these, they were in marriages or whatever. But I would have to ask the question, they still taught the daughters of the next generation who didn't do it. So maybe it wasn't as perfect as we make it seem, correct? You know, maybe there may have been complaints. I don't know. I'm just speculating. As we all are doing here to some extent.
Absolutely.
But the point I'm making more than anything is, you know, we've landed here for a myriad of reasons. But I think the most important part about it is, yes, if you are having this disagreement with your spouse, I think the important part is to quickly start communicating effectively, because I think the silence becomes far more deafening, correct? The silence end up creating knives, and those knives end up cutting us, and they become sharper and sharper, and the cuts become deeper and deeper. And then it does, you know, fracture a relationship. And so I do think they have some pretty good things to say, and you know, and I think it's a pretty good message. I mean, again, I would not necessarily frame it every way, but I think for their particular audience, I don't see a problem with it.
All right, thank you so much for that, man. I appreciate it. JT. Oh, I think JT went to go take a shit. Mr. Benny, you already went.
Yes.
Okay. Trey Berg, what are your thoughts on the videos, man?
I mean, the videos are interesting. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I'm older than a lot of these guys that speak from their point of view, and I can understand how they struggle in their time, you know, because the women are fucking. It's like they've benefited from the feminist agenda, but they've been allowed to run just rampant. And now you see the results of it because now you're seeing women who spent years in this mindset. You can see the results. It's not just them because you know they creating a lot more stress on their body, a lot more debt, and the children are sort of it's like they accepting it's like they dumbing the kids down. The young men and young women have low ambition to be better than their community, better than their situation as it is. It's one thing as a kid, you know, kids have no choice; they're going to follow the parent. And you can't go through life as a man of color complaining about people who did something to you when you was 15. Now, outside of the horrendous things, any man put his hand on a child, you deserve to be put in jail. I don't care what fucking race you are. You're a pervert, you're sick, you need to be hand off, eye out, whatever it takes. But as far as like somebody yelling at you or you know, you're not being a part of your parent, you come to a point in your life where you have to make a better for yourself. You have to. At 21, the world is yours. You can't go through life as a black man complaining. The only place you're going to really complain is in the neighborhood, 10-block radius. But if you want to change the dynamic, you have to sort of understand because YouTube is allowing young men to sort of have a voice. But when you get that information, you got to move on this shit. You can't go 21 to 40 years old and not even at least try to work hard, get a job, get the skills needed. A lot of these skills are going by. You got to get the skills. You in America. Who gonna put the bridge together in your neighborhood if it fall apart and ain't nobody else coming? You got to get these skills. Women, they gonna talk. That's what they gonna do. They gonna spend a lot of money. As a man, don't spend your money on this propaganda stuff. Save your money a couple of years, then make a decision to get everything you want. You can move around, see in America if you want to.
Now we got Either Man in the building tonight. Appreciate you for being here, my brother. I'm going to address one more comment from Easy Money while he's laying on his side now, rubbing baby all on himself. I don't fucking know. Easy Money said, he said, the stats tell us, here we go. The stats tell us that black men are not embracing the usual past. That's not the one I want to read. This is this one. He said, spouses of black men are opting out due to either finances, lack of emotional intelligence, or misalignment of expectations. Listen, nobody should go into any, you shouldn't listen. Those expectations, that's what get you divorced quick. Secondly, you know, I think that when black women are opting out, I think if you go back in time, men cared a lot. They did. They cared a lot. I just think the day we're living in right now, these young dudes today, they don't give a damn.
They got the same mamas. They got the same mamas as the women. What are they talking about?
They don't give a damn about what y'all talking about. Y'all can opt out, get out, leave out, go out. They don't care. You know why? Because guess what? That when you opt out, Senorita over there, she gonna opt in. Yeah, for sure. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna have a show about it. I know a whole bunch of guys who are in these relationships that's just regular old 9-to-5 guys that will tell you that, hey, listen, I love my mom and them, but hey, I had to do what I had to do. Either Man Williams, talk to me. You've been in the chat acting a damn fool, and I know you came to rock the boat. Just don't turn it over.
I just got back. I had to go take care of some stuff, so I don't know the video that y'all.
First of all, how's the wife and kids? I want to ask you, how's the wife and kids doing?
Doing good. How my mic sound? I got this new.
You sound good. You sound good.
It's decent. All right, cool. Yeah. So all these old dudes that like nothing happened in their day. They ain't got no lazy bombs. Matter of fact, most of them is lazy and they ain't produce shit. And now they want to come on the internet like they've been working for the last 40 years. Like we ain't seen y'all niggas not working. Y'all niggas ain't working. Like y'all, like we was the first lazy generation. That's the crazy part about it.
Shout out to the crack era.
When I started hearing these dudes talking about, a real man do this work and he's willing to work 20 hours. What age was that? It was your generation. Are you talking about the generation that came before y'all? Because
Gen X, baby.
that's what I'm saying. Is so what we starting to see, young dudes are saying that these old dudes got expectations that they didn't even live up to. They didn't live up to these expectations that they say. They weren't working in no factories for those 60 hours. They weren't doing none of this stuff. But guess what? We the lazy. Nah, we just calling that BS out.
Anybody want to respond? Trayfer, you want to respond to that you guys were lazy as shit?
Yeah, I definitely want to respond. Of course, I'm Gen X, and shout out to all my Gen Xers, because we were one of that last group that benefited from those skills coming out of high school. Not everybody went to go work in the factory. A lot of brothers and sisters went to college. College enrollment increased 300% across the country for us. A lot of us went to the military, became pretty successful through the military. So we took all the avenues that was good. Now, again, some people who did not get away from home, crack came into the neighborhood when they were stepping out of high school. Y'all come from some of y'all are children. The crack took the mother out the home. Mothers were raising single mothers. It was single mothers raising big, strong, beautiful boys. Everybody was engaged. A small number got caught up with the law, but that's what was part of it. Now, since that time, I said towards the end of 80s, that's why we call Generation X, because they didn't know what we was going to do, because a lot of people were taking advantage of the systems that was there. So as we got out, started expanding, going to these colleges, creating this debt, they snuck that crack in. And now you see adults and women who were young at that time, they can say, my mother, my father was on drugs, my family, because that's what they saw.
Black
David, wake up.
Wake up, Black David.
Oh
Nah, that's how boring he is. Lying to me. That's what put him to sleep. Listen.
No, not asleep.
Oh, shit.
That was some bullshit right there, Black David. We heard all the sound effects. The indicators were in effect.
Let me destroy Trey's whole argument. First of all, only 1% of your generation went to the military that was men. Let's talk about the other 99%.
Y'all went to college.
Huh?
Went to college, got the skill trades, got the plumbing trades, got the truck
break
driving
down the
skill.
numbers for you. And guess
Break
what?
it down.
15% of y'all went to college. So now
That's
we
not
have
true.
16%. Bro, the numbers are the numbers. So how many of your generation you think went to college? The men?
About 40, 50%.
That's crazy.
No way.
You
way.
see why we don't listen to them black
Okay,
men?
you got to listen to me.
He said 50%. Listen. He said 50% of them was in college.
Well,
50%
from my state. Now I'm gonna go in my experience. I can't speak for the country. I say, but in the country, it was close to 40, 50% at least.
50% of black men. Listen, Black Man Unfiltered. I hope you hold this man accountable. You trying to hold all these women accountable. Listen,
Yeah, because the women went to college too.
I just want to make sure we understand what he's saying. And I want to know if anybody else actually agree with this. When were 50% of black men in college? When? Let me open up my count. Hold on, in case y'all want to count for him tonight. Tell Black Man Unfiltered, we'll ask you first. When were 50% of the black men in college?
Sir, I'm the host of the show. I'm balanced tonight.
Okay, you don't want to answer. Okay, let me go to somebody.
It was between 15 to 17% that men black men that went to college. It was less than 1% that went to the military.
JT, you Gen X too, right?
Yeah, hell, I think I'm probably shit. Me, Trey Ferg, and Bennett and Payne. No, Payne is
baby boomer. We're the wealthiest generation in the history of mankind.
Bennett, R. Payne. Hold on, E-Man. Let me tell you what you're going against now. You got Mr. Bennett, R. Payne, Trey Ferg, JT, and Black David.
That's cool. I'll go against all of them. Guess what? It take one of me to take down all of them. I like JT.
He said it takes
a
village.
Listen, this is what I'm saying is JT. If you be honest, the people ask the question is why we don't want to listen is because we hear crazy stuff that we look at. We got the the statistic data that says 84% of y'all ain't did shit. And then y'all are sitting here and tell us, well, you know, half our generation. Matter of fact, you know who's the most in college? It was the millenniums. We was the one who broke down to make the black men going to college. It was my generation. So when you tell us, and we was only at, I think, 18%, if that. Like, it wasn't like a big difference, but the thing is, it was never 50% of y'all doing nothing. It was 50% of y'all sitting on y'all ass doing nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Now, our Payne said they're the richest generation. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, because they grandpas died. You right. Our Payne right. Guess what? All people was rich.
If you breathe for a second, man. If you breathe for a second, all the technology and all the shit you enjoy today, and the fact that you were able to go to college is all because of fucking baby boomers. We set all the stage for all you motherfuckers to succeed, and half of you motherfuckers just let drop the goddamn ball.
No, y'all dropped the ball because y'all.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
See, baby boomers gotta be held accountable too. See, I was gonna let y'all.
Hey, let me tell you. Hey, I get my ass kicked on a regular basis up here. It's me against the fucking world. You know, why did you let your kids get on all these drugs? Why did your generation let all these kids get the smoking this crack? Because guess what? Y'all remember y'all was supposed to be whooping kids and doing all this stuff when I saw them outside doing the crack. Like, so y'all got okay. Let me breathe for a second. My kids ain't on no goddamn drugs. You know what I'm saying? My kids ain't no baby fucking mamas. They're productive goddamn citizens paying taxes and all of that kind of good shit. I'm trying to get them married.
Tell me about them nieces and them baby kids running around messing up the neighborhood.
I know you got pretty goddamn strong. We're all around the world now. We got some very successful people. Hey, you know what? Hey, BMU, if you ever heard of the Dacia Board Gallery down in Dallas, that's my first cousin.
What? You're a liar.
My first cousin.
Don't go ask him.
Well, she's my first cousin, once removed. Me and her mother are 3 days apart.
Damn.
Yep.
That's cool. No, but the point that I want y'all guys to understand, it's okay. Listen, we get y'all guys might know a little something.
Well, E-Man, hold on. I want him to answer the question. You asked him a question, and I want him to answer. But he said, why did you guys allow y'all children to become crackheads? Not your children in particular, but I'm saying in overall.
Speak for your generation. Give him his time.
Yeah. Let me put it this way. I think if the baby boomers and the silent generation, the biggest crime, not the crime, economics made the Gen X's latchkey kids. And let me also tell you, there was a changing of the guard when they used to have summer program for youth. And after school and in the summer, they had things for kids to do. We had jobs at 14, 15, 16. And when they took away those programs, they put fucking millions of kids on the street. It was Lord of the Flies every fucking where, you know? And so that's what happened. And so, you know what? As parents, if they both were working, let me just say, it's an excuse. Sounds like that they were both working. And we were the last of the village. Because after that, we didn't let nobody else say shit to our kids. When I was there, my neighbors used to govern us all on the block. After that generation, that shit stopped.
I got you. So if I'm hearing you correctly, I'm trying to figure out. So I know for a fact that Trey Ferd generation can work at 14. They just chose not to work.
Dang.
We could work. We were working.
There was no
everybody was working where I was from. Everybody, they got the summer jobs. They gave them all the summer jobs at 14. That's when you can work.
Why y'all wouldn't work and do it after school? That's what I want to know.
We didn't have to work after school. Hold on, Edelman. Hold on. Edelman. For the most part, a lot of us play sports. The boys and the girls play sports.
No excuse.
A lot of people. We won't walk around. Listen, Edelman. We won't walk around overweight. Brothers was lifting weights and running, and girls was doing the same.
What are you talking about?
After school, we didn't have to work. Our parents took care of us. We didn't have to work.
Oh, I told you. Now bring our pain ass back up here.
You didn't have to
wait.
You could if you wanted to.
Wait. Hold on. It is definitely what you guys are talking about. Though, It is definitely demographically what we're talking about, because I'm from Detroit. And let me tell you, one of the things that you had to deal with if you were a person that was in their 40s or 50s, you had to compete with 16-year-olds working at McDonald's. You had to compete with 16 and 17-year-olds that's working at Arby's or whatever other place. We were working. Absolutely working, and it was for different reasons. Like it's more of a demographic thing than anything else. But I'm in one of the larger urban cities, right? And everybody that I, including myself, I worked. I also played sports. I also was in band. I also did after school shit, and I was in 2 different schools, a Votech, and I was in high school. So I had 2 degrees when I left, and it wasn't just me. It was a huge thing, right? So in Detroit, one of the things I can say is that we learned how to work. My first job was at 8, working for my father, doing landscaping, right? And I knew a lot of other dudes that was doing it too. But the problem is that when we're talking about this generational thing, it's dwindling as we get down to whatever, to the Z's or alphas or whatever we at right now when it comes down to these type of principles, right? I agree with you, either man. When it comes down to the millennials, they were the ones that were saying, I'm going to go to college, right? And it did increase a little bit more. But in my generation, Votech was pushed way more than college was pushed. Reason being was that you had adults, shout out to the boomers, and you had kids. I was in school as a carpenter with adults also, because they were merging us together. Reason being was there was a bunch of people that were not marketable, right? And they needed to get a job. So that's where it was, where you had our community, our city, and it was other cities like it too. Chicago was one of those two that was doing the same thing. You had Indiana, they were doing the same thing when it came down to it. However, look at where we at right now. Look at this shit now. The way that the Gen Z, they think, we think it's progressing. It's not. It's digressing, because they've missed a whole lot of shit. Hell yeah, the millennials were the ones that was right there. My brother is a millennial. I'm 8 years older than him, right? I went and I did something totally different than what he did. It was just our mind, the way we had different parents. When we had the same parents, but they were different. When they were raising me to get out of high school, it was something different. When they were raising him to get out of high school, man, it was something totally different. They had a better life when they had him, right? They had a better life when it came down to being able to afford to get him into college. I could get in college, right? But guess who it was going to be on? Solely me. When he went to college, at least they got him as many grants as they can get him, and loans and things like that. They were a little more advanced, right? And that's the difference. I don't think it's a thing where it comes down to a versus, because millennials are because of the baby boomers, right? That's basically, if you look at our pain. When I got homeboys, right? That's his age. He was one of the young boomers. They were thinking more in line with my generation. He was a young boomer, and I'm an old X.
Yeah.
So we thought more in line. I was looking at those dudes when they were 14 and 12 years old, and I was just a little, what they call it in Florida, a jit. A little jit. When I was a jit, that's who I was looking up to. Although I had a father and a mother in my life, I also had bigger cousins and shit like that also. And you are absolutely right too, dog. Let me tell you, it was a lot of motherfuckers not doing shit. smoking weed, drinking. 40s was the shit. Those 40 ounces, that was what a lot of motherfuckers was doing. And in my generation, we ended up adopting that. Even the ones that went to college, even the ones that ended up doing very well, that's doing very well right now, got families and all that shit. We all fell into that dumbass bullshit too. Why? Because we had a bunch of goddamn parents that got caught up in that crack epidemic that Trey was talking, but they also were alcoholics too. I end it right there, man.
I just want to clarify something.
Now we're going back to the pastor.
No, hold on. I want to say this real quick. I want to say this. Easy Money says that Embrace the Grace of $200 a month was enough to make black women leave black men. How valuable are black men? That was a different time and a different day. And $200 in 1965 or 1958 was a lot of money. And Easy Money, I know older men right now that will beat your ass while you laying in the bed with baby all over your body, eating Cheetos and strawberries, will beat your ass. Will beat the shit out of you in front of your wife.
So listen, I'm glad JT ended.
Turn your mic up, either man. Turn your mic up.
Y'all guys can hear me still?
Yeah. It went lower though. It went lower for something happening to your volume.
We can hear you though. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give me a second. Is that better?
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
We can hear you though. We just everybody have to mute up when you talk.
Yeah.
What about now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Did y'all get more from me now?
Yeah.
All right, cool. But let's break it down because JT ended it perfect. JT ended perfect. He said a lot of them was drinking. A lot of them was alcoholics. That's what JT just said out of his own mouth. So let's go back to the pastor. I'm so happy this is a full circle here. So when pastor get up there and pastor get to talking, hey, check this out. On Mother's Day, I know y'all wanted him to teach a Father's Day on Mother's Day, but guess what? It was Mother's Day. So he had to teach a Mother's Day sermon, right? But when he got to talk about, hey, check this out, he was talking to a specific group of individuals. He said, y'all around here with an attitude. So that tells me that he wasn't talking to the whole congregation. He was talking to the congregation that was walking around with an attitude.
Is that what he said? Is that what he said?
Play it back. Okay. You act like
I'm
I
gonna
can't
play
hear
it for you.
Play it back for me.
Judge your mother too quickly or write her off too fast. You don't know the other side of her testimony of what she had to shield you from just in order for you to have a household. She was not trying to block your father. She was trying to keep you from an abuser and an alcoholic. Y'all ain't saying nothing to me. She didn't know all of the right things to do, but she did the best that she could with what she had. And you ought to be thankful unto God that you didn't come out half bad. Y'all ain't saying nothing. You ought to thank God for a praying mother, even when she didn't have all the degrees, didn't have the best English, didn't say everything right, but she had a heart for your survival. And you gonna sit in here bougie with an attitude talking about you ain't talking to her. You must be crazy.
Okay, we can stop it right there. Bougie with an attitude. So he talked about a certain person with an attitude. I knew I went crazy. Anybody else didn't hear it? Do we need to play it again?
I heard that he have a lot of women in the church, less men. I get it. He pandering. Keep it moving.
No, see. I get it. You want to say what you want to say, but I just proved based off what I said, he was talking to the people who was bougie with an attitude. Do we agree that that's what he was talking to? Or y'all think he went talking?
Okay, I can. All right, to supplement your point. Yes, he was talking to folks who were bougie with an attitude. But my issue was, it's not. Like I said earlier, it's not like what he was saying was necessarily not a lie. He wasn't lying. My issue is that he painted a narrative that those guys who had an attitude, as if they didn't have a reason to, that their mothers were protecting them from abusive men. That is a stretch to make. I'm saying there's some men who simply just had bad mothers, and it's not on their end, or it's not wrong of them to point that out. But he was painting the narrative that, okay, well, again, just making the assumption that she was bad because he was an alcoholic, he was a drug, or he was abusive to you. And that's not always the story either. So again, it creates a narrative and a trope that I think paints a negative image of black men. That was my issue. If he would have said this is message for some who went through a certain thing, and some of you may have been abused or what have you, I think certainly there needs to be a conversation. But these certainly for these men or the people who've been a product of that, if you've been injured by that, I think you need to have a forum and whatnot to certainly to express that. So again, that was my issue with it. I'm not saying that abuse happened, is alcohol. Of course it does, and I don't think no one here denies that.
So I'm heavily in church, and I understand what happened here, right? And I'm just going to give you what I believe happened, and y'all can take it or not. I believe that he wanted to correct a group of individuals, but they was too sensitive for that pastor to go directly to them. So he had to correct it from the pulpit. I think he had to correct this from the pulpit. He had to start talking, because you got to understand, especially with women in church, if I go directly to a woman in church and I'm chastising her, that can actually hurt her. It's the reason that the Bible starts. I'm sorry, talking about the Bible. But the whole point that I'm trying to say is, pastor is known for correcting bad behaviors from the pulpit, teaching to a group of people to correct certain behaviors. Do y'all disagree with that?
Look, first of all, I disagree to an extent, because again, who are you talking to? You said earlier in your comments that, he's only talking to a few individuals. If you're talking from that space, or again, you're talking to the whole church, and that's not a small little church, and he's probably live streaming to an entire audience. So again, that's not an in person or a private church matter. His message, he's not only speaking to people, he's speaking through people through his platform to a nationwide audience.
I get what you're saying, but as a pastor, it's certain people I'm going to correct in that message.
But that's not. But is that okay? Go ahead. But again, if you want to go biblical, then again, what is the prescription to handle that? You go to the individual first and handle it one-on-one. If they don't agree, you bring 2 or 3 witnesses corroborating with it. You handle it privately. You're not supposed to necessarily call that out in a public space.
So you believe that if a pastor see a spirit in his congregation, he shouldn't address that spirit
address the person. Pull that person into a room, into a conference, and have a meeting with them. But to put that message out on the airwaves where millions of people are watching, and black men already have a trope on them that we're abusive, that we're alcoholics, that we have all these things that are going on with us. Again, I think it's destructive. I think we need to get rid of these stereotypes about black men.
I get what you're saying, but you push that message out to all black men. I think nobody knew that he was talking about all black men. He never made that statement or even insinuated that.
I said he painted a narrative. He didn't have to.
The narrative,
the message goes out.
Yeah, the narrative. Think about just the word narrative. Narrow, right? That's the root word. He painted it to a point where it was just this one way. He put a brush and he brushed everything like that. And he used Mother's Day for that. If that was the case, listen, that man, and I know how pastors pastor. When they go, they write down notes and they think about everything that they're going to say and things like that. His message was not something that he just off the top of his head. That message he had notes for. And at the end of the day, that what he painted was the narrative. I don't have a problem with his overall message, but the problem was that narrative that he set. The man was an alcoholic. He was abusive, and she was trying to keep him from being abusive. She wasn't keeping him away from you just because he was your father. No, that man was abusive, and he was an alcoholic. That narrative was where the problem was.
So JT, what I am saying, I believe that this pastor had this going on in his congregation. That's why he adjusted. I think it's an unrealistic expectation for us to project that to the whole black community. For example, the point that I'm trying to help y'all guys understand what I'm saying is just because something is live doesn't mean that he has to be accountable for all the people out there that might hear it. And I think that's what people don't understand about
That's
church.
a crazy statement to make about a public figure, sir.
It's church.
I don't understand what you're saying. That he's not a public figure?
So you believe? So what I'm
No,
saying is,
he's not a public figure?
no. The point that I'm saying is,
Yeah, he
if
is.
I'm
Right.
addressing,
So if a public figure makes a statement publicly, then that statement can be judged by everyone in public who reviews that statement. True or false?
I'm not saying that you can't judge him.
True or false?
No, that's a true statement. Listen,
So
we're not arguing whether you can or cannot judge him. What we're saying is y'all have one perspective that
no, I actually kind of agree with you, E. But here would be my caveat. You're pretty well read, gentlemen. So like you understand what lawyers say to review something in the full preponderance of the evidence or see the evidence in its best light, right?
Yep.
So if we see the evidence you bringing in its best light, we look at it in full preponderance, right? We can say, yeah, he may have been addressing a particular group of women in his church. The thing that catches everyone's attention is that is going on across the nation. That is going on in churches outside the nation. And so, what? Hold on, time out. Just let me walk this down. That's a stretch, sir. It wouldn't even be a conversation for all of us to have if it wasn't something that we all related to.
No. So you saying that you believe around the whole nation's pastors preaching the same message?
No, that's not what I said. You heard what I said, sir. You heard what I said clearly. What I said was the message resonated around the nation and beyond because there are women acting like this in every single church.
Oh no, I definitely think his narrative is true based off what JT said.
Which narrative?
Hold on, no. I'm just going off based on what the information I got tonight. I heard JT say, you know what? A whole bunch of people's on drugs, and a lot of people was alcoholics in that generation, right? So when we start talking about, because we ain't talking about the parents today, we're talking about their generation, Generation X. If he out of his own mouth from the generation saying a lot of people was alcoholics, then the pastor say that, you know what, there's some alcoholics out here. We know he wasn't speaking in absolutes. That he never incentivized that he was doing that.
It kind of sounded like he was speaking in absolutes though, E. But I get what you're saying about how pastors talk from the pulpit. But I can also, as a person who does media, you do media, you can understand how a message can be relayed and how people can interpret the message you send. And he made that message sound so broad that everyone across the country could interpret it like he was speaking about every man being kept out of their child's life. I'm just telling you how it sounded, sir.
I get it. Listen, y'all have the right to interpret the way that you want to interpret it. But
it's not about the way we want to interpret it. He's an orator. It's his job to make sure his message is directed correctly. So if he didn't want that mistake to even be out there, him as an orator, him as a linguist, him as somebody who moves words, should be able to articulate his point as well as possible.
So I think he's responsible for the people under his covering, right?
Then he should have never broadcasted.
And he shouldn't have been on. He shouldn't have. Yeah,
he wants the clout, but then he shouldn't be accountable when the clout is negative.
Now, hold on, guys, real quick, guys, because he does have a popular podcast, and the next day he followed up with it on the podcast.
No, hold on, no.
So he followed up with the exact same message the following day on his podcast.
Yes, sir.
So address that.
Based on that narrative, Black people shouldn't be streaming. We should be just having these conversations with Black people.
What do you mean?
We need to take this off YouTube. We need to stop. We talk. No, I'm saying based off your narrative of what you're trying to.
Sir. If you're gonna have it on a public platform, you got to be accountable for what you say and how anyone who's hearing it can receive it. Period.
Not this. See,
you don't agree with that? You talking about a man of the cloth? Somebody should be held to a higher tier. You're trying to give him more excuses.
Listen, if you ask me a question, let me respond to your
question.
I'm
sorry, yes, sir.
Or was it rhetorical? I apologize if it was.
I'm sorry. No, I just apologize. I said yes, sir.
So the whole point I'm saying is everybody can criticize him and persecute him. I'm not saying that. My whole conversation that I'm having is what I think his intent was with this message. Because one person says that his intent was to pander to women. That's what I heard from multiple men. That his intent.
I was one of them.
Yes.
I would love to know what the collection plate was looking like after that one. I'm not going to lie to you, man, because them women looked like they was ready to just cut the check.
Yes.
So one person says that his intent was to pander to women. My perspective, regardless if you agree with or disagree, I think he was trying to correct a spirit inside of his church. I don't think it had anything
And I
to do
agree
with
with
making.
you on that. And I'm asking, well, then what is his responsibility as a linguist, as an orator, as a leader, as someone who's experienced in delivering messages to groups and deciding to live stream the said message this experienced linguist orator is delivering to this one group. He is now responsible for how everyone interprets that message. True or
I
false?
got it. But so the
Is
point
that true or
I'm
false,
telling
though,
you,
good brother?
well, you gotta let
Can
me
we at
answer
least
the
agree or
question.
disagree?
Listen, you gotta let me answer the question I want because I'm letting you do it the way you do it, right? So the first thing I'm gonna tell you is
You a Bible man. Let your yay be your yay and your nay be your nay, sir. Let's not do that.
You just trying to talk, and you mad that I'm not responding the way that I'm trying to respond. We're gonna have a conversation. I'm gonna tell you something about Edie Man. He talked the way he gonna talk, and that's just is what it is. So
your yay is not your yay and your nay is not your nay.
I want to answer your question. I believe as a pastor, him being a linguist in the rest of the world is not his priority. His priority is his congregation. And I get that y'all guys might not agree with that. Y'all might think he need to be worried about y'all guys on YouTube, that y'all ain't even listening to his message really to move things forward. I get that. But I think that if he take care of his congregation, I think that's what God is gonna say, hey, what I put these people under your authority, you fix this, that, and the third, and what all the rest of them think don't even matter because they're gonna have an opinion on everything you do.
Hey, Edie Man, can he be pandering and talking to somebody directly in his congregation at the same time?
Yeah, yes,
It's called serendipity.
No, listen, absolutely. So
Okay.
he definitely can be pandering. And listen, I done seen pastors pander. I done saw it happen. Listen, I'm not telling you this. They don't pander this way. You know when they pander? They pander when they say, hey, we got the $100 line and the $10 line, and they have all these lines. Listen, but this idea, I'm almost willing to go on record. Hold on.
Amen. You're wrong.
Almost willing let me finish. I almost willing to go on record that the offering had already been taken. Because I done researched this. I've had some time. So this idea that he was doing this to make more money, because that's what y'all saying. He was pandering so he can have more money in the offering plate. So did that change any of y'all perspective if offering have already been taken?
No. Because when you leave that church, okay, so have you ever been to the church, E-Man?
Absolutely not.
I have been to the church before. Let me tell you why. I went to the church with my church, went to that church, right? And we weren't there we just went to be going because we were there for like some summit thing for the kids or whatever. Well, anyway, we went to the church. There is an offering at the beginning of service. And then when the celebrities come, watch this now. There'll be celebrities come in. The celebrities always come in late. They come in through another door, though, a side door with security, and they sit them in the front, whatever. They take up one on the leaving out, and they say, on your way out, put your offering in at the door. So they have these two big ass baskets. They have one on the left side of the door, one on the right side of the door. And they say the envelopes are in front of you, or you can scan the QR code and do Cash App. They have everything. Cash App, fucking, what's the other one?
That QR code is the shit now.
Right.
They should have all that at the church.
Right. I agree. And my thing is, pastors are very good at foreplay. And foreplay, they gonna kiss them and show them real good. They're gonna put the stuff in the sermon, and then right at the end, right when she about to climax, he asks her something before he gives her the pleasure that she desires. So this when that $100 line come in. Oh, I need $100. I need 10 women with $100 to come forward right now. And they say, yes, girl, the way he talked about them men today, girl, just really did something to me. I really love this man. I'm coming back next Saturday with $400. Right. And that's how they get their money. They have really good spiritual foreplay. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. So y'all perspective is that y'all think he was pandering because he brought up men. And I think he, based off his counseling, based off him sitting down with the women in his church, I think he was speaking to what he believed the spirit was. So
you just said you've never been to this church.
Lost get in here.
Research from?
No, but before Lost get in here, it wasn't men.
Yeah,
It wasn't.
people talking.
My brother from another mother is in the building tonight. Lost in translation. The velvet voice of YouTube is in the building. Yeah. Hey, how you doing, man? I know you're in a part of the world where it's storming and clowning and acting a fool, right? Is that affecting you at all?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, sir. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. I've been watching all night. And Easy, I've been waiting for you, man. Either man, I've been waiting for you, man. Here's the thing, man. I'm going to make sure that we continue the conversation in scholarship and make sure that we continue the conversation in a way that is in earnest that would help move the conversation forward. There's a few rules that I want to enact to make sure that we do handle ourselves as gentlemen, as men. When someone asks you a direct question, please give them a direct answer. And I'll explain to you why I say that. Because we as a people have a habit of redirecting the question and deflecting it to something else. And what it does, it causes us to continue on this downward slope of inactivity. So I just want to say that because I've watched it go on long enough. I watched it with a couple other gentlemen earlier, but I just want to make sure that when we do have the conversations, that we do make sure that we handle those in earnest and with good scholarship. Now, as far as this particular situation, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys have at it, but I'm just going to sit back and let you guys finish doing what you do. But if somebody asks you a direct question, please make sure that we answer it directly.
So let me respond to that. I believe that I answer 90% of, if not 100% of my questions directly. If anybody been around me, I'm not a person that book beats around the bush. What they want me to do is to take my answer that may be a sentence long, and they want me to respond with a one-word answer. Both of those things can be direct. That sentence could have been directly, because I don't think I run for punches. And anybody know me in this space, I'm direct. I'm saying what I'm saying, but they're just, what they don't like is they don't like how I'm saying, and I'm not choosing one of the answers that they give me. So anybody knows me, know I talk directly. They just don't like how I respond since I don't choose one of their answers.
Well, and to be honest, either man, here's the thing. If someone asks you a direct question and you preface it by initiating a redirect, by not addressing the very thing that they talked about, that is in essence running. And that's not really addressing the issue. Just like we talked about earlier, how the pastor was talking about the women doing the best that they could do, but at the same time saying that those men were abusive and were alcoholics. I think that's not in good scholarship, because not all those men were abusive. Not even a major portion of those guys were abusive. If we were actually telling the correct story, most of those women were probably not married, which we're not going to call them on it because it's Mother's Day, because we always want to make sure we hold mother in a specific light. Number two, if we're being honest, if those women were not married, there were side pieces. They chose not to be married, and they could not be married. They could not be married. So if we're holding a specific conversation, let's tell the entire story. But see, the thing about it is that portion of the story never gets told in church. But at the same time, these same women come to church with 3 and 4 kids, and they sit in a pew, and everybody gives them baby showers, but nobody even mentions the wedding. I think that is in poor leadership as far as the church is concerned. And I think that it's also in poor scholarship as far as us is concerned, because we refuse to acknowledge that portion of the conversation. We're always wanting to paint men as a picture of being alcoholics and drunks. Let's say, for instance, that those guys were alcoholics and drunks and they didn't do anything with their lives. Where did they get the alcohol money from? Where did they get the drug money from? That means clearly they were either robbing or stealing or working. If they were robbing and stealing, we would have way more people in jail due to robbing and stealing. So that only leaves one other one. They were probably working. So if these gentlemen were working, that means to say that they were not all college graduates or whatever. They were doing what most men do, make ends meet. So my thing is this: we can say or surmise that most men really don't go to college. That's either black, white, Asian, or whatever. But we like to paint those people as, college is the way to go. College is the way to go if you want to be doctors, lawyers, accountants, that type of thing. Things are very specific, but for the most part, most people don't go to college. As a matter of fact, they're even now addressing the issue with larger business corporations saying, hey, look, you know what? Don't worry about that. We're going to train you with the skills necessary for those particular jobs. Because A, education has gotten out of hand as far as cost is concerned, and B, it is outliving its benefit. So my thing is this: when we're having these conversations about whether or not men are college graduates or whether or not they contribute to society, I think it is in poor scholarship that we don't address the entire issue and not just cherry pick. Are you
afraid of these facts you're about to get?
So I want to respond to that because you said a lot. So I'm gonna try to really make a short.
That's because I was paying attention and I listened to everything y'all said. Yeah.
I believe that we have men that have selective outrage. Like I get it's what I'm believing more of. It's the messenger and not the message of what people are saying. For example, I heard JT said, you know, a lot of people was on drugs, a lot of people was alcoholic, and nobody tried to twist up what he said and said, well, he must have been talking to the majority of black men. What we did is we heard it in a way where we was willing to understand that he's not talking about all. So I think sometimes when we hear the message from certain people that we already have a biased mindset against, we want them to be held accountable to all words, but someone that we are familiar with or someone that we like, we automatically start using the level of common sense to try to actually understand what that person is saying. And I yield my mic there.
Well, here's the thing about that. There's a difference between a younger JT watching men get drunk on the weekend versus those men going to work Monday through Friday. You see what I'm saying? Those men have the right to enjoy themselves. Even in the factories, they would always say, hey, it's military. After 5 o'clock, they can do whatever it is they want to do because they work. That's what they do. But nobody's getting drunk coming home beating their wife, man. That's just not how that works. Because think about it. These men actually chose these women to be their wives. That means they kind of like them. I don't think nobody wants to marry somebody just to beat on them. I think that's a disingenuous conversation. Number two, what the pastor was doing was he was actually particularly pandering to the women, saying that this was the best that mother can do. She didn't go to college as much as or got the degree like you think she should. Well, he already knows that these women don't go to college because he says so prefacing in his statement. So as to say that men are not going to college and then turn around and say women didn't go to college, but she's doing the best that she can do. But at the same time, painting the picture that women are the most educated, you can actually see where there is a conflict of interest or a conflict of statement that's going on. This either they're going to college or they're not. But my thing is this: telling people that that was the best that they could do really doesn't allow them to address the issue at hand. The issue at hand is that what we talked about earlier when we talked about helpmeets. I was paying attention, guys, earlier, and how people tried to split that thing up. The bottom line is this: when you talk about the community, black men are a part of the community. When we have these conversations, like when the pastor was saying it, he was making it seem like black men were not a part of the community, as if there was some type of outside entity. The bottom line is this: you cannot have community with only half of your people, with women and children. How can you defend your community with only women and children? And my thing is this: what message does that send to the boys when they become 18 years old and they're no longer a part of the community that they grew up in? They're actually shunned or outsider, or made to be outsiders. I always said this, learned a long time ago: men are stripped of their humanity when they turn 18 years old because nobody has anything for them. It's all about what can you do for us? And that's true in nature, and that's all true here with us as well too. But at the end of the day, how do you reconcile that with the young men who are transitioning from being boys to men? All of a sudden, now you're listening to other people saying men aren't this and men aren't that, and then one day you become that man, and then someone puts a label on you that's unjust and unfair because you just got here. How could you be a part of the problem when you just transition from being a boy to a man? So my thing is this: how do we teach our young men going forward to be better men and not listen to those who've actually unfairly and unjustly judged them for something they have not done yet?
Yeah. Hey, can I address that the whole thing about the alcoholic? Okay, so listen.
Remember when I first preferenced it, I said that it's demographic, right? And it was based off of my observation from growing up in the city of Detroit. And this is from family to people that I was surrounded with and all these different things when I said it. Now, one of the things I absolutely can say, just because he was an alcoholic or she was an alcoholic doesn't mean that they were necessarily violent or they were abusive, right? It was just the fact that I was pointing out, because I also said college, people who went to college, and I was agreeing with you, Eda, man, when I said, no, it was a smaller percentage than what was stated. I also agreed and said it was a smaller percentage that went to the military that was, than what was, what was stated, right? What I was saying was that overall, I wasn't trying to get away from, or I wasn't trying to shit on Trey Ferg. That was his observation. That was just what was going on. But that's why I said it was demographic when it came down to it. My observation was when it came down to us as a black community, there was a multitude of things that were plaguing us. One of those things was alcoholism. I know in the city of Detroit, alcoholism and drugs. Now, this was another thing, because we'll talk about crack, but heroin affected my family just as much, right? It was like drugs and alcohol. Man, I was so pissed off with it to the point where it was one of those things that helped me make up my mind to go to the military. Or because I was either going to college, military, I had all my ducks in order. My parents were the ones that protected me from all of that. They loved their siblings and cousins, but those siblings and cousins, they never let me be around there, right? Because they know that can influence me. And if their kids wasn't being parented right, my parents wouldn't let me go. That was the difference than what we have right now. A lot of our parents, they needed to know who was their kids being around, right? And then it just started it kind of dwindled. This is what the craziest part is. It wasn't like one thing had just went and then it disappeared and then something else just appeared, right? A lot of this shit, it was more of a transition. It was more of a transition. We look at what we have right now when we're talking about the generation that's after us right now, Generation Z, right? You can tell by their mindset that the parenting was very much affected from one generation to the next because of their childhood. Whether it was X. Oh, go ahead. What was you saying?
So E-Man, you're gonna respond. Yeah, go ahead. E-Man was gonna respond to both of you guys, Lost and.
But I want to respond to JT first, because since you're familiar, JT, you have the right to have your observation of your community. I believe that this pastor is reflecting his observation of his people in his Congress. I don't think that he's speaking from a whole bunch of from a perspective in so many words of the whole world when he's having this conversation. I think he's a counsel with woman after woman after woman after woman in that church, and these are the stories that he have heard, and that's what he's speaking from. And so when I hear people say that he was trying to paint a narrative around all men, I just think he really was trying to speak from the perspective of his church and the women that was there.
I can agree with what you're saying, because it does come from counsel, observation, people talking to him, because he is a man of the cloth. But from what we'd seen just off of that clip, right, it still looked to me as if it was pandering because of the narrative, not the overall message. The overall message was, I was cool with it until it got to the point where he narrowed it down, where he was saying that mom was trying to keep you away from dad, who was an alcoholic and he was abusive. That's where I have a big problem with that right there, where it was like, wait, but hold on, because if you heard what I said earlier, I was saying that, yeah, but it's if you can hear the women's testimony that we all come in contact with, and they actually spoke on their mom, a lot of times their mom had them in danger, right in the middle of fucking danger. So when we talking about these women are being bougie and all of that, there's an underlying problem with a lot of these. Now, there, you are absolutely right. Some of them that is not. But when he paint that broad, he's going to make someone else paint something else. It's going to be a argument. Well, what about? That's the only thing I had was the narrative in the message that he had.
Let me follow up on that real quick, and I need to bounce because I didn't realize the time. So obviously this has been a great conversation.
Can I ask you one thing before you go, sir?
Yes, sir.
But go ahead. I'll let you rock it.
Just following up on what he said, I think what it also kind of made it somewhat pandering was his solution. You need to just pick up the phone and call up and thank her. Again, I start out saying hurt people. So even if she was paying, the mother was paying, that she did things incorrectly or whatever, she did the best she could under the circumstances that was stressful, you still have people, the children, who've been affected by that. And you're not necessarily going to heal that simply with a phone call. So those people are going to need some counseling. Those people are going to need some sort of, if you want to reconcile this relationship, it has to go deeper than that. But when he says you need to just pick up the phone and call, like that's going to solve everything. No, it's not.
I don't think he was trying to solve everything. I think what he was
no, he said that he instructed on
other people to call their mama on Mother's Day. He wasn't saying forgive her. I didn't hear you need to forgive your mama.
She said you need to call your mama up and thank them.
Yes.
For the things that they did for you. But what about the things they did to you?
Or write her off too fast. You don't know the other side of her testimony of what she had to shield you from just in order for you to have a household. She was not trying to block your father. She was trying to keep you from an abuser and an alcoholic. Y'all ain't saying nothing to me. She didn't know all of the right things to do, but she did the best that she could with what she had. And you ought to be thankful unto God that you didn't come out half bad. Y'all ain't saying nothing. You ought to thank God for a praying mother, even when she didn't have all the degrees, didn't have the best English, didn't say everything right, but she had a heart for your survival. And you gonna sit in here bougie with an attitude talking about you ain't talking to her? You must be crazy. Get out of here and get your mama on the phone and thank her for her sacrifice.
Yeah, I would say again, that solution, you're ignoring what these kids, for whatever reason, said you didn't come out half bad. That doesn't mean you're whole.
Yes.
So I'm saying that I think that needs more sensitivity than just speaking to them. Yes, it's Mother's Day, but don't disregard what these children had to grow up with. And in our community, certainly, again, you can't tell a black woman or a black mom anything like what you did to me, mom. I mean, that conversation is seldom had, and just from the basis. In fact, I was even talking to black men. We maybe need to have a show about that, because there's a lot of black men who've gone through some things, couldn't talk to their moms because they didn't want to hear it, and they're suffering inside. And that's where I think therapy comes in a lot of things. But to be so flippant, just say you just need to thank them because you didn't come out half bad. I mean, I think that's a bit flippant towards those who've been subject to potential abuse, whether intentional or unintentional. Like I share on this channel all the time.
So I'm trying to understand your fight. Maybe I'm just not following it, right? He was saying that you need to call your mama and thank your mother for having her. Maybe y'all think
thank your mother for her sacrifice. That's exactly what he said.
All right, cool. So with abuse, let's say with abuse, do you believe that a child should thank their mother on Mother's Day for the things regardless of what they went through?
Here's the thing. Stop. Hold on a second, Mr. Bennett. Hold on a second. That is redirection, E-Man. Okay? We don't want to do that. Okay? We want to answer. It was because we didn't address what Mr. Bennett just said. You said, let's, for instance, take abuse. to me, that's leading the conversation in a direction away from the original text. Now, to what Mr. Bennett said, wait. To what Mr. Bennett said, he said that you should call your mother and thank her for the sacrifice. Let's address what he said first before we try to change and redirect it to abuse or alcoholism. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Well, I didn't do that, but
I'm good. I'm saying I did not. The fact that I thought he was being a bit flippant with the response, how the children who've gone through that need to respond, that they have pain too, they have issues that might be unaddressed, but you're solely taking her side of the story and not necessarily getting the children's side of the story. That's what I'm saying. I think that's what makes the conversation, or it makes it even appear more so that he's pandering. Because again, you have a generation of people that I've talked to over the years, and certainly even in these spaces, that got a lot of stuff from their mothers that, so they may not necessarily be quote unquote thankful for their sacrifice when there's a lot of stuff on the table. There was conversations that they couldn't have. And there's a lot of people who are broken because of that. And I think we need to address that also, rather than just saying, well, again, the narrative is like mama can't do no wrong. No, I think that needs to change.
So let me answer you directly. So I want to make sure this is direct. I am saying, just because you thank your mother for the good that she does, it doesn't dissolve all the bad that happened. That's the point that I'm making. Just because if my mama did a whole bunch of bad stuff, I say, Mom, I just want to thank you on Mother's Day, because we are talking about Mother's Day. If I say, I want to thank you for what you did do, and maybe not right now, or even after that conversation, we still need to address the problems that we have. I see no problem with a pastor saying that. Because
he didn't say that. In fact, he called those who were not talking or those who are at bad terms, he called them crazy. You must be crazy. So again, he's assigning all of this as if like the victims, so to speak, like blaming the victim. And I think as long as we keep running over that, not being insensitive to, again, like I said, I share on this panel, my mom was a paranoid schizophrenic. I went through a lot of things with my mother that it took me decades to get to a point now where I can look at it with a different perspective. But if you would have told me a few years ago, I just need to thank my mother for what she, for the good things that she did, that that conversation might not have gone very well. So again, I'm recognizing that my mom had things that were beyond her control, but that doesn't mean that I am not affected by that.
So do you believe it was someone, and I acknowledge what you're saying, do you believe that it was people in this congregation that hit for? Someone who was upset with their mother about something that wasn't as big and as problems, that they needed to get over their ego and their pride and actually start.
Only did he have the conversation with them. Because you're making the assumption that he spoke to the women, he knew the issue, he spoke to all these women, got all their side of the story. Did he talk to them? Did he talk to the children who may be having issue? Did he set up time to deal with their pain in the situation? No, he called them crazy. And you need to thank your mother for your sacrifice. So again,
So, Mr. Bennett, just to respond to what you're saying, is I work closely with a pastor, and I really do. I work really close with a pastor, and if you think that the pastor does not know both sides of the story, if you think the pastor don't talk to the kids, if the people that they don't talk to everyone under their congregation, they only talking to the mothers, I just think that's a bad faith argument. I think that he was more involved in this congregation than we know. I think he was talking to a group of individuals that was just mad because their mama didn't buy the prom dress that they want. Their mama didn't do this, different things like that. I think I get
That's projection, my brother. I'm sorry. That's you. Now you're projecting. Now
man,
you're
hold on.
projecting.
How do you go from an abusive man to a prom dress? That's a jump and a half.
He just said he told. He said he said
he was protecting them.
That's redirected, man. Hold on a second. Let me.
Hang on. I honestly, guys, I really need to go. But get his ghetto point of view. You said you had a question for me before I left. And
We didn't let him finish his whole diatribe.
Hold on a second. We'll let you slide back in, Edie, man. Hold on a second. We'll let you slide back in.
I let Miss Bennett.
Wait a minute. We'll let him slide back in. Wait a minute, because that was the order. That was the order. That was the order. That was the order. Come on. Ghetto point of view. Go ahead, sir.
Real fast. On a lighthearted note, you're heavily active in the churches in the tri-state, Mr. Bennett.
In my church in Jersey, yes.
Oh, okay. You know any of the churches in New York by any chance?
No, honestly, I
okay. I was gonna ask you if you knew this pastor named Q the Prophet.
No, never heard.
Okay. Similar BMU. If you get a chance, look him up. He went viral for dancing in his church too. That's my bro though. Shout out to Q the Prophet. But anyway, just to piggyback off something you said earlier, real quick, sir. You had mentioned something about 2 or 3 people and bringing a matter into a room privately. What were you about the Bible? What were you referring to exactly?
No, I'm saying as far as church discipline or an issue. If you see a brother, for example, in sin or something, if there's a problem, you address it to the person. Now, if the person doesn't want to listen, so let's say if there is an abuse problem, if the person doesn't want to listen, you come back with 2 or 3 other people. And if they don't want to listen then you bring it to the congregation. And if they don't want to listen then you put them out as a form of discipline. The idea here is, again, if there was a problem that this pastor had to deal with, rather than broadcasting, as you were saying earlier, in a public setting, which, again, as a public figure, people are going to take this conversation in different ways and interpret it in different ways. So again, if you wanted to be more sensitive to the matter, especially based on what I said about what about these children who've been affected by this, then I think that's a matter that you need to, again, open up a space, counsel, whatever it is to make that happen. But to bring that out publicly, talking about, they were protecting you from abusive fathers and all this, again, it creates a narrative that I think disproportionately sullies the image of black men. And his quote unquote solution, or calling the kids crazy, doesn't take into account their side of the story. And then his solution that you need to thank them for their sacrifice.
And get out. Don't forget that. He told him to get out.
Yeah. So I think, again, it's just overall how it's handled. If you're saying this man is supposed to be shepherding his people, I think that's the way you need to go about it, at least in my view. But again, if you're going to put it out there publicly on public airways, don't be upset when people come at you. That's why, again, I'm one of those guys. I love cancel culture personally. If you're going to be a public figure and go out there, if you put your foot in your mouth, you bear the consequences of it. So we're having this conversation as black men about how that message affected us. And I think if we expand this conversation, we can probably find a lot of men who didn't have the best of circumstances, who were still dealing with stuff. Again, we did the best we could also.
Teach.
And so we need a space and forum where we can come and talk and share and be transparent with one another, hopefully gain strength. That's not a substitute for therapy. If you need professional, all those things, that's not a substitute for that. But I would hope this session, this barbershop, this area here is a safe and protected place where we can come together, not judge one another, be respectful, and allow people to share based on their own experience. And hopefully let's learn and build from that and encourage one another. With some of the stuff I've heard in these places, I prayed for brothers. I mean, hard. That I want every man in this panel. I mean, we're sacrificing now the fact that we putting our face up here. All these people in the comments don't put their faces up, don't come on boards and anything. We're the ones who are making ourselves vulnerable, not because we want pity from anybody, but we're trying to help the brotherhood. We care about, I care about black men. I'm pro-black in that sense. I want black men to be whole. And so I don't mind sharing some of what I've gone through, just to just demonstrate to brothers that yes, you can get through some things too. It may take some time. Like I said, it got to a point where my mom became essentially disabled. Is when I finally got to a place where I became essentially the tribal chief of my family, where I try to it kind of built me up to understand that this whole time, even though all the stuff that I went through to a large extent, that I can come to this place now where I can see my mother in a different perspective. I saw on Mother's Day, and before I left, I kissed her on her head. I said, I love you. That was something I probably had difficulty with 20, 30 years ago because I had to deal with some things with her. The worst you can think of. So again, there's a lot of people who are in that space, a lot of brothers in that space. We need to give them their time. Like David, I know he shared in this space a lot. I mean, what he's gone through with stuff. Now, I want to share his business, but I know there's some brothers who've gone through some things.
And you know what, Mr. Bennett? There's a verse in the Bible that says, for those to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. And I know I'm a little brutal at times, but I'm gonna continue to be brutal because I think it's necessary. I think that in this space that we're in right now, Lost in Translation can be the soft-spoken one. Mr. Bennett can be the balance. I want to flip the entire fucking boat over and drown everybody. Let me tell you why. Some of these mothers are fucking entitled. They're entitled. They were shit when they were raising you. They didn't know shit. They didn't do shit. And when they say they did the best they can do, it's a goddamn excuse. Because how many kids are watching you do the best you could do for them, but you're doing the absolute best for that man coming in out that fucking house that you're not married to? How many of us have to eat sandwiches and chips, but you fucking cooking a steak for this nigga that come and see you once a week? Let's just be real. That's how the real conversations. I mean, goddamn, a lot of these mothers weren't shit, but just because they carry the title of mother, it's okay. Oh, they're wonderful. Oh my God, happy Mother's Day. And they're celebrated. But when Father's Day comes, that's why Father's Day is after Columbus Day. After Halloween becomes before Father's Day, Columbus Day comes before Father's Day. Everything comes before Father's Day because we're not recognized for anything because of the way we've been painted, the way that we've been projected to look. This is what black men look like. And for you to sit up there, if I can't get up in front of the church and say, Happy Father's Day, I know that some of you men imagines on Father's Day, I go live at a church and I say, fathers, welcome, Happy Father's Day. I know some of you had to deal with some hoes this year. The very hoes that had your babies, the very hoes that played games with you in court when you tried to get custody, the very hoes that told you to come get your kids and they didn't show up. The very hoes that told you to come, that you could come to the baseball game, but when you got there, it was an hour late and everybody was gone. I know you had to deal with these bitches, but today you cry, you pick up the phone and you call your baby mama and you thank her for having your child. I'll be fucking assassinated.
You know what, Mr. Bennett, I love what you said. Here's the thing. You know what I love what you said, Mr. Bennett, about making sure that you take care of your sheep. If you're a shepherd, don't just take care of the sheep that you like. Don't take care of just the sheep that agree with you. Take care of the whole herd. And when I hear people talk about, you should just pick up the phone and thank your mother. Well, what about the children? You know what I'm saying? What about those children who were abused because of her? We're not going to talk about that. What about the husbands or the men who were supposed to be over that family?
Exactly.
Why not speak to those gentlemen and what they've been through? You see what I'm saying? So to me, when you pander by pointing the finger at the children and the men, you're allowing the children and the men to be scapegoats while you do not address the behavior of the women. To me, that is the epitome of pandering. And if anybody says anything else other than that, they're doing just so. You see what I'm saying?
Can I add to
Think
this?
about it. Think about it.
Brothers, I really need to drop again.
Go ahead, Mr.
His ghetto. Again, no shade at you earlier, brother. I just like having a good conversation with people.
Man,
so again,
we gotta
much
step
respect
and
to you,
yes,
though.
sir, King.
Yeah, so
I
I appreciate meeting you, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing you again, brothers.
Likewise, good sir. Thank
Salute to you. I love you guys. I pray for you guys.
Mr.
And
Bennett.
I just want the best for all of you guys.
Mr. Bennett, I definitely need to talk to you off camera or whatever, bro.
Anytime.
I got you, man.
Anytime. All right. You guys have a great weekend. All right.
Appreciate it.
Can I add to this? What about these moms who quote unquote have position in church? It seems like they can do no wrong, but yet when their peer want to correct them, they have some kind of retarded shouting match as if you cannot be tough because they're holding them down.
Where the pastor's
What
out
about
of
the
line.
one? What about the
Black
one?
David, when Black David, when your collection plate is being lined by the very people you seek to protect and don't hold him accountable, I don't expect his message to be anything different.
Thank you, Lawson.
Because he's a coward. And I'm gonna call it like I see it. You know what I'm saying? My
Yes.
thing is this: if you had been talking to your whole entire congregation, then yes, you would have had some money from the men and probably the kids too, if you told us story too. But since you decided all you wanted to do was tell the women's side of the story, then that's where you got to eat. So I don't expect nothing different from him at all. I really do, or anybody else who panders without holding people accountable.
And yet they want to act about men walking away from the church in huge numbers. Like, you got to be freaking kidding me. I watched too many so-called pastors pandering to women for far too freaking long. Like, women can do no wrong. We got these women who treat their husband like a piece of shit, who lie, who like to go and party on weekend, do all kind of shit, abuse their kid, tell their kid they're no good. I should have abort you when your father told me some shit like that.
Well, you know, Black
How about
David, it
that one?
happened. Here's the thing: it happened here tonight with the pandering to the women. When either man got up here, he started questioning, how many percentage of black men go to college. He never asked how many black women actually graduated from college. You see what I'm saying? So with that, in essence, when you're trying to paint a picture or a narrative that is not accurate, we should tell the whole entire story. That's the main reason why I got up and turned this camera on. Because I
don't
really
blame you
wasn't
for doing- I don't blame you
listen,
for
wait a
doing
minute, David. I really wasn't feeling good tonight. But whenever I hear BS, I have to put the cape on there. Because I can't, in good conscience, let people get up here and paint people into a narrative that is not true. Now, if we're going to tell the story, we're going to tell the whole entire story. You know what I'm saying? How many total people go to college? Maybe about 20% of the population, 80% doesn't. So when you get up here and say black men hadn't done anything or they don't go to college doesn't require, the whole entire nation doesn't require college. As a matter of fact, most people don't go to college. Most people either go to regular jobs or they go to the military, which is a small portion. And then some of those people don't even get a chance to make it because they only take the best of the best. So you actually have to make sure that you make it through that. But the thing about it is what we do as a people is we put down the regular average person who goes to work. I'm talking about people who show up for call center jobs, people who actually go out and wash cars, people who go out and take the trash. We poo-poo on those people, but in essence and reality, those are the people who makes our jobs a whole lot easier. The people who actually pick our food, the farmers that grow our food, the people that truck this stuff across America. We always want to say what other folks aren't doing, but we don't want to thank the people who actually make our lives a whole lot easier. During the pandemic, we had people who still had to go to work, even though they were sick. But nobody sit up there and said, you need to call the man down at the Tyson chicken plant because he was doing the best that he knew how to do. And he was working through COVID and missing his family. Nobody ever gave him no props or gave her no props. Nobody said anything about the people who turned around and stopped on the assembly plant down in Detroit and start making doggone things that help people breathe instead of cars, because that's what we needed then. Nobody ever thanked those people for changing up their job or learning different stuff that they have to do. But we're going to sit up here and get on these platforms, and just because people don't make six figures or do these glamorous jobs, we're going to just turn around and pull our pants down and poo-poo on these people. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And it's high time that somebody said something. It's one thing to get on him and to tell people your version of the truth, but to get out here and to just flat out lie on people.
Stop.
We're not going to do that, man. We're not going to sit up here and take the truth and run with it and tell lies about other people and discredit their contributions to society. At the end of the day, I'll assure you, if your trash did not pile up, you have rats and roaches, and then you'll be calling the pest control people saying, hey, what can you do to get rid of this? See, it's a whole lot of things that go on in this country that a lot of people take for granted. And just because it's not glamorous, we don't want to doggone give these people their props. But at the end of the day, the majority of the people in this country do unsexy jobs. You think people really want to go to work because they really like doing what they do? No, the majority of people go to work because they can't stand what they do, but they go because they have a family that they have to take care of. And to me, that's probably the most noble thing you can do as a human being.
Come on.
So,
gentlemen,
Demand Williams, you are painting a narrative.
Really? So
I don't care what he painting. I don't care what he painting, but my thing is this: he can come up with this brush if he want to.
Well,
who got something for him?
Who work in a car factory? Who built his cars? The females? Really?
Yeah. Who put your clothes together? Most of that stuff was done in India and in China and places like that. People who do real crappy jobs in real crappy places, so you can put on some clothes and talk your talk. You see what I'm saying? We don't ever think about stuff like that. You got people in China that sit up here and put your shoes together just so you can be sharp around here and say, hey, look at me. You know, those are the people that's doing the real work around the world. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, gentlemen, I got a roll too, but you know, it's funny that he said you're painting a narrative and then deny that the pastor wasn't doing the same thing.
Correct.
No, he was painting a portrait.
Gentlemen, I gotta go. It's good night. I'm old. I gotta get my beauty sleep. You know how it is.
Appreciate it, our pain.
You need to sleep for the whole weekend then.
Good conversation.
Love you, brother.
All right, love
you, man. Don't forget the cucumbers upon the eyes.
And I think do you want to either man to come back up here, Lost, and confront you about what you just said?
You know what? Here's the thing, man. He got the link. The link is right there. Ain't nothing stopping him but an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can I clarify something? Because I know.
Go ahead, Trey Ferg.
You know, I did sort of misspeak about black men as far as college and things like that, but I sort of put it all together as that, and I'm speaking from my experience in the time when we were graduating high school in the mid 80s. A lot of black men didn't choose to go the traditional college route. A lot of them choose to get those vocational skills and get those certifications. So I was sort of, and that's how a lot of Gen X men survived in that capacity. The jobs was there. They were able to get out and work in some factories, making $35,000, $40,000 a year coming out of high school. College was there. The enrollments went up. What's the show? The Cosbys and Different World.
Right.
It put a lot of young black men in college, and a lot of young black men went the untraditional route, got the vocational skills. A lot of those men are retiring now in their mid 50s because they were able to secure those skills. And so I put those two together, but
another lie. Men are not retiring in their 50s.
Well, I don't know the man that you know in your neighborhood, but most of the people I know, they retire.
Hold on a second.
We gonna get to a point where
they choose not to because you can't get your full retirement if you retire before 65. Technically,
listen,
they can retire from one job and get another.
Listen, he wasn't finished.
When I start talking,
he was not finished. Let him finish.
Let him finish.
Either man, you have to let him finish, sir.
He was not finished.
You can't play the victim, man. You have to let Trey Ferg finish.
Respect
Not
the
only
elders.
that, Trey Ferg has been Trey Ferg has been quiet. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something, man.
I don't get that.
Stop. Order in the court. Now, Trey Ferg was not finished. And then for him to get up here and play the victim, I think that's disingenuous. Trey Ferg, I'm gonna let you continue your point, and either man, if you still have your balls, you can come back up when you know how to behave. Go ahead, Trey Ferg. Finish what you're saying, sir. I apologize for being interrupted.
Again, I'm speaking from my time when I know when we were coming out of high school. It's been mentioned we came out of a lot of young brothers came out of high school with those vocational skills already in hand, and quite a few understood that they need to take that a step further. Whether they needed a year or more, maybe two, they didn't go the traditional college route. That's all I'm trying to clarify. But they did go take classes beyond high school to get those certifications. That's how a lot of brothers do that. And yes, Some people are retiring, but you can't get full retirement until 65, 67. So they may retire from one job, but they understand they must go back to work. I'm seeing that. I'm meeting a lot of people now that I haven't seen in years. Like, man, they retiring, been at Ford, been at UPS, been at, wherever the factory they work, they've been there for a long time. I'm speaking in reference to Gen X. Now, there were some that got caught up in the streets. We were selling the drugs because we were young men trying to survive. That's just the way it was. I know friends that were caught up in that, just getting over that the last 25 years of their life, just in and out of that whole system, because we were coming out. We were getting out into those streets as the young man, and they knew and understood that they had to cut it off at some point because everything changed after that. Everything. You can look at the late 80s, 88, 89, when New Jack City came out, say, here come the dope in the black neighborhood. It devastated the neighborhood because it got these sisters hooked on drugs. When the brothers was out there, it wasn't nothing. It wasn't a big thing. But when that crack and that dope and that heroin started going into these homes with these single mothers, a lot of these children have suffered from that. A lot of these young adults, these 35, 40, they understand. They can talk from that whole experience, how they saw uncles, fathers, people that they were close to on drugs. See, and that's the thing. And I think that's the missing piece that some people, it probably would help to go back and have those conversations with those people and say, you can't say why, but when you're caught up in that type of life, it consumes you. We see what happens to us when those drugs affect us. We see it. We've been seeing it for 35 years. And it's just unfortunate the time. It's still a lot of good young brothers and sisters out there that's waiting for somebody to say you can do that shit. Despite where you've been, you still got life in you. And if you spend 20 to 40, 20 years of your life complaining about what motherfuckers did or didn't do for you, the world is going to run over you. You're going to get run out of your fucking neighborhoods. You're going to be pushed out on the streets. And you all understand how white folk deal with black folk. They push your ass to a place. They're not asking you questions. They're not listening to you complain. They go put you somewhere. So if you're a man, we understand. Get yours while you're young. Work at something. Gain some skills. So when you get to that age of reason, 35 and 40, when you finally grow up and want to pull your pants up and shit, get you a little suit and shit and show up like a man, you'll be prepared for it. But you cannot waste 20 years of your life whining about shit. Didn't nobody have shit. We all came out because most Gen X came out of fucking projects. Despite you come out of the same situation, but just go do what you need to do for you. That's all. And you can't blame other people. You got life. Be happy that daddy didn't put you on the couch. He could have squirted you out in the car seat. He could have squirted you behind the couch, but he gave you life. And go find out that other story. That's those pieces that we miss. You heard mama complain. You heard mama say this, and there go your daddy over, but you never said, look, we wasn't in a relationship. We was just fucking. And he was 17 like she was. These women weren't going out and getting pregnant by dudes 20, 30 years older. It was 16, 18, 19-year-olds. Everybody was this out here. Remember, Freak Nick was for real. So, and they was traveling from all over the country to go. So, it's a whole lot of untold truths. The mother holds the truth to everything. Fathers, go talk to him. It'll change your life, man. Go talk to him. Even if he ain't shit, just talk to him.
Go ahead, get a point of view. You had a question or comment?
Oh, nah, yeah. Some comments.
So, real quick. So, Mr. I don't know if E-Man's coming back up or not, but his ghetto point of view, you can go ahead and finish what you have to say. And then E-Man said, he'll come back up and to have a discussion with Lost in Translation. They're gonna have because he said he just messaged and said he thought that Lost came for him, but when he wanted to talk, Lost don't want to talk. So I wanted to let my brother know.
I'm not the one who left, sir. Let's go ahead and get that straightened out.
Crazy.
You know what I'm saying? He don't like the fact that I hold him accountable for his behavior. If Trey Ferg is speaking and he has not finished yet, I'm going to make sure I do what I can to make sure Trey Ferg gets his point out. That's the whole purpose of having the show. Just like I was quiet when either man was speaking, I want to make sure that he holds himself accountable and let Trey Ferg finish doing what he had to say.
So,
And that's
Lost,
it.
are you ready for E-Man?
Man, I've been ready, man. Drop the link, man. Come on.
Okay.
You've been ducking me since last year, so come on.
Last year, damn. Come on, E-Man.
We ready for
I got a
this.
sec to say something real quick before y'all start the main event.
Right.
Yo, you guys have literally, well, number one, thank you, gentlemen, so much for letting me be in y'all space and rock with y'all tonight. This has definitely been a dope conversation. You guys are amazing, and I see still sharp and it's still up here. And the game and the gems that y'all drop from all y'all different perspectives and all y'all different experiences is very valuable. And more young brothers need to tap in with the barbershop because this is good game right here.
And his
And I mean that from the bottom of the corazon. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, dog.
Right. Go to Black Men Unfiltered on IG and message me your email address, and I'll start sending you the links for the shows.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir. Will do. So yeah, just real quick, I just had a couple of verses I wanted to read and an excerpt from the Moynihan Report, which I know y'all probably hear a million times up here, but just to piggyback off some of the stuff y'all was talking about with the sisters. So Proverbs 31:26, she opened up her mouth with wisdom and in her tongue is laws of kindness. When we talked earlier, y'all brought up a clip with a young lady who was going at the sisters and trying to tell them the truth. And right here we have the words of King Lemuel's mother telling him how to look for a worthy wife. And so women like this need to be uplifted because we need more women telling women the truth. So when she told her son all these gems to how to look for a worthy wife, one of the ones that stuck out to me the most is she's going to open her mouth with wisdom, not with silliness, not with trying to lash at you, not with negativity. She's going to open her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. The law of kindness. She looketh well on the ways of her household, and she don't eat the bread of idleness. This woman is productive, and she's trying to make sure she is raising up you and the household and y'all children and being the best version of herself she can be, because you as her husband is, of course, going to be the best version of yourself. Because, of course, we bring up women be submissive to your wives, but the flip side of that is men have to die for their wives. And a lot of women don't like to deal with that. We have to die for our wives like Christ died for the church. That is it. And if we really about being a husband, then that's what we're willing to do for our families that we love. So I think that's a fair exchange. Me personally.
I want to hear that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, and then real quick from the Moynihan Report, chapter 4, the Tangle of Pathology, just a real quick sentence. In essence, the Negro community has been forced into a matriarchal structure, which, because it is so out of line with the rest of American society, meaning the rest of American society is patriarchal with fathers leading, it seriously retards the progress of the group as a whole and imposes a crushing burden on the Negro male, and in consequence on a great many Negro women as well.
Hey, send me that too.
Facts.
Will do. I actually put that in the chat.
Send me that and then email me to blackmanunfiltered@gmail.com. I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, Black Man.
Absolutely. And can I do one more? This is super
go ahead,
fast. Lamentations 4:3. Just to some of these sisters on Mother's Day, man. Even jackals offer their breasts to nurse their young, but my people have become heartless like ostriches in the desert to their own children. And I'll leave it there, gentlemen. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, bro. Can I say this before you go? His ghetto point of view. One of the things that a lot of us come from over here, because they call us the old niggas or whatever. But we got grown kids, right? And when we talk about relationships, when we talk about even the scripture, I'm learning from you brothers when it comes down to this scripture, man. I write down a lot of stuff, man, because I got grown adult children, right?
Yes, sir.
And so the things that I speak of, they will be from my observation from, being a child and things like that, man. But I'm 51, right? And so I don't look at it from a lot of point of views from the younger dudes, right? But that's why I like to talk to them, because it's just something we can see a little more, right? But we also have to give you guys the grace. One of the things, and this is a quote from my man, KRS-One, and I'm going to always hold this shit to the truth and the gospel. Old men have to listen to the young men because it makes us faster in our amongst our older counterparts. Young men have to listen to the older men because it makes them faster through their younger counterparts. If we don't listen to one another, it's going to be the same way it is right now. It's going to be it's going to be lost information from us. We have to learn to have that synergy with one another, man. And that's the biggest thing about Black Man Unfiltered and a couple of other panels that I'm on, but I'm going to speak on Black Man Unfiltered. We have different generations that's in here, but we also have a lot of people listening to us, right? What I love about the barbershop is that we welcome everyone from any point of view to come here so we can have the conversation. And sometimes things do get, I don't know if it's contentious or pretentious, but we have to work through it. So one of the things about you that I've seen is that you work through it, right? I done seen you on a couple of other panels, bro. So I got to give you your flowers also, because even though the conversations are challenging and hard, they supposed to be, right? And it's just like the other people we learn, I see you still learning also as you're giving out that. So my hat's off to you, bro. Most definitely.
Appreciate it, man. I'm just happy to try to drop a few jewels where I can in this treasure chest. You guys is killing it. But thank you very much, man. And you gentlemen enjoy the rest of the night, morning, weekend, however you interpret it. Right. Much love, man. Thank you guys very much. Shout out to the chat.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Hey, man, you brothers, man, y'all have no idea of how much you guys are bringing to a lot of us that's here, man. You know, it'd be times where with myself, and right now, man, I'm supposed to have I'm about to take my ass back to bed and get rid of this goddamn virus that I got. But I couldn't miss another week talking with my brothers. So, hey, like I said, off camera, Black Man, you already know what I'm talking about, bro. When I tell you, I have some stuff off camera just to share with you, brothers, man. And I need to talk to y'all for counsel, right?
Yes, sir.
Because there's some new shit in my life that happened. So I need my brothers to surround.
I mean, I know a couple of things.
You got it, JT.
JT.
Yes, sir.
I knew I'd get you to laugh there.
Most definitely, man.
JT.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, man. Listen, man. Whatever you do, man, you take care of yourself. Do what you have to do, man.
Absolutely.
I just lost a friend. We just laid him to rest on, what was that, Wednesday? The same day, another friend was having colon surgery, and the damn robot, this fucking robot that they using, nicked this shit and caused some internal bleeding. You know, so.
Oh yeah, that was she.
Was
he married?
Yeah, he was married. He's married. He's married. Both of them was married.
She should never have to work again in her life.
And that's something that they're gonna be talking about soon. That's something I sort of mentioned today. But I'm saying to JT, listen, man, you listen. Your health is important right now. You know, maybe, and I can say maybe it's just part of that you going to the South atmosphere and you coming back to the D atmosphere. That happens.
No doubt, no doubt.
In the meantime, man, just, you know, get one of them old school whiskey toddies or whatever, wrap up in a blanket or something, and some Theraflu, and try to see if it'll knock it out. If
That's
not,
what I was sipping on while I was talking to y'all.
Don't be trying to be fucking Superman. If you ain't good by shit Sunday, get your ass to the doctor.
Most definitely. Most definitely, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Take care of yourself, man, because your family needs you, man.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Please, man.
Appreciate it, bro. Most
I would
definitely.
feel better, JT.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man.
You know, I'm gonna send that lady over to make sure you know.
What lady?
Send over tidbit.
Because I'm gonna send one over to help you out with all your beneficial properties. Yeah.
Do a background check on that lady.
No,
I don't give a fuck.
let's make sure yourself.
Absolutely.
So I think that either man Williams is going to come stand on business. So JT, make sure you watch this tomorrow. I think that him and Lost in Translation is going to have a great dialogue. Lost in Translation say he's been ready for a year, so that's a lot of time to prepare. And either man Williams, come on, we waiting on you.
It didn't take me a year to prepare. I'm always ready. My thing is this: it took me a while for him to show when he didn't think I was watching.
Right.
You know, and I was patient. I think about it. I hadn't missed a Friday. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I've been
Lost
here.
in Translation. It's not the first time he done that. The first time he had a debate
what it
against
is,
hot sauce, he
know
bowed
what it
out.
I know what it is, man. That's the reason why I bowed out, man. I'm gonna see if he gonna show up tonight. You know.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Hey, brothers, I gotta
doing.
get up out of here, man.
All right, go tell your business, man.
Make sure you make that phone call when you get off the line now.
Oh Lord.
All right, man. I'll holler back at y'all, man. Love y'all.
We love you, brother.
Most definitely.
Yeah, the reason why I want to make sure that we have decent conversations because when I hear men talk the way that these men talk, it sounds like women to me. You know what I mean? They want to deflect the conversation. They want to redirect it. See, what I heard you say, that ain't what men do. I heard what you said. I'm gonna acknowledge what you said. We're not gonna put no hot dog, no mustard on the glizzy. You know what I'm saying? I didn't ask for that. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. So I want to make sure that we handle the question the way it needs to be handled. Because a lot of times people like to paint narratives and it slows down our process. And to me, that gets under my skin because I see that foolishness carry on other people's channel. And it could be a whole lot farther along in the conversation if we just leave that portion of the entertainment out. Yes, we go back and forth or whatever, but make sure we do it in scholarship and not this foolishness that you see what other people do, man. It don't make sense. You know, when the pastor got up there and he started painting a narrative as if, you know, this is the best that mama could do, or she was shielding you and protecting you from this madman. But my thing is this: if she really wanted to shield you and protect you, she would have chose a better man as your father.
Did you hear what I said?
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he said that he wasn't. He didn't leave the show. You dropped him from the show.
No, I removed him from the screen. He was the one who removed himself from the show. So it's one thing for you to tell the narrative. It's another thing for us to tell the truth, gentlemen. All I did was remove you from the screen. You decided to remove yourself from the channel, sir. Now, when I put you on mute, and you kept saying that, hey, why don't you stop talking? That's because I wanted you to stop talking over Trey Ferg. Trey Ferg has been a gentleman all night long. He really ain't said nothing to nobody. And then when the opportunity comes for him to speak, you disrespect him by talking over him. We're not going to do that here. And then for you to play the victim as if I was the one who did it to you, sir, you're the one that kept turning the microphone back off, and I turned it off. You turned it back on because I was trying to let Trey Ferg finish his point. And then on top of that, when I removed you from the screen, you're gonna drop. So let's tell the truth. Okay. So go back, Black Man. What were you saying earlier? Because he wants to talk from the chat from the bottom. Hot Sauce, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, brothers. Just tuning in. No, just want to say a couple things after Black Man.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want to say, the preacher man ain't shit. Women pay the bills, and they pop it open for a nigga. So he always gonna pander to women because at the end of the day, women have a low level hate for black men, and I'm shocked that E-Man don't recognize that.
Because it doesn't paint his picture that he wants to paint of men. But my whole thing is this: if you're going to paint this picture of men not being shit, then what are you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the delusion is crazy because like when he said men, because when the preacher man is saying men ain't shit, he's talking to the niggas that's sitting in the pews
and the ones watching from around the world.
Yeah.
But how come only Pastor Gino Jenkins have the most men attended in the church, but everybody else have women attenders? Why is that?
That's because Pastor Gino panders to men. Of course, that's why.
So yeah, and now, but you know what I mean. But at the end of the day, women do pay the bills, right? They got, I mean, you know what I mean. They have Creflo Dollar on a jet, while they're taking the bus and shit like that. So I ain't mad at them, man. Shit, I'll do the same for that kind of money. I ain't mad.
I said that's where the money's at. You pay
Yeah.
and get her to feeling good. She gonna pay you big dollars.
That's like next level pimping.
Pastors know this.
Right.
Tax-free money.
Think about it.
Tax-free money.
Think about it. You have always seen these pastors have this bravado for the men in the congregation. When have you ever seen them hold women accountable and
Never.
survive to tell the tale? You even saw
Never.
what happened to T.D.
Never.
Jakes when he got up there and said, "Women, you are not praised for this and that." And next thing you know, he got a P. Diddy video. You know what I'm saying? Hanging around. You know what I mean? I mean, what's really going on? You know?
Yeah, and they boycotted his church for 4 weeks.
Right. But we're not going to talk about that. Even when Creflo Dollar was talking trash about Kevin Samuels, and he said what he had to say after the fact, guess what? Now he was all wrong about tithes and offering. Man, come on, man. Y'all can't see what's going on. Anytime you try to correct a woman, there will be consequences, whether it be monetary or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We pay attention to stuff like that. Now, if you decide you don't want to look at it, that's up to you. You know what I'm saying? But to us, we pay attention to everything.
Yeah. E-man, that's not a good look, bro. Just come on up, man. Stop
What's
complaining.
what's
in the
the
chat.
other pastor's name?
Bet you either man without faith.
Benny
Pastor Gerald
Hinn.
Jenkins.
Benny Hinn
Benny Hinn too.
He just said the same thing. He said some of the prophecies that he gave people to get money were not
But
prophecies.
inaccurate. Inaccurate.
It came from him.
Yeah, I mean, the IRS is on that ass. Right? The IRS is on that ass. And see, that's the thing, man. And no disrespect, but the black church was absolutely the worst thing that could happen to the black community, man.
Look at the
I
chat.
put that up there with AIDS.
Look at the chat logs.
You know what? I'm gonna ignore him. The only time I'm gonna address him is if he come up here and cam up. I'm gonna ignore the chat. But go ahead, hot sauce.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the worst thing, and because at the end of the day, you got. I mean, look at it right now, right? You got a successful brother in the chat, all upset over what? Fucking church, over a pastor that nobody even fucking knows personally.
Now think about hot sauce. This is the same pastor that said that he needs to sell weed at the church so he can get the brothers in. You know what I'm saying? So he can get them to come into the doors of the church by letting them slang dope for the pastor. You know what I'm saying? This is the same pastor. You know what I mean?
Not the same. It's a scandal from a last church he came from. Lost. Was it not the same way with that scandal from another church he had?
You know what? I
with
really
another woman.
I don't keep up with what he used to do. I just keep up with what he said.
Right.
And what he said was we should start slinging weed so the brothers can come to church. I have never heard a pastor say that anywhere ever.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, man, you let you knows whether his priorities are. Priorities is on money. Now we talking strippers. Then you gonna see me on Sunday though.
Stupid, man.
Right? You gonna see me on Sunday. I tell you that much.
But
doing strippers.
Listen, the church, the voice in the church is greater than the TV. The voice in the church. I'll say this: since the assassination of Dr. King, you can see the devastation of the community through the church.
Facts.
The church gathers millions of dollars weekly, and they've been doing this shit. I don't know since I'll just go to 1970, since people started coming into the modern era. They put very little back into the community. They do very little to help black men. They went from the Old Testament to preaching this New Testament. And the New Testament, now you got all the alphabet community that are rising above that a man that's supposed to be in the book. Now, I would hate to see how, if you were either look at the compare man of that time to today, how many of those men were, well, I say this, amongst men,
not the majority.
It wasn't, and I know it wasn't in the black community. We wouldn't walk around switching. No, it wasn't happening like that. The propaganda can be whatever, but however, just now you can see how the church, they understand the dynamic of the spending power. They do that, and the government gives them just enough grace so they can have that leeway. to pander that dollar. Men, when they come to an age of reason, and you can read the Bible from front to back, when a man comes to that point in his life where he starts seeing the truth for what it is, he will pull back from that bullshit. And a lot of these pastors pander to that message. It's not putting the man to the front of the house. It's not telling the women, the men are the golden ticket for your survival. It's not saying that. It's saying when the person come down on you and look down on you, see, your daddy, he might have abused your mama. How in the hell? That shit ain't true. We wasn't abusing women and Jim Crow. We couldn't do it. That's too much goddamn, a small number.
Wait, we were hell, wasn't it? And we was giving it to the man and whooping up women's ass. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And even today, it's not a large number of black men that abuse women.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I just want to say this real quick. I just want to touch on what Trey Ferg said. Trey Ferg, like the black church, like black churches combined nationwide makes $51 million every single Sunday.
Every week.
That is $204 million a month. What company you know that earns $200 million a month and you walk out of the store with nothing in your hand?
Amazon.
That is the greatest fucking business. And on top of that, the churches are making this amount of money, but yet, what are they doing for the black community?
Not a goddamn thing.
Because it's monthly. Can you imagine what we can do with $204 million every single month?
Great businesses.
Black David, now I'll have to push back on you, Black David. You said not a damn thing. I keep telling you, some of y'all in small spaces where you don't do the research to understand what churches are doing with their money. Some churches are fucking over their money, but some churches are doing the right thing with their money.
That's
and I'm gonna give you one.
No, but I'm talking black churches, not like pigs.
I'm talking black churches, and Black David he's a fan of Roland Martin, and Roland Martin constantly has Reverend Frederick Douglass, who just became the president, took over for Jesse Jackson over the Rainbow Coalition, and so he's just got that job. But he's the pastor of Friendship West Baptist Church, and at Friendship West Baptist Church, last year they gave $1.3 million in college tuition
scholarships,
as well as scholarships. They also have their own community garden where they plant their own food. They pick the food, they give the food to the community, they don't sell it. They also have around the community there were payday loan places who were charging 200% on loans. People will go in there and loan $250, have to pay $1,000 back, right? And so they rallied up and closed every one of them around that church, around that area, in that neighborhood where that church is. And now the church has opened up a credit union, and they charge 2% on each loan, and the 2% goes to pay the people that work there.
Well, that's amazing. And that's a good job, but I mean, come on, man. That's 1.3 out of 204.
Huh?
That's 1.3 out of 204.
Yeah.
So, I
That's
mean,
what I'm saying, but you're right. I'm just saying if more churches did that, because
they have
this thing called the Men of Issachar, right, where they take the young boys in the summer and put them in professional settings, buy them suits and clothes, put them in professional settings to see how it is to work in corporate, see how it is to work in construction.
That's the proper. Yeah.
That's the they do it every year, bro. They've been doing it for a long time.
But they're supposed to do it. I get it, but where I'm at, a lot of these churches don't do shit for their own people. They keep on.
Well, yeah, because y'all got all the pimps and shit
Black
down there.
David, here's the thing, Black David. You got to don't go to them churches, man. Don't support starving them.
Exactly.
Don't even give them the shine or the time of day. You know what I'm saying? Don't even talk about it. If we hadn't had the correct brother Jamal, we probably wouldn't have been up here tonight.
Yep.
But since he decided he want to get up and act a fool, he must be checked, and that's it. That's the end of the story. But we're not going to continue to feed people like that. Think about it. Do you think if his congregation, do you think if his congregation was 50-50 men, they would allow him to continue to give that message? I don't think so.
Because on his platform, on his podcast, he said, this is podcast, just he clipped 1 million, I think. But on his podcast, he just said that a man is only 70% of a man because he doesn't have a woman.
That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit.
He said,
Where do you
man,
get
it's
these
only,
numbers from? Why is
Yeah.
it magically 70
yeah,
and
he
not
said,
50?
he said
You know, how come it's
how he
not
talk.
10%?
You know how he talk. He said, a man
A man. Let me
is
tell you
only
about a man.
70% of a man without a woman. He's not. He can never be 100%.
Really?
Without a woman. The woman creates the 30. The man is only 70%.
In what
So,
way?
So then, what would a woman be then without a man?
The woman is that damn real. That's all she is.
No, I'm just. I mean, by his logic. I'm just saying by his logic. What the fuck would a woman be then?
Bare ribs.
You know, according to the other pandering pastor, she came in the world whole and don't need nobody.
Oh,
Ain't that
yeah,
what
I know
Megan
that.
Good, Megan Good ex-husband pastor said? Ain't that what he said?
Yeah, he said he took the rib from Adam, and that's why Eve was whole and Adam was broken.
So God is man, I'll break you, ninjas. You will be happy.
That's what he said, man. That's what he said.
That shit makes no sense.
It really doesn't. But here's the thing. Here's what does it say about our women who fall for stuff like that? Do you really want that woman heading up your family?
Come
Heading
on,
up
man.
your children? Do you
No.
really want that type of woman in your midst, gentlemen? Anybody who
No
can fall
question.
for anything? You know what I mean? A lot of
Good
times
question.
women like to say that men aren't smart or crafty or whatever. But gentlemen, I challenge you on this. Would you want somebody in your family who falls for stupidity?
Nope.
Think about it. You'll be passing on genetically ignorance when you procreate with these type of women. I'm just saying.
Good point.
I'm just
Facts.
introducing that to the table, gentlemen. While we're talking about what women should choose, gentlemen, I push back a little bit and say, hey, look, you need to pay attention to the women you choose to entertain.
Yeah, because he gonna fuck up your kids, right? Because that's the thing, man. Like, if your woman doesn't, I mean, look, if your woman doesn't know how to cook, everybody in the house is gonna be on some kind of medication when they're 60, right? Because she's teaching a foundation of nutrition. If she's on that hot Cheetos and fucking peach tea shit, your kids are gonna get childhood diabetes. Right?
No, they're going to be vitamin D deficient because they don't go outside in the sunshine. They're always on
Yeah.
their video games. You know
Always
what
on
I'm
the
saying?
video
Bones are
games.
brittle. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? All of this weird stuff, you know?
Right? And then she's on some dumb shit with the preacher all the time, and then come home and give you a headache and just believe in all types of dumb shit. So your kid's gonna be dumb because you picked a dumb wife. Because the scriptures said, learn and confirm that shit with your husband, not learn and go to the husband and talk about, oh, this is what the preacher said. Because at the end of the day, your husband is higher than the preacher.
They don't
So
wanna hear that.
I wish, man, yes, coming back with some bullshit. So I agree with you, man. Black men need to definitely learn how to pick better. Gotta learn how to pick better, because at the end of the day, this is the type of woman that's going to be raising your children.
Here's the thing. If you start picking better and only giving the provision to the ones who actually see things the same way you do, I'll assure you your life will go a whole lot better than you think it would. It really
That's
would.
us.
Because
That's
you're not
us.
dealing with somebody who's working against you. You're dealing with
Right.
somebody who sees the world like you do, and you go a whole lot further. I'll assure
Yeah,
you.
lifestyle, man.
Right.
Like you gotta look at your lifestyle and what it's like, and you gotta pick a woman who grew up in that same lifestyle, bro. That's how peace is achieved. That is how peace is achieved. You only three things change people. People change themselves, God changes them, and most often, more than anything else, is life changes you. But the person who doesn't change them is you. You cannot change people. They either change themselves or God, but most commonly is life, not you. So save yourself the headache.
Absolutely. Black man, you can call for either man all you want to. He ain't coming back up. You know, his
Yeah,
wife
he's
had
not easy.
his wife had to
Yeah,
tuck him
man,
in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I tried to get him back up here to have a conversation, man.
Yeah, that's enough.
No, but
grown men,
he's
baby.
Yeah, he's a little bit sensitive. If he feels disrespected, he won't come back. He's a
Yeah.
bit
Okay.
sensitive.
Well, I tried, lost. I tried.
I ain't going
I
nowhere.
told you, Lord, he bailed out on a debate a year or two ago from Hot Sauce. Hot Sauce come on a debate. We said we're going to have it. We weren't ready. Last minute, he bailed out. So
Here's
if he
my
could bail
thing,
out on
man.
Hot
I don't
Sauce,
have a problem. Here's the thing, Black David. I don't have a problem with people voicing their opinion. It's just that when you hold their opinion up to fact and they want to get emotional, that's when I have a problem. You know, we can have a conversation without
I get it because
name calling and all
he
this other
getting
stuff. But when you introduce, listen, when you bring and you introduce your own facts without being backed up, you can't get mad at me when I question them. You just only make yourself look silly because at this point you're not guarding the facts, you're guarding your ego. And when you're guarding your ego, we don't reach a solution. That's all I'm saying. But either man, if you're watching, sir,
You shouldn't have been talking shit.
I'm just saying, brother. You know what I mean?
Oh, I like it.
You should have just said, "Hey, man, I heard what you're saying."
Well, Lord, based what you just said just now, ain't that called someone having a lack of emotional intelligence?
Listen, as far as emotional intelligence, listen. As far as emotional intelligence is concerned, that's just another buzzword these people use in these doggone spaces. It's called self-control. Let's call it what it is. You're controlling yourself. You know, all this emotional and intelligence, those are just buzzwords for women to latch on to leverage and shoehorn the conversation in the direction they want to. And that's the main reason why I told him, hey, we have order over here. We're not going to redirect. We're not going to deflect to fit the story so you can tell it the way you tell it. If Trey Ferg gives you a specific point, I expect you to talk about that point, not reshape it, not reform it, not lube it up. You know what I'm saying? Not giving it back to him another way he asked for it. No, address it the way he gave it to you. That's it. That's it. And the killing part about it is people like to hide their ignorance in the guise of intelligence, but people who are really intelligent understand exactly what you're doing. That's the reason why the clowns don't come over here.
I know, but guess what though? If Sister went against a Sister and told them no woman have emotional intelligence because they never had it to begin with, that go with men. So when women want to use their emotional intelligence in an argument, it never worked for them.
Here's the thing: well-adjusted women don't come up here arguing with men. Well-adjusted men don't come up here arguing with men. You know what I'm saying? They just basically tell it like it is, you know? And then you glean from it and say, hey, you know, how did you come to that? Instead of just saying, hey, you're wrong, or painting people, you know, crazy. You know, that's the main reason why I was talking about earlier about when the pastor said that the mother was doing the best that she could, shielding you from an abusive alcoholic man. I'm like, how can you say that? You know? You just painting a picture so it's easier to swallow. I think it was that Mary Poppins made a song said a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. That's the reason why our community got diabetes. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hear what I said?
Because we put too much sugar on shit, man. That's the problem. We love to put sugar on a problem. You know, mama was doing the best that she could.
Did you hear what I said?
You should tell her thank you anyway. Mama was shielding you from abusive man.
Did you hear what I said?
You should tell her the best. You should tell her thank you for what you was doing. No, what you should have did was you should have said, Mama, why did you pick this man for my father?
Bingo.
Oh, that's a question that nobody wants to answer. Because that question is tied to accountability, which is a tie to change. And my thing is, if you don't know how to change, or you're too prideful to change, that's going to cause what's known as cognitive dissonance. If everybody around you is telling you that you're so great, and then your life does not change because they're telling you so, you're going to wonder why your life sucks. Your life sucks is because you didn't look yourself in the mirror and make the necessary adjustments. And that is the pill that nobody wants to swallow, if we're being honest.
Hey. Anybody else got any closing thoughts?
No, I'm good, man.
My closing thought is this. I'm sick and tired of pandering pastors, tired of the bullshit lies. Women ain't God. The regular human being who make mistakes, who lack accountability and responsibility. Period. And I've seen that for far too freaking long. So I'm not here for the pandering. And people want to pander, I mean they wear the panties. They don't wear boxers.
All right, Trey.
That's for what I see.
Trey Ferg.
I mean, listen. BMU, Lost in Translation. Listen, man, I always appreciate y'all, man. You know, you're like family, man, young brothers to me. I'll say this, you know, because I think, you know, in these spaces, I think the message gets sort of twisted for the younger generation, the young, whether it's male or females. And you have to sort of look at these things as like football practice or basketball practice. You know, you come in, you listen to some plays, some may work, some may not work. But you have to try some of the plays. You're going to hear different information from everybody. Don't worry about what the complexion is. If it's good information, apply it to your life. See how it works out. If you know it's bad, dismiss it and move on. You have to try stuff. We cannot stand still in the next 10, 15 years and expect for America to give you anything. They building houses, they building apartments, but we're still buying and spending. They cutting out these jobs. These little regular the jobs that make you tough, to build up starting, and you can't lift boxes all your fucking life. You can't do it. 4 or 5 years of that shit, your back will be bad. And it just doesn't make sense. So just take the time, start looking at things for what they are, move accordingly, look at yourself, find out what your weaknesses are, make them better. Don't be afraid to say, I need help. Don't do it. Because you're going to get to this age where you old and gray. You're going to look back like, I shoulda, coulda, woulda, when now is your time. That's all I got, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
All right, Lost in Translation. What you got, brother?
You know what? Here's my thing. I don't want anybody to lose what we're doing in translation and in the conversation. Yes, there are bad women, but there are also some good ones too.
Mhm.
Yes, there are some bad men. Yes, there are some good ones too. At the end of the day, all you can do is work with what you got. Now, the ones who want to make the change, work with those, and the ones that don't, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Don't spend too much time worrying about the people who don't want to come along. Spend the majority of your time with the ones who do, and I promise you, you'll see more fruit on the tree. But at the end of the day, all you have to do is worry about self-awareness. How do you come off? You see what I'm saying? How are you projecting? How are you inviting people into your life? Those are the type of things that actually help the community get better. Be a better person, be pleasant. You know what I'm saying? Deal with people fairly and honestly. And that's the only way we're going to get anything out of life. So as far as painting everybody with this broad brush, I never agree with that, because I have good women in my life. There's also have been some bad ones, but guess what? I don't give the bad ones the gas, because they already did what they had to do, and they're no longer part of the equation. So only people I'm dealing with are the ones who are actually going to help benefit and move the conversation forward. Those are the ones I'm going to help. And I was watching the comments. He's like, yeah, men and women are not monoliths. I agree with that. But like I said earlier, you have to deal with those who want to come along with, and the ones that don't, leave them up to their own devices. Black man, you got this one, man.
Yep. Hey, well, I would like to thank everybody for coming out tonight, man. Prayers out to the people who are in the states who are dealing with the storms. Congratulations to all the people that watch us who have children who are graduating, who are going to prom. We pray that they go out safely and come home safely from their selected prom. Shout out to Take heed to the message. I noticed that she had prom with her baby girl tonight, praying over them that baby got home safe after that and got there safe. Congratulations again to our brother from another mother, JT, with his daughter graduating college this past weekend. And so it's just a lot of good things going on, man, and a lot of things that require more prayer, especially in the states that I talked to Trigger Mike earlier. And Trigger Mike says that they hadn't had power since yesterday morning, I think.
Oh, wow.
I heard about the hurricane. Yeah, I gotta reach out to him.
He sent me pictures of what that wet wind gust did to their street and to their houses. It is mind blowing, guys. And so,
Yo, can you show it to me after the show?
yeah, he said I'll send it to you. He said that him and his family are doing well. They're safe. They just need cleanup to come and clean up all of that debris. And the insurance company's gonna be on it. Are gonna be lived out there, boy. Shingles everywhere. So, but I want to thank Elevated Mind Healer for her cash app tonight. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming over here and giving us your time. You could have been anywhere else, but you chose to be over here. And I appreciate it. And I appreciate the conversation that you're having in the chat, and the back and forth in the chat as well. I appreciate that. Randy, thank you for being here tonight. I see, let's see, not lost too.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Either Man Williams, even though you didn't come back, thank you for coming. Hot Sauce, appreciate you, man, for being here tonight, my brother. Normally I'll be on your ass because you didn't do the greeting, but not tonight. I'm gonna get you done.
Oh, what the? Oh, Lord.
And normally you have to do the greeting. Trey Ferg, man, you know you're my brother. I love you, man, and thank you, man, for coming up and doing the show with us too. Black David, thank you for staying awoke and doing the show with us today. I want to virtually slap your ass earlier, but we got over it. We're back. Well, Lena, thank you for being here. I see Peter's down in the chat. Let's see here. I want to make sure JT, praying that you get better. Let's see. D-Town Conversation, thank you for being here. All right, I think I covered everybody.
Rick was
Who's that?
here earlier.
Easy Money, King Jers, thank you. Easy Money Jones, I just can't even look at you the same after you was twirling your thumbs, eating pickles, Cheetos, and strawberries, and watching me, the baby oil on your body. That shit was just
That was Easy Pimp, not Easy Money. Don't call him
yeah,
Easy Money.
man.
Easy
You know,
Pimp.
I want to address what Eda Man say. He says he can't go word for word with me. So the purpose is not going word for word. The purpose is for enlightenment. So if it's not going to elevate the conversation, you can save that. Thank you so much for coming out, though. Appreciate it.
Yep, Mr. Bennett, thank you for them dimes you dropped tonight. Appreciate that. Embrace the grace. I hate New York lost tonight, but
Lost the
you guys
series?
you guys will be okay. You guys will be okay.
Oh, they lost the series?
No. It just lost. It's going to a game 7, just like the Timberwolves going to a game 7. The Timberwolves, I don't know if y'all watch basketball, but the Timberwolves put an ass whooping on them Pacers. God damn, 45 points. They beat their ass by 45. That's
The
ridiculous.
Nuggets. BM, you said the Pacers. It's the Nuggets.
Oh yeah, the Nuggets. My bad.
I was gonna say, did the Pacers make the playoffs?
Yes, the Denver Nuggets, but they're playing Game 7 soon, right? They're playing Game 7.
The Pacers are still in, right?
Yeah, they beat New York tonight. 3-3.
Hey,
Game 7.
Lady D was in the chat tonight starting shit. She's a most black men mothers. Wow. Yeah, that's weird. How
is that even possible?
You know what? No, she's speaking to some truth because these mothers understand. Like, okay, I've seen this happen before. A mother, she will protect that son if she gets a look. So let's just say a boy gets a girl pregnant or whatever, and he's talking to his mama about some doubt that the baby is not his, which he know probably is. It is his. He just, but they'll talk to their mothers and these younger mothers, and they'll be like, fuck that little bitch. That little bitch ain't no baby. And they'll get them to go through the process. A lot of times, guys to try to seem to accept it. But we've seen how years later it's come out that it wasn't his child because for the most part, he'll accept it. But some mothers down let their son know, like, shit, because they see the little chicks out there in the streets like, this little chick, you ain't gonna, I had friends to do it. The girl was saying that she had twins, that they was his children. And the mother was like, nuh-uh, they got a DNA and it wasn't even his child. She was trying to take him for everything too. So
and you know what?
I don't know.
I think for the most part, I think that was a mother trying to be a mother. That has nothing to do with a grandmother denying her grandchildren, because everybody knows that grandmothers love their grandkids. But I think in this capacity, I think it was the mother trying to protect the son from somebody who was not having their son's best interest at heart.
Now take a look at this, because we didn't even get to this video, and this was the video for the show anyway. But I don't know if y'all saw Kale.
Oh man, I saw that, man. Wow.
Where his wife cheated with him, right?
Yeah, she cheated on him, but she had a lot of miscarriages, and all those babies were not his.
Dang, she was just
Yeah, she was bad. She was out there
Yeah,
bad.
but she was doing the best that she could. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
yeah.
You hear what I said?
She was doing the best that she could. You know what I'm saying? That's the conversation.
whole lot of
man.
best indeed.
Yeah,
You
she
know
did,
what I'm saying?
she did the best she could. He said, if you watch the Shannon Sharp podcast, man, he said he went to a hotel, caught her having sex with another guy.
But you know what? She was doing the best that she could, though, black man. You know what I'm saying?
She got pregnant. That baby wasn't her. That baby wasn't his. She got pregnant again. That baby wasn't his. She had an abortion. Then she had a miscarriage. All the babies that she were having, that they were not his. And he said he just kept going back because he really loved her, and that was his wife.
You know what? She was doing the best that she could.
You know, I'm surgical with this bitch, Jay.
I'm just saying, man. Anybody want to come up, they can. You know what I'm saying? Just let them know. She was doing the best that she could.
Yep, here it is right here, guys.
A lot, you know, it was other times she had gotten pregnant, other things, and it just got to a point.
She had gotten pregnant again?
Yeah.
While y'all were together?
Yeah.
And it wasn't you?
Not with me.
Ah, come on, Cal.
It wasn't me. It wasn't.
And you stuck around?
Yeah, I stuck around. But here's the thing.
No, that shit's just
these were things that were being revealed.
Don't you call that a simp?
Oh, absolutely.
But you know, she was doing the best that she could. You know what I'm saying? The best that she could.
So Lost in Translation, I think the show Tuesday should be she did the best she could.
I think you're right, sir. Let's flip.
Yeah, we'll do that. Tuesday's show, ladies and gentlemen, on Flipping Tables will be she did the best she could.
Make sure you send either man an invite so you know he can have plenty of time to
get his stuff together,
get his courage up. You know what I'm saying? Find his manhood somewhere. You know, and tell him to come on. We'll love to have this conversation, and make sure you bring both clips because we're gonna empty the chamber. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
You hear what I said?
And Black David, make sure
Are you
Black
sure
David,
he was not gonna take him out? Like
Black
the
David,
hammer?
make sure because it was make sure that we make sure you love your people, man. Make sure you love the people that are in your circle. Because the narrative that blood is thicker than water, I don't believe that. I believe family is the people that love you and care about you the most, man. And I can call you guys family for sure. And Trey Furry, Black David, Lost in Translation, I can really call you guys family. JT, Mr. Bennett, so on and so forth. You know, embrace the grays, take heed to the message. Anissa's crazy, Looney Tune head ass. You know, shit, that motherfucker called me today, Lost in Translation, on my ass, boy. I mean, she said every cuss word outside the Bible in the index. I mean, she was all over. Like, man, I don't give a motherfuck what you think. Did it wrong, and you need to have a show holding this motherfucker accountable. I said, okay. I said, you're having him a show and don't ever give him more publicity. You think I give a fuck, black man? I don't give a fuck. You always on the fucking panel talking about black women, but you ain't gonna fucking say anything about them. Y'all full of fucking shit. That's what it is.
God damn.
I said, okay, Anissa.
First of all, Diddy don't represent our community. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Diddy represents the community that we're antithetically against. So holding him accountable for doing what he's gonna do, that's just on him.
Did you hear what I said?
You know what I'm saying? That ain't got nothing to do with us.
I thought you found the alphabet community.
Well, I just
not what he does.
Before we leave, I just want to bring the white guy back up one more time, and then we're gonna get out of here. I love you guys.
Then step this way, step that way, then step this way, step that way. Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Then step this way, step that way.